Chapter 401, Naruto's Wooden Dragon. The dense forest drilled out from the ground one after another and destroyed the normal plants around them in a violent manner, turning everything around into a black zone. The forest that appeared in an instant shocked countless people. First, it was a tail, then it was a forest of this scale. I really shouldn't have come to take the exam. That's right, if it was only Konoha who organized the exam, all kinds of problems would always appear. Some candidates stood at the top of the giant tree, dumbfounded watching the gods fighting in the distance. What kind of joke was this? Even Bijuu had ran out. Was this a test that Chunin could participate in? If it was a few years ago, a Bijuu appearing would definitely cause countless casualties. This type of creature was synonymous with natural disaster. Only Konoha had enough confidence to casually beat up Bijuu like a son, not even the other villages. So powerful, Daddy is fighting against such a monster. Naruto was also shocked. Looking at that super huge civet cat, he took a deep breath. Fortunately, he witnessed the peak battle between Yuuji and Sasuke, and saw the several hundred meters tall Godzilla and full-body Susanoo. Only then could he have a certain degree of endurance against this level battle. But even if he was mentally prepared, if he really saw it with his own eyes, he still had to swallow his saliva and subconsciously become nervous. Naruto was already like this, let alone the other examinees. Many people had seen Bijuu for the first time in their lives, and were so scared that they almost couldn't walk. Dad is only 12 years old, but he is already so strong. No wonder he looks down on me. Naruto scratched his head, somewhat distressed. Every time he trained, Naruto would get angry when he saw him display his strength, and he would beat him up ruthlessly. Let's go take a look at Daddy first. Naruto made up his mind and quickly moved. In the middle, he defeated two enemies and landed not far away from the tree world. When he got closer, he could feel the impact even more. Mokuton, the future father, did not show this kind of power. Naruto observed it carefully. He saw. The huge tail had already fallen into a dense dark forest. It was entangled by many trees, and the sharp leaves were constantly cutting on the tail. The tail let out a painful howl, flustered and exasperated. Bastard, bastard! This damn forest! Wind release, air bullet! Ichibai opened its mouth and sprayed out at the dense forest. A hurricane visible to the naked eye blew out, sweeping through the forest. In an instant, part of the trees were blown off, but this was of no avail. Well, with my current chakra, it is already very difficult to use the world of trees to descend. Naruto maintained the pose of making hand seals with both hands, coldly looking at the movement in front of him. Ichibai desperately struggled, and the movement was astonishing. The trees he created were still unable to truly take down Ichibai. Although the world of trees was strong, it still did not have the ability to launch a decisive attack on a life form like Bijuu. At most, it can only be restricted and interfere with. If I have enough chakra, I can also create a real sea of trees and completely submerge Ichibai. But there is no need. Naruto's eyes were cold, and the chakra in his body was being consumed at an astonishing speed. It seemed that he had to use even stronger power. Big Fox, give me your chakra. Do you want to undergo Bijuu transformation? With your strength, you can blow up the enemy with 5 tails. No, I want to try that. Although I have never tried it before, I should be able to do it with my current level. Hoo! A large amount of Kyuubi chakra emerged from Naruto's body, and instantly pushed his state to its peak. Under the eyes of many people, Naruto suddenly changed his mark. Mokuton Wood Dragon Technique. Rumble. In the middle of the black forest, in the endless darkness that made one's heart palpitate, along with a loud bang, it was like a roar from the depths of hell. A giant black dragon broke through the earth, bringing with it endless tremors that shot into the sky. The giant black beast that had a ferocious figure coiled around it, making one's heart jump in fright. This slender giant dragon was even taller than the entire tree world, attracting all the gazes. Not to mention the genin who were participating in the exam. Even the examiners who were in charge of maintaining order were stunned. That is. Legend has it that the art of the wood dragon has arrived. Naruto has already reached this level of strength. He can already use the wood dragon technique. This is very normal. When he was in the graduation exam, wasn't he able to spit out Bijuudama? What kind of joke is this? At that time, he used the power of the 9 tails. That was an attack launched by Bijuu in his form. But this time, he was using Mokuton. The many ninjas revealed surprised expressions. Of course they hope that Naruto will be as strong as possible. After all, Naruto is the son of Yondaime, and he is naturally a member of the Hokage family. Dad can actually create such a thing? It seems like he didn't use the power of the Kyuubi. So powerful. Boruto was shocked again. He suddenly felt at a loss. At the same age, his father could beat him with a finger. At the same time, he felt even more excited and proud. After all, he is his own young father. Naruto stood on top of Wooden Dragon's head. His face was like cold iron, and his aura was oppressive. He faced off against Ichibai. At this moment, he was like a god. Many of Konoha's ninjas were in a trance. In the haziness, the image of Shao De Hokage and Yondaime began to overlap with Naruto. This should be enough. The strength of Ichibai is not strong, and half of its tail has been taken away. Naruto said. Hey, it's actually the wood dragon technique. It really surprised me. The first time I used it, it succeeded. Kyuubi was surprised. He really clapped his hands and shouted what he wanted. Naruto nodded slightly. I thought I could succeed, so I succeeded. Sensei activated Mokutan's blood inheritance for me, which is more powerful than I expected. He still didn't know how his mysterious sensei did it. But it didn't matter. He just needed to make sure that this was his own power. In fact, when he was casting the spell, Yuuji had sensed it and lets the cells in Naruto's body to cooperate. That was why the wood dragon spell was born. Mokutan's bloodline limit was essentially the effect of Yuuji's cells. However, the amount of chakra used to cast the spell was actually extracted from Naruto. If the chakra was insufficient, or the efficiency was low, there was no way to successfully cast the spell. Ichibai, die here! Naruto shouted and controlled the wooden dragon to pounce on Ichibai. The speed and agility of the wooden dragon were extremely astonishing. It instantly tied up the tail and opened its mouth wide, ready to bite it. Ichibai looked at the many teeth flashing cold light in the mouth of the wooden dragon and shivered violently. The ordinary leaves continued to cut, and it was already as painful as a kunai. If this damn thing were to bite me! Stay away from me! Ichibai screamed and opened its mouth. Surprisingly, it was starting to condense Bijuudama. The purple-black ball suddenly gathered and before it could reach its maximum size, it was hurriedly sprayed out. Boom! Bijuudama slammed into the wooden dragon's mouth. The two giant beasts opened their mouths wide and roared, using Bijuudama as the medium to enter a stalemate. Even the ground surface could not withstand this kind of confrontation and continued to crack apart, but it was constantly replaced by the dark forest. A large number of forests grew crazily, and at the same time, they covered the tail at an astonishing speed, as if they were going to drown the tail in the sea of trees. This was an extremely horrifying scene, making one feel cold. Crack crack! The wooden dragon forcefully withstood this attack of Bijuudama, and not only that, it also bit Bijuudama and smashed head first into Ichibai. Boom! Bijuudama exploded. A shockwave exploded out. Some unlucky examinees slowed down and were directly swallowed by the explosion. Are you all right? If you get too close, you will die. Sumaru threw Boruto to the ground and said lightly. Ah, thank you. In fact, even if you don't help me, I can dodge it myself. Boruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sumaru was stunned and looked at Boruto seriously. It was this person who got the attention of the leader and specially instructed him to give him a hand when he had the chance. His strength might be good. Other than being very similar to Naruto and receiving his training, he didn't find anything else. Although I don't know what your relationship is with Naruto, but according to Naruto's character, he won't care about you when fighting against the enemy. Sumaru reminded. Thank you for the reminder. Are you a genin sent by the eye? So fast? Your body seems to be very special. Boruto looked at Sumaru curiously. Sumaru's temper was unexpectedly good. He was not angry when he heard that. Instead, he admitted it directly and said calmly, well, my body is far stronger than yours. Most of the jonins can't compare to me. Eating radiation every day, if one was not strong, they would have died long ago. As a genius of Hashigakure, after the eye organization, they naturally focused on the cultivation of radiation and the peacock technique. Radiation could stimulate the strengthening of the body. The peacock technique was similar to Bijuu's outer clothing, and could fly. With the combination of the two types of cultivation, Sumaru's strength was definitely the best among his peers. Let's wait a bit longer. After the aftermath is over, we'll get closer, Sumaru said. Before the aftershock completely dissipated. Damn it, if not for my chakra being taken away, how could I lose to you, you little brat, remember this. A huge and bloated figure was howling loudly and frantically fleeing. That is Ichibai. Well, this scene seems familiar. I seem to have seen this scene on the battlefield of the Third World War. Some of the ninjas who came down from the Third World War had a strange sense of déjà vu. It seemed that Ichibai was also wailing like this back then, escaping from the face of Lord Yuuji. The smoke dispersed. Naruto stood on the head of the wooden dragon and stared at the distant Ichibai. It's still a bit short. The wooden dragon can defeat Ichibai, but it can't completely restrain it. This guy's cry is really unpleasant to hear. Naruto shook his head. Kyuubi snorted coldly. It's just because Ichibai's Bijuudama is too weak. Even your wooden dragon can't be smashed. Back then, when this old man fought against Senju Hashirama, my Bijuudama could easily smash Hashirama's wooden dragon with a single attack. Only the wood golem could catch the nine-tailed Bijuudama. Naruto didn't deny it. The art of the wood golem wasn't too far away for him. The battle between Naruto and Gaara exploded the entire venue. Kaboom! At the time when Gurren was astonished, Sasuke directly broke through the crystal, and his entire body was covered in tyrannical lightning, as if he was a thunder god. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly attacked. With a fist that carried lightning, he punched Gurren in the stomach. How could this be? How could you break my technique so easily? Gurren spat out a mouthful of blood, appalled. Although the crystal release is very strong, it is useless to me. Don't forget, I am someone who can compete with Naruto. His side is already bustling with noise and excitement. I can't stay silent. Sasuke shook his head and knocked out Gurren with one punch. He threw her aside and looked in the direction of Naruto. Naruto, this kid, his speed of becoming stronger is too fast. Sasuke glanced at it and revealed a bitter smile. His heart was heavy. Compared to Naruto, his advantage was not much. The only advantage was Sharingan. But the problem was that the ordinary 3 Tomo had no effect on Naruto, and it was also ineffective against Naruto. I have already been left behind. I have to work harder and become stronger. Sasuke became anxious again. Speaking of which, he had been anxious for more than 6 years, and it was already difficult for him to not have any mental illness. Just as Naruto defeated Gaara, the battle between Urashiki and Hoito and Tonari was also getting more and more intense. However, compared to the huge momentum of Naruto, they were much more low-key, mainly fighting with physical skills. Both sides wanted to kill each other very much, but they both controlled the movement of the battle very tacitly. It's really difficult to deal with. His body is clearly more than half crippled, but he still has such strong fighting strength. Hoito was extremely agitated. Tonari said, "This is the terrifying aspect of the people from beyond the heavens. We don't have the strength of Yuuji and the others. Even Yuuji has to work together with others to defeat them. We don't have the qualifications to look down on them." This was also the first time Tonari had faced Itsutsuki's clansmen. He was rather nervous. "I know, but how should we defeat the other party? If we delay any longer, we will be in trouble when Konoha's experts arrive." Hoito's current identity was Konoha's betrayer and Hyuga, and clansmen wanted to cut him into pieces. If Konoha's people really came, what should they do? As long as someone shouted that there were 2 Otsutsuki fighting here, they would immediately stir up a hornet's nest. A lot of cage level flocked over, and all kinds of big tricks were shouted out. Thinking about that kind of scene, Hoito shuddered. Bang! The 2 clashed again. Each of their powerful physical skills carried a terrifying force that could turn ordinary people into meat paste. After colliding a few times, they retreated separately. Truly difficult to deal with. "Your Excellency Tonari, there is no need for you to work so hard on this guy. Even if I didn't dig out his eyes, you might not be able to protect them after successfully reincarnating." Urashiki persuaded, "As long as you don't stop me, not only will I not kill you, I will also do my best to help you. We are of the same race." He said this sincerely. He really would not kill the pure-blooded Tonari. At most, he would seal it. However, Tonari was not keen. At this time, a figure appeared not far from the 2 of them. "I found it. I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. We have arranged a large number of enchanted examination rooms. Have they been invaded?" Uchiha Izumi landed on the ground and pulled out the weapon on her back. Her expression was solemn. Chapter 402, Izanami. The strange Hyuga Hoito and the dangerous Otsutsuki. As one of Konoha's superior and examination examiners, Uchiha Izumi was the first to judge the situation. The rebellious ninja of the Hyuga clan, half of his body has changed, it looks like Otsutsuki, and he can still talk. Two people use one body to face the other Otsutsuki. Izumi was a little confused, but she knew that she had to ask for help as soon as possible. These two were not enemies she could deal with. Hey, little girl from the Uchiha family, I won't let you send a signal. The golden Rinnegan on Yurashiki's forehead swept away, and a huge suction hit, sucking the signal bomb in Izumi's hand and destroying it. Then, Yurashiki took out the fishing hook and quickly threw it out. If nothing unexpected happened, this move would be able to knock Izumi down. However, Izumi took out the 3-tomo Sharingan and tried her best to observe. She barely saw a red flash of light and used her long sword to send the hook flying. Oh? You can actually dodge it. You have good eyes. Yurashiki sneered and swung again. The fishing line quickly extended and sealed off Izumi's moving space. Just when Izumi had no way to escape, Hoito burst out with astonishing speed and saved Izumi. I'll cover you and leave in a moment. Run immediately and don't look back. Hoito said coldly. Why did you come here and fight with the Otsutsuki? Izumi calmly asked. Tonari urged, I don't have time to explain to you. Leave immediately. They threw Izumi into the distance. Yurashiki sneered. He didn't move forward. Instead, he quickly took a step back and his body was swallowed by the spatial tunnel. If I can't get your eyes, I'll just take this little girl, Sharingan, and make a count. Not good. Hoito and Tonari's hearts sank. They quickly turned around and came to Izumi's side. They were so focused that they saved Izumi's life in time. Izumi felt lingering fear, and stood up with her weapon on guard. I am Konoha's ninja, and I will never run away, and I will persist until my companions arrive. Hoito and Tonari had ugly expressions on their faces. They had no idea what this woman was thinking. If she wants to die, don't worry about her. She is focused on dealing with Otsutsuki, Tonari said. Tonari's character was more peaceful, but since he could do things like exterminating a planet without any psychological burden, he naturally would not care about the life and death of a stranger. Hoito no longer tried to persuade her. He and Izumi were not familiar with each other. Yurashiki sneered and attacked Izumi. His powerful speed and strength instantly suppressed Izumi. Izumi, who was good at physical skills, even if she had 3 Megatama, had no room to fight back at this time. In just 2 or 3 seconds, she was in danger and could be killed at any time. Thanks to Hoito and Tonari's continuous attacks, Izumi's pressure was relieved. Give me your eyes. Yurashiki reached out and grabbed Izumi's eyes. Hoito and Tonari could not save her in time, so they simply ignored Izumi and directly attacked Yurashiki. It looked like Izumi was going to die here. Izumi tried her best to widen her eyes and stared at Yurashiki's approaching hands. Everything seemed to stop. Ninjutsu, heart turn technique. Whoosh. Yurashiki's mind was disturbed, and there was a moment of sluggishness. Izumi raised her weapon and fiercely slashed out, leaving a bloody mark on Yurashiki's body, pushing him back. Good chance. Divine Void Strike. Hoito slammed out a palm, and the illusory palm swallowed Yurashiki. After a miserable scream, Yurashiki was sent flying on the spot. Izumi, are you all right? A figure staggered over. Phew, why are you here? Yes, I noticed that there was movement here. I was worried about you, so I hurried over. I didn't expect to really meet an enemy. Izumi felt warm in her heart. Yamanaka-fu let go of his hand expressionlessly and removed the seal on his heart. Then, he could no longer hold himself back. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Are you okay? Izumi turned pale with fright and supported Yamanaka-fu. Fu said in a low voice, that Otsutsuki's mental strength is too strong. In order to successfully interfere with him, I paid a price. Is that so? Thank you so much just now. If not for you. Don't say any more. Aren't we companions? From Genin, we are members of the same team. Yamanaka-fu interrupted Izumi's words and said righteously. Izumi felt even more warm in her heart. With a reliable companion like Fu by her side, it was really reassuring. Izumi felt that even if she was facing Otsutsuki, she did not need to be afraid. Why is Konoha's traitor here? Yamanaka-fu looked at Hoito indifferently. Kid, take care of yourself first. But thanks to you, I found a chance and almost killed this Otsutsuki. Hoito met Yamanaka-fu's gaze and said with a frown. This kind of expression with a poker face and a numb expression. Was he from Root's department? When Hoito thought of how terrifying that man, Yuuji, was, especially close to the eye organization, his hair stood on end. Your physical condition is not right. What are you thinking about at this time? Tonari scolded. You are too young and inexperienced. You doesn't understand at all, Hoito said. At this time, Yura's hiki flew up again. His intact flesh was now tattered, and blood kept flowing out. Not bad, to actually be able to injure the heavily injured me, my ability to directly attack the mind, truly not bad. Urashiki's voice was ice-cold, his emotions becoming more and more tyrannical. He actually suffered a loss at the hands of these low-level creatures. Forget about Tonari, he was still of the same clan. However, what was going on with these guys? At most, they only had the blood of that woman, Kaguya. How dare they hurt him? I'll start with you first. Swoosh. The eyes on Urashiki's forehead widened. A powerful Hitomi power spread out, and the pressure came, stunning Yamanaka-fu on the spot. He directly entered the space tunnel and attacked Yamanaka-fu. He is already injured. If we have another chance, we might be able to kill him. That's why there's no need to care about their lives. As long as we can kill Yura's hiki, it's worth it no matter how many ordinary people die, Tonari said. Hoito hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. After all, his true identity was Konoha's traitor. A few seconds passed, but Yura's hiki did not appear again. Izumi stood beside Yamanaka-fu, her entire body tense and on guard. Fu, quickly send the village signal. Izumi said. Fu shook his head. I came in a hurry. Put the bomb on another companion. At this time, Yura's hiki suddenly appeared. The fish hook reached out from the space tunnel at an astonishing speed and pierced through Yamanaka-fu's chest. Not only that, the fish hook also repeatedly pierced through Yamanaka-fu's body, leaving 4 or 5 holes in his body, using the fishing line to sew it together. Phew! Izumi was both shocked and angry. She picked up her weapon and fiercely chopped at the fishing line. Only a crisp sound could be heard. The weapon broke, and the fishing line was safe and sound. Stupid, this is a divine artifact, how could it be cut off by your mortal weapon? I will take this guy's life, so as not to get in the way. Yura's hiki walked out with a sneer. Hoito and Tonari launched another surprise attack, but this time they failed. Yura's hiki saw their every move. Although your eyes are powerful, they don't seem to be as strong as the legendary Jougan. Are they semi-finished? They are still forcibly maintained by external forces. Just as Yura's hiki finished speaking, a large number of puppets suddenly rushed out of the spatial tunnel and rushed towards Hoito and Tonari. These are the puppets of Suna Ninja Village? Could it be that Suna Ninja Village has colluded with Otsutsuki? Hoito looked at these puppets in frustration and immediately attacked, using his soft fist essence to shatter the joints and chakra lines of the puppets. But in this short interval, Yura's hiki had already arrived in front of Izumi and Yamanaka-fu. He pulled the fishing rod slightly, and a large amount of blood immediately burst out of Yamanaka-fu's body that was wrapped in countless fishing lines. The entire person could be cut into countless pieces at any time. No, Fu can't die here. Izumi's eyes almost split open. For the first time in so many years, she had such a strong emotional fluctuation. In the past, she had been protected very well by her sister. Izumi, don't worry about me. You will be as powerful as your sister to control your fate. Yamanaka-fu was already on the verge of death. He barely opened his mouth to speak, and a large amount of fresh blood sprayed out from his mouth. From the looks of it, Fu was using his last bit of strength to sincerely entrust Izumi to his teammate. Or perhaps it was more appropriate to call it last words. This was even more stimulating for Izumi. Fu. Yamanaka-fu had saved her life in the Chunin exam in the past, and now he was here for her. He was going to die here. Is it over just like this? Izumi's brain seemed to be dead, and only the constant buzzing sound echoed. Her heart was beating quickly, and a large amount of chakra was pouring into her brain. The 3 megatama in her eyes slowly rotated and touched together. Fate, Fu is about to die, and his last words are to hope that I can live a good life and control my own destiny. Sister was very weak, but she gradually has the power to change fate. Sister said that her Izanagi is a technique to change fate. If I have a technique to decide fate, I can decide the fate of few. In Izumi's head, in the blink of an eye, at the moment when time seemed to stand still, this brief instruction surfaced countless times. Plop! A pair of strange eyes formed. Urashiki immediately noticed the restless Hitomi power in Izumi's eyes and subconsciously looked over. He was both surprised and happy. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan who was freshly baked under his eyes. This is Mangekyo Sharingan, what a beautiful pair of eyes. You inferior creatures relied on the incomplete Otsutsuki gene to find a suitable way to dig out the potential of the genes. On Urashiki's distorted face, mixed with surprise emotions at this time, it looked even uglier. This was the first time he had seen these natives complete their bloodline advancement. So this was the method they used to upgrade their eyes after being in danger? Urashiki opened his eyes. Izumi, your eyes. As Yamanaka spoke, he spat out blood. The scene was extremely bloody and tragic. Phew, wait for me for a while. We will quickly deal with the enemy. Izumi's eyes were blood red. The pattern in her eyes resembled an arc, swirling around her pupils. She stared at Urashiki. Do you like this pair of eyes? Use your life in exchange. A large amount of chakra was continuously turned into vigorous power of Hitomi by her eyes. This was the scale of Hitomi's power, which Sharingan could not get his hands on no matter what. That kind of rapid speed seemed to never have an end. But Izumi clearly knew that it was an illusion. Die, you have to pay the price for what you have done. Izumi picked up the broken blade on the ground and slowly bit it in her mouth. Her eyes were constantly turning. Her insight had also increased to an exaggerated level. The movements of Urashiki, who she couldn't see clearly before, were now incomparably clear. Swoosh! Izumi quickly rushed up. The blood-red eyes were extremely eye-catching, as if she had drawn scarlet color trajectory in the air. What is this woman's Hitomi art? She is good at physical arts, so can it be the Hitomi art that increases physical skills? Urashiki thought quickly and was quite vigilant in his heart. Amazing, to actually awaken Mangekyo Sharingan at such a time. It's just Mangekyo Sharingan. There is no way to truly kill a Otsutsuki. Hoito, I suspect that you are mocking me. Hoito and Tonari also joined the battle and began to besiege Urashiki. For a time, the broken body of Urashiki was suppressed. Without the advantage of chakra and physical advantage, his speed and strength had greatly declined compared to when he first came here. For a time, a fierce confrontation unfolded, and his constantly intertwining body was like a ghost. This made Urashiki understand that the possibility of him wanting to dig out a pair of eyes from these two people was very slim. Bang! Once again, when he slightly gained the upper hand, the pincer of the two forced him to retreat. Urashiki didn't want to fight anymore. In this short few minutes of fighting, he found nothing. You guys, remember this. The Rinnegan, who was on Urashiki's forehead, revealed a ferocious gaze. He planned to run. This time, Konoha's operation was to win by surprise attack and speed. If this dragged on, if Yuuji chased him over, he would be dead for sure. I told you, you will stay here. Izumi shouted. However, Urashiki sneered, you just got Mangekyo Sharingan and you want to defeat me, who has Rinnegan? You just had physical contact with me. Izumi suddenly said something that made Urashiki confused. Immediately after, her Mangekyo spun rapidly. Her exclusive Hitomi technique immediately used on Urashiki. The art of fate, Izanami. Using physical contact as a medium to cast spells on the enemy. This is the Hitomi technique that determines fate. It is different from my sister's Izanagi. It will bring you a surprise. Izumi looked at Urashiki and spoke. At the same time, in Konohagakure, Yuuji slowly opened his eyes. Yuuji, who had an extremely exaggerated perception range, had already seen everything. Originally, I only instructed Yamanaka to give it a try. I didn't think that it would really succeed. The Hitomi art that decides fate. If it was said that Izanagi had erased his own unfavorable factors, Izanami was to erase the advantages of the enemy. This was not as simple as an illusion technique. Chapter 403, Urashiki's Death. The huge commotion caused by the test was naturally monitored at the first possible moment. Of course, 99% of the attention was attracted by Naruto. Especially the many Chunin Jonins who were scattered on the examination ground, they were even more stunned. Wood Dragon Technique? Naruto can already use this level of technique. In a few more years, wouldn't he be the second Shoude Hokage? Is this a super genius? He still has Bijuu's outer clothing that he hasn't used yet. Many ninjas rushed over one after another, looking at the majestic Naruto who was not smiling from afar. They were extremely shocked. The young people nowadays were a bit too strong, right? Flinging a tree realm and swinging a wooden dragon? Hiss. When the leaders of the other villages received the news, their expressions changed and they looked at each other in silence. The combination of Kyuubi, Jinchuriki, and the young version of Shoude Hokage. If he really grew up, what would he be like? He wouldn't be stronger than Shoude Hokage, right? Ha ha ha, you must be joking. I heard that Uchiha Sasuke once defeated Naruto. Naruto is already so strong. What kind of strength does Sasuke have? He hasn't opened Mangekyo Sharingan yet, right? Many people were silent, not knowing what to say. Konoha was simply suffocating. Every generation had a terrifying super genius rising, and cage-level strength was common. Suna Ninja Village's Ichibai was defeated by Naruto. Gaara should be fine, right? Suna Ninja Village is really bold. They actually put Ichibai in Konoha's place. If Konoha had any ideas, wouldn't Suna Ninja Village be finished? Some people looked over with strange gazes. Yandere Kazekage, Raza sat on the high platform with a cold expression. Logically speaking, it was unnecessary for Root to come for a mere Chunin exam. But there was no other way. If he didn't come, who would come? Suna Ninja Village talent was scarce. Cage-level powerhouses are scarce. Raza has no choice but to come in person. No matter what, he had to bring Gaara and Ichibai back. Your Excellency Kazekage, I am truly sorry. Minato said gently. Raza shook his head. Gaara's skill is inferior to others. There is nothing to say. It is also a kind of luck for him to be able to see a stronger young man. Terribly out of luck. Minato smiled and nodded. The two of them no longer spoke. When most of the people were attracted by Naruto, there were a few people who were watching another battle. Are you going to take action? Yuuji did not even turn his head. Kazue nodded. I have a bad feeling in my heart. There has been no news of Izumi for a long time. That's good. She is currently fighting with the enemy. You should go now. Fight? Who are you fighting with? Kazue asked in surprise. Izumi was a superior ninja after all. Who could make him fight? Was it those genius examinees? Otsutsuki Urashiki. But you don't have to worry. This guy has already been crippled by me and another person. His strength has dropped drastically. Your sister is not in danger for the time being. Moreover, your sister has undergone a transformation, said Yuuji. Kazue's expression changed. After asking for the location information, she immediately rushed into the examination room and disappeared into the forest. Otsutsuki Urashiki? Even if he was crippled by Yuuji, he was definitely not someone a Jonin could deal with. Lord Kazue, why are you here? A Jonin in charge of patrolling asked in surprise. Get lost. Kazue passed through like a gust of wind. What's wrong with Lord Kazue? She looks very anxious. Don't mind her. Lord Kazue has a bad temper and is a very cold person to begin with. She suddenly attacked, probably because of the battle between Ichibai Jinchuriki and Kyuubi. She was afraid that something would go wrong. That's true. Once Jinchuriki goes berserk, we, Jonin, would not be able to control the situation immediately. Some of the examiners were enlightened. Kazue moved at full speed, quickly moving through the jungle and arriving at the battlefield. At this time, Izumi was using Izanami against Urashiki. A powerful force invaded Urashiki, trying to erase the advantageous elements on his body. And the thing that Urashiki was most proud of was naturally Rinnegan on his forehead. This is an illusion? As a lower bloodline, you cast an illusion on your upper bloodline? You look down on my Rinnegan too much. Urashiki mocked and immediately rushed forward, but he was precisely dodged by Izumi. Urashiki once again landed on the ground and mocked, as a lower bloodline, facing you. Wait, I said this before, did I really fall into an illusion? Not only that, the thoughts in his mind were in a mess. After thinking a few times, he even felt a sense of rejection towards the third eye between his eyebrows. It's just an illusion. If I hadn't lost that pair of eyes that truly belonged to me, how could I have been affected by your illusion? Urashiki was rather angry. There seemed to be a kind of thought that was slowly guiding him to hate the Rinnegan between his eyebrows. However, it was a pity that Izanami was only at Mangekyo level. He had no way of pulling Urashiki. In the next moment, the golden Rinnegan suddenly emitted a strong light. Izumi cried out in pain, and blood began to flow out of her eyes. It was obvious that she was seriously injured. The patterns in her eyes also became a little dim at this time. As expected, it still won't work. At most, Izanami can only temporarily affect him. There is no way to completely change his will. Izumi let out a sigh of self-blame. Hoito and Tonari did not know what had happened at all. They could only barely know that Izumi had cast the spell, but they had failed. Illusion? Looking at Urashiki's twisted and hateful expression, it seemed that it was not so simple. Hoito, we should go. Someone is coming. There is a lot of chakra gathered in the eyes. It is a strong expert of Uchiha clan. Let's retreat. Konoha's people have noticed this place. Hoito and Tonari turned and ran. Although he couldn't kill Urashiki, the result would be the same if he left Urashiki's people to Konohagakure. These guys, other than having some use against Itsutsuki's clan. Tonari muttered in a low voice before he fell asleep. Hoito did not respond to Tonari. During this period of time, he had a rough understanding of Tonari's situation. With the wishes of the clan, he held the dream of rebuilding the world. For this, Hoito could only say that he was whimsical. If it was 20 years ago, it might be possible that Ninja World's experts at that time were not as strong as now. Konohagakure's pillar of support, Shiranui Yuuji, had not grown up yet and had not obtained Rinnegan. But now? Rinnegan and Tensegan were both in Yuuji's hands, let alone that terrifying Godzilla. Just Konohagakure alone was enough to make Tonari despair, let alone Akatsuki, the Eye organization, and the Otsutsuki clan that had countless clansmen. Hoito focused his attention and focused on escaping. Kazue rushed to the battlefield. Izumi, you have Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazue looked at her sister with joy. Well, this pair was strictly prohibited from bleeding, probably because of excessive use of eyes. This was a small matter. Then, Kazue glanced at Yamanaka-fu who was lying on the ground, who was basically cold. She knew that this guy was a member of Root's department, but he had been following Izumi all the time. Vaguely, Kazue, who knew Root's style of doing things, had understood something. To stimulate her sister's eyes. Was this Yuuji's goal? However, this was a must. Yuuji definitely did not lack Mangekyo Sharingan. He also did not lack cage level as his subordinate. What was the point of doing this? Kazue did not understand. Sister, kill him. He killed Fu. When Izumi saw Kazue, she could no longer control his emotions and screamed. Kazue revealed her own Mangekyo Sharingan and nodded. Since you said so, this guy must die. Humph, just 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. If I were in a better state, I could kill you in an instant. Urashiki said in a tyrannical manner. Kazue shook her head. No one can kill me. Even if Rikudo-senin comes, he can't. What a joke. How strong can the children of that woman be? As Urashiki spoke, he suddenly made a move and appeared in front of Kazue. He used his remaining hand to pinch Kazue's head and crushed it on the spot. Ha 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 ha, are you a lowly native? You can't even react in front of my speed. Urashiki cruelly spread out his hands and looked at the pair of blood-stained Mangekyo Sharingan in his hands. However, what surprised him was that Izumi did not panic at all. What nonsense are you saying? Kazue's voice came from behind Urashiki. Stab. At the same time, the Kusanagi sword pierced Urashiki's neck. How could it be? You were obviously caught by me. Urashiki lowered his head in disbelief. The pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand was slowly disappearing. Urashiki was dumbfounded. I heard from Yuuji that your Otsutsuki clan has broken through the limits of life and death. I may not be able to compare to you in many places, but in life and death, you are definitely not comparable to me. Kazue's voice was cold. Izumi. Here, sister. Susanoo. An orange Susanoo emerged from Izumi's body, and with a swing of its skeletal hand, Urashiki was seriously injured. Urashiki was unwilling to accept this. Staring at the third eye, he opened the space gate, wanting to envelop himself and escape. Izanami. Izanagi. The two of them activated Hitomi again, trying to stop Urashiki. Not only that, but a bunch of kunai appeared out of thin air and stabbed into Urashiki's neck as soon as they appeared. Blood splattered. Urashiki widened his eyes. He could no longer understand what was going on. This is... Urashiki opened his mouth and let out a puffing sound like a broken bellows. Ordinary Izanagi can only turn reality into an illusion, but I am different. I can turn illusory into reality. Although I am not familiar with this technique, adding some parts to your body is not a problem. Kazue endured the intense pain in her eyes and said. The difficulty of adding something to Urashiki's body was far beyond Kazue's expectations. Just that golden Rinnegan had brought her a huge shackle. If she wanted to successfully cast the spell, the price she had to pay was several times higher. Fortunately, with Izumi's assistance, she barely succeeded. How could that be? I'm from Itsutsuki's clan. I won't die. Urashiki reached out with a trembling hand, wanting to grab Kazue's ankle. However, Kazue immediately took a step back. So you want to carve a karma on my body so that you can use my body to resurrect? Don't think about it. The information about your clan has already been mostly leaked. Swish. Kazue drew her sword and slashed down, cutting off Urashiki's head. Sister, we did it. We killed an Otsutsuki. Izumi sat down on the ground, her face exhausted. She had just barely awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, but she had no choice but to use 3 Mangekyo-level Hitomi techniques in a row. The burden on her was too great. As expected, Big Sister is still the best. From beginning to end, she was just playing it down. Izumi panted heavily. Kazue said, that's because you are not familiar with your own eyes. It will be easy for you to use them a few more times. However, how could you fight with Itsutsuki's people? I also discovered it by chance. It was Hoito who stopped the other party first, Izumi said. Hoito, I understand. Kazue immediately understood. Hoito was able to leave this place because of Yuuji's arrangements, just to stop this half-dead Otsutsuki and help his sister level up. Kazue did not know what to say. Your Hitomi skill should also have to pay a great price, right? But you does not seem to be blind. Kazue asked. Yes, my Hitomi skill is Izanami. Generally speaking, it does need to pay the price of blindness, Izumi said in a low voice, but my Mangekyo skill doesn't seem to need blindness. It will only greatly reduce the lifespan of the eyes, and the cooldown time is longer. It seems that the price is similar to Shisui's Hitomi skill, and it is more serious. Kazue observed, and found that Izumi's eyes were indeed darker. But fortunately, this was enough. Kazue pulled Izumi up from the ground, rubbed Izumi's head, and then looked at Urashiki's head. Urashiki was not dead yet, staring with the golden Rinnegan between his eyebrows, and looked at the two people fiercely. Sister, haven't you always wanted Rinnegan? This eye is your spoils of war. Then I won't hold back. Kazue's heart also stirred, and she very expectantly used the tip of the sword to dig out this eye. A lowly creature like you wants my eyes? What a joke! After Urashiki uttered the last curse, he died. As for the golden Rinnegan that had been dug out, the moment it left his body, it began to dissipate. How could that be? Such a good Rinnegan was actually gone just like that. Kazue had a face full of unwillingness. Maybe he did something, or maybe this eye is not the real eye. Izumi was not sure. Kazue stepped on Urashiki's head fiercely. Izumi ran to help Yamanaka Fu up. Fu, do you have anything else to tell me? I think I can still be saved. Yamanaka Fu's words made Izumi reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. On the other hand, Kazue saw it even more clearly. This fellow, Yamanaka Fu, was almost dead just now, but now there was new life force gushing out of his body continuously, and he was able to survive. It's probably Yuuji's cells. This guy is just a tool sent by Yuuji. He is using his life to motivate Izumi to upgrade. Yuuji-kun's interest is really unpredictable. Kazue glanced at Urashiki's corpse, intending to go back and ask Yuuji why he did this. She was very happy that her sister could awaken Mangekyo Sharingan, but what was the point of Yuuji doing this? Chapter 404, Harbinger of Defection. Sir, are you awake? Ryozetsu knelt respectfully on the ground. Yes. Ishiki's consciousness went online and he slowly opened his eyes. It has only been half a month since you last woke up. Did something happen? Ryozetsu asked respectfully. Something happened to that idiot Urashiki. He was really killed this time. Ishiki controlled Keiran's body, his expression wooden. Ishiki had very little emotional fluctuations, and his personality was much colder than Urashiki, Momoshiki, and the others. Lord Urashiki is dead? Hasn't he always been in Suna Ninja Village? He even said that he will secretly control Suna Ninja Village. Ryozetsu was shocked. The Otsutsuki clan from the unknown world beyond the heavens had actually lost a clansman. This was something Ryozetsu did not dare to imagine. I'm not surprised. That guy is arrogant. Even if he is a little more cautious than Momoshiki and the others, he is only collecting information. His nature has not changed. Ishiki snorted coldly. Right now, I am not sure if that idiot has found a good vessel in advance. There is a high chance that he is not. After entering the second form, his thoughts are wild and driven by instinct. He does not have that kind of brain. Therefore, Urashiki was probably the first real dead Otsutsuki. The kind that would dissipate without even having a chance to reincarnate. It's the kind that has never come. It's still incomplete. Dying here won't have much of an effect. Ishiki said coldly. Sir, didn't you say before that even if Lord Urashiki had turned into that tragic state, he would still be of great use? Moreover, you even risked waking up last time and rescued him from the hands of 2 experts. Ryozetsu was respectful. He was indeed useful before, but at that time, I was also hesitating about whether or not to make use of him. Feeding this kind of Urashiki to little J-Bai, the strength of God Tree who had evolved from J-Bai was limited. Even J-Bai, who had been dismembered by Rikuta Sennin, had eaten more than half of Ishiki and absorbed many years of natural energy. Ishiki estimated that if his J-Bai ate half of Urashiki, it still can't absorb natural energy like 1,000 years ago. Only a ghost would know how much power this God Tree could unleash. Speaking of which, it's all that bitch Kagaya's fault. 1,000 years ago, we didn't have any strong people on this planet. As long as it spent some time, it could absorb all the natural energy. Ishiki said. Although he was ambushed by Kagaya and almost became J-Bai's food, strictly speaking, he was not very angry. Even if Kagaya didn't make a move, he would make the first move and feed Kagaya to J-Bai. The relationship between the two was extremely subtle. What really made Ishiki dissatisfied was that Kagaya, that stupid woman, had obtained God Tree and planted God Tree. She only needed to endure for a few more years to turn this planet into a dead planet, and the mission would be completed. But what was the result? This fool did not want to destroy this planet, and even gave birth to 2 children in fear, wanting to fight against Otsutsuki's other clansmen. That was fine, but in the end, he still had to guide the thoughts of the 2 children. In the end, a native monster took advantage of this opportunity to brainwash Hago Romo and Hamura, inciting these 2 people to rebel and stab Kagaya in the back. The goal of planting the tree was not achieved, and the purpose of absorbing some natural energy to improve his strength was not achieved. He even became a big villain in the eyes of the natives and was betrayed by his 2 sons. He wanted to touch both of them, but he did not hold both of them. Ishiki thought about it and felt that Kagaya was hopelessly stupid. Sir, what should we do now? Ryozetsu asked. Wait, I found another pure-blooded Otsutsuki clansman who hasn't died completely. This is very good. When he and I successfully reincarnate and return to our peak, I will feed him to J-Bai and plant God Tree again. At that time, no one can stop me. Ishiki glanced at Long Shi. Continue to look after and protect Karin. Don't disappoint me. Ryozetsu respectfully agreed. Ishiki's consciousness fell silent. Ryozetsu looked at the sleeping Karin and immediately sat down to carry out her guard mission. Konoha. Kazue took out a scroll, collected Urashiki's body and sealed it. She planned to bring it back to Yuuji. She had too many things to ask Yuuji. Who? Izumi suddenly looked in a direction. It's me. I found out that Kazue-sensei were here, so I came to take a look. Yakumo carefully walked out from behind a tree. You are Kurama Yakumo, sister's disciple. Izumi was taken aback and breathed a sigh of relief. Yakumo nodded carefully. I didn't disturb you, did I? Just focus on the exam. Don't run around, especially look after your other self. Kazue scolded. Yakumo agreed. I know. It hasn't been making any more noise recently. But I didn't expect that sensei has already mastered the art of turning illusory into reality. You're really amazing. Kazue shook his head and sent Izumi back to the clan to recuperate. Only then did he bring Yurashiki's corpse to Yuuji. Very good. It seems that everything went smoothly. Yuuji casually glanced at Yurashiki's corpse and nodded. All of this was arranged by you, right? Many years ago, you arranged for Yamanaka-fu to be by Izumi's side and then used Yamanaka-fu to stimulate Izumi's eyes. That's right. It was originally just a try. I didn't expect it to really succeed. Izumi is different from you. Back then, when you awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, it was because you were in a desperate situation. The most effective way for Izumi to open Mangekyo was not to put her in a dangerous situation, but to put her companion that she trusts in danger. Yuuji explained. It has been arranged for several years, just for a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. This kind of wisdom is really beyond my reach. Kazue sat on the chair below and asked doubtfully, but I don't understand. With your current strength, you don't need Izumi at all, right? At the very least, Shisui and the others can be used by you. And these people, in the battle against Itsutsuki's clan, it was very difficult to play an important role. The gap between cage level and Rikuda's Sennin was too great. Not for cage level, but for you. Yuuji said. For me. Kazue frowned, and then her eyes lit up. Her heart beat faster. Could it be that you? That's right, it has something to do with Rinnegan. Yuuji was straightforward. Ah. What kind of attitude is this? Do you really think that I lack a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan? Don't forget, I have also taken away Yurashiki's Rinnegan. I haven't thought of how to use it yet. Yuuji said. Then let me use it. With my strength, I should be able to support a pair of Rinnegan. Kazue sat back down and said seriously. No, this pair of eyes does not belong to you. I said it before, Izumi has Mangekyo Sharingan, and it is closely related to you. The two of you are blood relatives. Yuuji looked at Kazue meaningfully. Kazue still didn't understand. Do you remember the person you guys besieged in the clan land that day? He is the future Uchiha Sasuke. However, the historical trajectory he is in is very different from our world, Yuuji said. Kazue widened her eyes in shock. In an instant, she quickly recalled a lot of information and began to analyze it. That future Sasuke's eyes are like a combination of two different patterns. A chill arose in Kazue's heart. Yes, that is the new eye that was born after he merged with Itachi's eyes, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyo. Kazue subconsciously covered her eyes. She understood. The normal Mangekyo Sharingan would gradually lose her sight as the number of times she used it and the intensity of her use increased. Kazue knew this. Compared to the past few years, her current vision had greatly declined, so she did not use Mangekyo Sharingan too often. As for the eternal Mangekyo, she could guess what it meant from the literal meaning. Rinnegan does not seem to have the risk of losing sight. So, Rinnegan is actually the eternal Mangekyo who advanced? The eternal Mangekyo is the real middle stage? Kazue was stunned. She did not expect this result at all. Yuuji said lightly, yes, it seems that you have thought it through. Now you know why I am not willing to tell you how to open Rinnegan, right? Kazue, can you bear this kind of price? Sacrifice your sister and dig up her Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazue was stunned on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. She had never thought of such a possibility. She had to dig out the eyes of her kin before she could evolve her own eyes? How could there be such a ridiculous method of advancement in this world? Madara dug out his own brother's eyes, and Sasuke obtained his own brother's eyes. Both of them obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazue, now it's your turn to make a choice. Yuuji looked at Kazue, and his voice was flat. A pair of eternal Mangekyo needs to sacrifice two ordinary pairs of Mangekyo. This is the way your clan can obtain greater strength. As he spoke, he rubbed Yurashiki's corpse and finally found a strange turtle. Kazue's mind was in a mess. She didn't even know when she left Root's base. Is that so? So that's how it is? This was the reason why Yuuji refused to tell her the truth. Kazue's expression was very ugly. When they arrived at the clan, a group of clansmen rushed over to inspect and discuss Izumi's eyes. Their faces were filled with joy. However, in Kazue's eyes, the smiles of these people were slowly twisting, as if they were mocking. Of course, the mockery was fake. Kazue, you're back? I heard that the two of you killed a Otsutsuki who invaded the examination room. You're really amazing. That's right, that guy is the guy that Lord Yuuji failed to kill completely, right? He actually died in your hands. Even Lord Yuuji did not do this. Izumi also has Mangekyo Sharingan. Our clan is getting stronger and stronger. Shut up, she should be called Lord Izumi. Fugaku and the others noticed that there was something wrong with Kazue's expression. Senior Kazue, are you too tired? Shisui asked. No, I'm fine. Kazue pushed the crowd away and walked to Izumi's bed. Sister, you're here. Izumi looked at Kazue happily. Just like she had done for many years in the past, she was full of dependence on Kazue. You should take good care of yourself. If you cannot use those eyes, you don't need to. After speaking, Kazue turned around and walked out amidst the sound of astonishment. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing why Kazue was in such a bad mood and why she said such inexplicable words. Fugaku chased after her, wanting to have a chat. Kazue shook her head. Clan leader, I'm afraid that the trouble you've encountered is even greater than mine. His two sons were killing each other. Furthermore, he did not know if the clan leader had died in that future or if his two sons had dug their eyes out. Fugaku looked at Kazue in confusion. What happened? Izumi opened her eyes, and the news of Urashiki being killed quickly spread into the ears of Yandame. When Minato heard this news, he raised his eyebrows and was slightly surprised. Hokage, what happened? Raza asked. No, it's just a small matter. It's not a big deal. Minato said calmly. Time passed. The second exam ended and the top 32 people were chosen to enter the third exam. When all the examinees walked out of the forest, almost everyone focused their gazes on Naruto, full of awe. Naruto faced these gazes and was extremely calm. He was already used to being the center of attention. Not only did he not feel uneasy, he even felt that these people were very annoying. Damn it! Gaara was covered in dirt and looked haggard as he stared at Naruto. Trash will only have the courage to look at me in such an occasion. Naruto crossed his arms and sneered. Gaara was silent. This was the first time he had been defeated so miserably. The key was that the other party did not even show his true strength. The Naruto Bijuu had not even used his transformation yet he had defeated the completely transformed Ichibai and chased him away like he was chasing a dog. Gaara was greatly humiliated, and his self-esteem had suffered an unprecedented blow. But he had no other choice. Naruto, don't say that. After all, it is our village's ally. Most of the others remained silent, and they were so shocked that they did not dare to speak. Sasuke walked forward and took the initiative to ease the atmosphere. Humph, allied countries? A country rich in trash has no value in joining forces. This kind of country, this kind of village, should obediently kneel down and tremble in front of us, just like what these people are doing now. Naruto pointed at the crowd. Many people changed their expressions, but in the end, they endured the humiliation and tightly shut their mouths. Sasuke sighed. There is no need to be like this. Naruto interrupted Sasuke. You are not in the same tier as these trash. Put away your boring holy mother heart. With this time, you might as well hurry up and cultivate. Don't get too far away from me. Sasuke frowned. Naruto, you're going too far. Hinata walked out and stood beside Naruto. Sasuke, what position do you have to criticize Naruto? Strength is the key to everything. There is nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that it's wrong to be strong. I'm talking about his attitude. Sasuke hurriedly said. Yaku was also standing not far from Sasuke. She looked at Naruto with a burning gaze. She seemed to be full of admiration for Naruto. Naruto, don't be so sad. As long as Naruto saw Yakumo, he would feel annoyed for no reason. Soon after, the third exam began. Many geniuses displayed their talents in front of the experts and messengers of various villages. The battle was extremely intense. Many of the battles made Jonin, who was leading the team on the stage, break out in a cold sweat. He felt that he would have lost if he ended up in the battle. Are all the brat nowadays so powerful? There's nothing I can do. There are too many monsters. Just Jinchuriki alone? Has two of them, let alone a few fellows who are no weaker than Jinchuriki of the same age. The intense elimination round went on and on. Chapter 405, Adult Sasuke's Call for Help. Jonin and the others had to admit that this Chunin exam was the most exciting one they had ever seen. Even Yamato, Kabuto, and Itachi's Chunin exam was not as good as this one. There were too many geniuses, and their strength was extremely strong. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Yakumo, Gaara, Boruto, Gurren, Sumaru. There was naturally no need to talk about these super geniuses that were the center of attention. The strength that they displayed made Jonin feel inferior. As for the others, such as Shikamaru, Shino, and the others, they were also quite remarkable. Konoha. There are too many geniuses. Some of the people from other villages lamented in their hearts. The elimination rounds continued, causing cries of alarm. Naruto and Sasuke were fine, but Boruto was the one who attracted attention. That's Rai's Nan? Are you kidding me? Isn't this technique that Lord Yondaime developed? And he looks like Naruto. Is there a blood relationship between them? He looks about the same age as Naruto, a distant relative of the Minato family. When Boruto revealed Rai's Nan, many people were dumbfounded. Minato was also stunned and looked at Boruto in surprise. Minato was not angry, and he could not be angry because of this. What does this young man have to do with Naruto? Or rather, what does it have to do with me? Minato silently pondered. His super IQ played a role at this moment, continuously analyzing. In the next moment, everyone saw Boruto throw Rai's Nan forward fiercely, throwing it out on the spot. He threw it out? Rai's Nan can still use it like this. No, the main point is not this. Why did the Rai's Nan he threw out disappear? When he reappeared, he would have already hit the enemy. Everyone exclaimed. They had never seen it before, and they had never heard of Rai's Nan using it like this. Minato's eyes lit up. Because this technique, he didn't know it either. It looks like an ordinary Rai's Nan. He didn't add any changes to his nature, but he could disappear after throwing it out? How did he do it? Minato thought excitedly. Moreover, he had never taught Naruto to learn Rai's Nan. It was not that he did not teach, but that Naruto was not willing to learn. But what was going on with this Rai's Nan, who was even more special? With doubt in his voice, Minato focused on observing Boruto's performance and whispered to Yuuji, "Did you teach Rai's Nan to this young man?" "No, how could that be? I don't know this technique of Rai's Nan, and it doesn't suit me either," Yuuji replied. "With your intelligence, do you really not know the reason at all?" Yuuji asked. Minato glanced at Yuuji, deep in thought. Following the cries of surprise, another youth caught the attention of the people. "It's this guy, representing the I organization to participate in the competition. What's with his technique? Why is it so similar to Bijuu's outer clothing, and he can change the shape of his outer clothing at will? Could it be that he is Jinchuriki? It's obviously not Jinchuriki. This chakra is clearly his own, probably imitating the special ninjutsu of Bijuu's outer clothing." Sumaru cleanly eliminated his opponent, leaving the arena with a calm expression. Everyone stared at him with awe in their eyes. In addition to imitating Bijuu's coat, this guy seemed to have mastered a strange poison ability. "This looks very similar to your radiation?" Minato asked. Yuuji nodded. "As far as I know, apart from me, there is another group of people who are very good at using the power of radiation to cultivate." Hashigakure. "Yes, but Hashigakure's meteorite was taken away by the mysterious man. He could no longer control the power of radiation, and this mysterious man seemed to have encountered an unknown enemy attack." "I understand. The meteorite fell into the hands of the I organization, Hashigakure. I will arrange for someone to investigate Hashigakure. Maybe we can find some clues." The test for Chunin came to an end. The final victor was no surprise. It was Naruto. Even Sasuke paled in comparison to such a Naruto. He could only use sub-body Godzilla to resist. Sub-body Godzilla was extremely powerful and could still hold on, but Sasuke himself was not. Using the psychic spell consumed a lot of his chakra, and after being attacked by Naruto, he could not bear the burden and fell down. "I have already warned you not to relax. Reality proved that you are no longer my opponent. The gap between you and me will only get bigger and bigger." In the broken huge examination field, in the broken black forest, Naruto stood in front of Sasuke and looked at the number one enemy on the ground. He sneered coldly. "Damn it, don't be too proud. I just failed for a moment. Give me more time and I can defeat you." Sasuke was covered in wounds and barely got up from the ground. Naruto shook his head coldly. You have been saying this kind of thing for more than 6 years, but from beginning to end, you only beat me once. What else can you rely on next time? You only have one Godzilla who can rival Kyuubi. What else can you rely on? Sasuke gritted his teeth. He was defeated by Naruto under the gaze of so many people. A strong sense of humiliation rose in his heart, and there was a strong sense of defeat. How could this be? His strength clearly surpassed Naruto, and the major victory in the graduation exam was not fake. But why did Naruto become so strong in just a few months? The two of them were in the same team, and they had been following Kakashi to carry out missions crazily for the past few months. Logically speaking, he had seen Naruto grow up. But, why did Naruto grow so fast? Mokuton and Kyuubi, the combination of these two forces is the reason why I lost. Sasuke was full of unwillingness and fiercely punched the ground. Damn it! He stared at the sky. The ferocious black wooden dragon was still standing proudly. I need to grasp a stronger power. Sasuke said in a low voice. Humph, whatever you want. I hope you can grow up as soon as possible so that you can bring me some fun. Naruto threw down this sentence, turned around coldly, and left without any reluctance. He became the first place, just like what he had experienced in the past many years, he was the final winner. Listening to the cheers and praises of everyone. Not only did Naruto not feel any sense of accomplishment, he instead felt that these people were too noisy. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Naruto stood at the highest point of all the examinees with a cold face. Chunin exam came to an end. But for many people, Chunin exam was just an insignificant farce. Big Fox, you said that when I am strong enough, you will tell the cause of death of my mother, right? I am strong enough now. Naruto walked on the road and talked to Kyuubi. I feel that if I go all out to transform Bijuu, I can create an 8th tail. That's true. You are much stronger than a few months ago. This kind of growth speed is extraordinary. Kyuubi deliberated over the words, and his bloodshot eyes revealed a strong malice. When Naruto saw Kyuubi's expression, he frowned. There was a hidden ominous feeling. He immediately shouted, Tell me, how did my mother die? She is a pure descendant of Uzumaki. Even if she died on the battlefield or was assassinated, I can understand. She should not have died of illness. He, Kushina did not die of illness. What Yandere told you was a lie. The real cause of your mother's death is more cruel and bloody than you think. Kyuubi sneered. Naruto walked as if no one was around, as if no one was allowed to enter. Boruto followed behind Naruto. There were several times when he wanted to say something, but he only felt that his father's aura had become strange and colder. After the crowd dispersed, Boruto was returning home and meeting up with Sasuke. Can we have a chat? Minato suddenly appeared in front of the door, blocking Boruto. Hokage-sama? The exam has just ended. Shouldn't you be dealing with the leaders of the various villages? Why are you here? Boruto was startled. Minato gently said, They can be settled later. I want to talk to you more. Alright, but let me say it first. There are some things I can't say. Boruto agreed. Where did your raised nan learn it from? Minato asked. This, it was taught to me by Naruto. Oh? But I remember that Naruto does not know this technique. Moreover, he disdained to learn this technique. Maybe it is not that he does not know it, just that he does not want to show it. Was it Naruto who taught you the disappearing raised nan? I don't know. I learned it myself. I don't know what happened. Minato and Boruto looked at each other and fell silent. Then let's talk about you. You are from the village of Time, right? A village I have never heard of. Even the invitation letter was given to you by Naruto. Minato looked at Boruto gently. Ah. This matter, this kind of thing, is not easy to explain. Boruto closed his mouth. Minato looked at Boruto seriously. After a long silence, he slowly nodded. I more or less understand. You can go see your leader Jonin. After saying that, Minato looked in a certain direction and disappeared. He disappeared. What a fast speed. I can't see how he left at all. Boruto was confused and subconsciously said. This is not as simple as speed, this is time-space ninjutsu. Only then did Sasuke come out and come in front of Boruto. Time-space ninjutsu? Is it the same as your space transfer? Yes, but in terms of actual combat, Yandame's Flying Thunder God is far stronger than my teleportation ability. There was a trace of fear in the eyes of the adult Sasuke. The strength of Yandame in the battlefield was something that people had to pay attention to. Moreover, Yandame clearly noticed him just now, but he did not come over to talk. With Yandame's wisdom, he probably realized something. For this change that could affect the future, Sasuke was extremely calm. This timeline had already changed beyond recognition. No matter how chaotic it was, how could it be messed up? At most, he would defect once more at this time. Boruto, we should go back soon. Before we leave, we have to meet someone, Sasuke said. Boruto said happily, we can finally go back? Did sensei find that strange turtle? I didn't find it, but someone should have found it. Sasuke said. Not long after, Sasuke and Boruto walked out of the spatial tunnel. As soon as they landed, they were surrounded by a large group of roots ninjas. Retreat, they are not enemies. Yuuji said without raising his head. The many roots ninjas silently retreated. Boruto was shocked by these special ninjas, so powerful. Roots Department, I have never heard of it in the future. That is because in your era, Roots Department has been disbanded and the leader of Roots Department has also been killed. Yuuji laughed. Who can kill their leader? Boruto asked curiously. It's the guy beside you. Back then, he was a complete mess. He fought with the 5 of the 5 big ninja village, and finally killed the leader of the Root clan, the temporary 6th Hokage, Yuuji said. Boruto had a face full of question marks. Isn't the 6th Hokage Hotaki Kakashi? Why is there a temporary one? Why did sensei fight with the other villages and kill the 6th Hokage? Isn't this a rebellion? Don't talk about this. The news of Izumi opening his eyes has already spread from Uchiha's clan, so is that fellow Urashiki dead? Sasuke changed the topic. Dead. He was killed by Kazue and Izumi, and his corpse fell into my hands, Yuuji said. After he finished speaking, he took out a turtle. This is what you want to ask, right? The precious artifact of Otsutsuki's clan. That's right. We can go back through this thing. Sasuke nodded. He couldn't quite understand the man in front of him. Shiranui Yuuji seemed to know everything and was familiar with the different historical trajectories of the two worlds. Could it be that this person actually had the ability to travel through time and had long known about their future? If you want to go back, I can let you go now. You only need to fill this artifact with chakra. But, are you really going to leave? What do you mean? Sasuke asked. If I'm not wrong, something very special will happen soon. At this time, you should know what happened. Yuuji looked at Sasuke. Sasuke hesitated, but at this time, there is no reason for me to do that kind of thing. Wait, you mean? Boruto was completely confused. He did not know what the two were talking about. Sasuke looked at Yuuji in horror. If I don't have any problems, then wouldn't the problem be? You already knew that the gathering would have this kind of result? Then why didn't you stop it? Even if I forcefully stopped it, then what? Will he be locked up in Konoha forever? Yuuji stroked the turtle in his hand and said indifferently. Sasuke did not know what to say. He completely did not understand. What's more, he was not a person of this world, and he had no reason or position to do something to stop this from happening. You are the key to this timeline. It's up to you. Anyway, with you here, this world will not become even worse. Sasuke sighed. Yuuji nodded and put Karasuki away. Sasuke hesitated for a moment. How much do you know about our timeline? I more or less know what you know. Well, you should know that in our world, there is still the powerful Otsutsuki who is wreaking havoc. There are only 3 of them. If possible, before the situation completely collapses, I hope you can go to our world and help us. Chapter 406, Child Sasuke's Double Strength. Chunin's exam was over, but this was not the end, but a beginning. The undercurrent that people noticed was secretly surging. Today's Konoha has no other villages that can shake it, but no matter how strong the foreign enemy is, it is on the bright side. When there are internal problems, they will often be eroded in a very subtle way. The young Sasuke temporarily did not notice this. His mind was full of thoughts of surpassing Naruto. After suffering another crushing defeat to Naruto, Sasuke could not accept this. How could this be? Why was I able to catch up to him with great difficulty, but I was quickly thrown off. Sasuke fiercely punched the wall, his entire body trembling, extremely unwilling. Was he not working hard enough? Was he not talented enough? Or did he not receive good guidance? He had all of these, and they were the best among all of Konoha. But he just couldn't win against Naruto. Just as Naruto had said, if he continued like this, the gap between the two would only grow bigger and bigger. The purpose of Sasuke's existence was to bring Naruto some insignificant pleasure after working hard. Sasuke was extremely unwilling in his heart. Senior Izumi, if there's nothing else, I'll go cultivate. As the youngest son of the clan leader, Sasuke came out of courtesy to pay a visit to the newly promoted Kage level, Izumi. News of Uchiha Izumi having Mangekyo Sharingan also began to spread in the village, but this time, the commotion caused was unexpectedly small. What? Uchiha has another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan? Oh, so it's like that. In any case, there are many pairs in this clan, so there are a lot in Konohagakure, Akatsuki, and I organization added together. Isn't it reasonable to have another pair? Sasuke looked at Izumi's black eyes with envy. Mangekyo Sharingan. What a powerful force! If he could also have this kind of power, he would probably be able to defeat Naruto. Are you very envious? Do you also want to have this pair of eyes? Izumi smiled and looked at the young and energetic Sasuke. Of course. If I had Mangekyo Sharingan, I would be able to defeat Naruto with my illusion technique. Sasuke said enviously. Naruto was too much of a bug. Just the fact that he was immune to illusions was enough to destroy one of Sasuke's advantages. However, if he could use Mangekyo Sharingan to control both Naruto and Kyuubi, then there would naturally be no such thing as illusion immunity. It's not that simple. If Naruto and Kyuubi could take control of each other, then Mangekyo's level illusion would also be broken, unless it was a special Hitomi technique, Naruto explained. Izumi explained. For example, Shi and Shisui, who could use the exclusive illusion technique, as long as the technique was successful, they would definitely be able to defeat Naruto and Kyuubi. Whether it was Kota Amatsukami or Izanami, they were both super illusions that could make people collapse. Sasuke was deep in thought. He bid farewell to Izumi and walked on the way to the training ground. An ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan can't do it. Then what should I do? The last time I was able to defeat Naruto, I relied on the strength of sub-body Godzilla. The simplest method was to contract a spirit beast that was no less inferior to Godzilla. A sub-body Godzilla equals Kyuubi. 2 sub-body Godzilla equals Kyuubi plus Naruto. Sasuke thought like this. Looks like I still have to make a trip to the Holy Land. I hope to find an existence that can rival the sub-body Godzilla. Sasuke made up his mind and stopped cultivating. Instead, he went to meet Yuuji. Oh? So that's what you think? It's a good idea, but as the main body of the psychic beast, the burden on you will be unprecedented. Can you summon 2 giant beasts that can rival Kyuubi at the same time with your chakra? Yuuji asked. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, it should be possible. I am still growing rapidly. Even if it is very difficult to do it now, I can do it easily in a few months. That's true. Alright, then I will take you to the Holy Land again. As Yuuji spoke, he placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. With a poof, the two of them turned into smoke and disappeared. When Sasuke opened his eyes again, he was immediately stunned. This is a holy land. As you can see. But why did it become like this? Could it be that the battlefield you fought with that Otsutsuki is here? That's right. Although I'm trying my best to protect this holy land, a battle of that level can easily create natural disasters. It's impossible for the holy land to remain intact. Yuuji said. Sasuke looked at the devastation in front of him in a daze, his scalp numb. I really can't imagine what kind of fierce battle it was that created this type of terrifying result. Fortunately, those Godzilla didn't seem to have too many casualties, still moving about in the ruined Holy Land. Sensei, is there an individual stronger than Godzilla? Sasuke asked. Yes, on me. Well, that's worse than Godzilla. If it's worse, it won't be able to compete with a Bijuu of the level of Kyuubi. Are you sure you want to make a contract with Godzilla of this level? Sasuke was in a dilemma and could only look at Yuuji for help. Yuuji smiled and said, Godzilla, who can rival the sub-body Godzilla, actually exists, and you have seen him before. Have I seen him before? Godzilla. Sensei, Are you talking about Orochimaru, that guy's mechanical Godzilla? But that thing is too weak. Wasn't it blown up by the sub-body Godzilla back then? Sasuke was surprised. That's an experimental version. The truly powerful one is the second-generation mechanical Godzilla. Orochimaru is indeed a genius, but his luck isn't very good. Yuuji briefly explained the situation to Sasuke. Orochimaru, who was driving the second-generation mechanical Godzilla, was in high spirits. In the end, he successfully attracted Urashiki's attention. The powerful second-generation mechanical Godzilla was finally blown up and collapsed in the Holy Land. I don't like the first generation, so I casually threw the remains on the island. It was probably destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. However, the second one is still a bit interesting. It is useless for me to fight with the sub-body Godzilla, but it is useful for you. As Yuuji spoke, his heart moved. Along with a series of rumbling sounds, a slightly dilapidated giant mechanical Godzilla slowly walked out. After my repair, this guy can barely fight, but his strength level is obviously not comparable to his peak. The parts on his body are also damaged too much. I am too lazy to change it. Sasuke, since you want to increase your strength, then I will give it to you. The repair work will also be handed to you. Yuuji casually threw out a scroll. This contains the structure of mechanical Godzilla. Take some time to learn it. To repair mechanical Godzilla, it was actually very simple for Yuuji. He only needed to control the part of the flesh that belonged to Godzilla. He could forcibly bond with the flesh and blood of Gedo statue, and then piece up the tattered ninja tool. Sasuke happily took the scroll and immediately opened it. He eagerly learned to repair this big guy as soon as possible, so that it could become a combat power that he could control. In the next month or so, Sasuke devoted all his energy to mechanical Godzilla. During this period, he also returned to Konoha many times, relying on the strength of Uchiha's clan to wantonly purchase ninja tools. Especially for various kinds of high-grade ninja tools, regardless of the cost. For a time, the people in the village were very curious and discussed animatedly. They did not know what Sasuke was going to do. Wahaha, who cares what he wants to do? Anyway, Uchiha's clan has plenty of money. They are willing to spend money, and we can just crazily make money. The store owner, who sold ninja tools, was overjoyed. Tenten, don't just focus on training. Go buy more in the next few days. It won't be so easy to earn money after the wind blew. Tenten sat on the steps at the door, her hands on her cheeks, looking like she had nothing to live for. The money that Uchiha spent has already exceeded 100 million, and it's still growing. Even if they are Ninja World's #1 family, they shouldn't be able to withstand such a consumption. Every day, he wondered what exactly had gone wrong with Uchiha's clan to do such a thing even at the expense of all their wealth. Ninja tools? What was there to collect? The most famous kunai throwing technique and the sword throwing technique of Uchiha's clan did not need so many ninja tools. Moreover, these ninja tools that had been bought were not things like shuriken or kunai, but more complicated and huge high-grade ninja tools. Generally, they did not need this level of weapons. Speaking of which, the one who is full of preference for ninja tools is also one of the I organization's demon. That guy also has Mangekyou Sharingan. I heard that Mangekyou's Hitomi technique is related to ninja tools. Tenten suddenly remembered. Did Uchiha's clan cooperate with Demon and buy ninja tools just to win over him? Could it be that Demon decided to return to Uchiha's clan? Tenten thought about it. As she thought about it, she thought of her childhood playmate, the guy who only had one arm. Speaking of which, he also likes ninja tools. I don't know what happened, but he disappeared for no reason. Is he okay now? Is he still alive? Tenten thought about it. The whole of Konohagakure was talking about the movements of Uchiha's family. In the few days after Chunin examination, Uchiha's family was on the top of the village's hot search list. Some people went to ask the people of Konoha's garrison. But the people of Konoha's garrison also didn't know, they really didn't know. If they really knew, they would have blurted it out in order to act tough after being repeatedly questioned. Only the higher UPS in the clan knew the reason. How is the restoration going? Fugaku looked at Sasuke seriously. In this operation, we have consumed all the wealth in the clan. In the next 1 or 2 years, we will have to tighten our belt and live a good life. If we are more serious, it might affect the training of the young clansmen. Training talents also needed to be invested in the cost. Sasuke nodded. More than half of it has been repaired. Give me a little more time and I will be able to recover more than half of Mechanical Godzilla's combat strength. So that's how it is. More than half of its combat strength. I have never seen the strength of Mechanical Godzilla. However, if it is as you said, this is a monster that can fight against sub-body Godzilla in its heyday. More than half of its combat strength can definitely fight against Bijuu. Fugaku heaved a sigh of relief and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. It was indeed very difficult for Shizuke to only rely on himself to learn while changing parts. However, Fugaku could not bring it up and ask Shizuke to hand over the scroll and mobilize the strength of the entire clan to repair it. Because the scroll was taught to Shizuke by Yuuji, it could also be understood as a forbidden technique that could control Mechanical Godzilla. Fugaku was not stupid. He did not want to die, and he would definitely not do something like checking the scroll. Everything depended on Sasuke's actions. They only knew how to assist. From the looks of it, the progress was very satisfactory to Fugaku. Mechanical Godzilla. A man-made monster that was suspected to be able to fight against the sub-body Godzilla, it was simply inconceivable. Fugaku racked his brains but could not figure out how this kind of Kyuubi-level monster was created. Was Orochimaru really terrifying to this extent? He would never have thought that the Mechanical Godzilla was essentially controlled by Yuuji in the dark. The research and development process of Orochimaru was also guided and interfered by Yuuji, which led to the success of the 2 generations of Mechanical Godzilla. The entire Uchiha clan went bankrupt to help Shizuke repair Mechanical Godzilla. Naruto also noticed the movements of Uchiha's clan, but he did not take it to heart. Dad, have you heard about Uchiha's clan? Boruto caught up. Naruto looked coldly at Boruto, who was the same age as him, his face full of coldness and hostility. Boruto was stunned. He knew that this hostility was not directed at him, but this was the strangest thing. Why was his father showing such extreme emotions? What exactly happened? Boruto, did Yandere come looking for you? I didn't ask about this before. What did you tell him? Did you reveal the history you know? Naruto said in a low voice. Boruto panicked. No, no. He asked me where I learned Raise Nan. I said that you taught me. In my history, it was indeed like this. Naruto nodded coldly and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. For the next few days, stay in the village and don't move around. No matter what happens, Konoha is one of the safest places in Ninja World. Boruto looked confused. Meanwhile, Naruto returned home directly. Shizuke, who was hiding in the dark and observing all of this, sighed deeply. The coldness and cruelty of the giant on Naruto's body that was thousands of miles away, was exactly the same as him back then. Naruto returned home and sat at the table, motionless like a stone statue. Late at night, Minato returned. When he opened the door, he saw Naruto sitting with his back to him. He was stunned. What's wrong? Why aren't you resting? You are still growing. Try not to stay up late. There was a trace of hoarseness in Naruto's voice. You went to look for Boruto, right? Minato also noticed that there was something wrong with Naruto's mood. He patiently sat in front of Naruto and said gently, that's right. I roughly understand. The real name of the person called Boruto should be Uzumaki, right? That's right. So, it's your son, my grandson? This speculation is very absurd, but it is closest to the truth. He has golden hair and a similar appearance. He has mastered the disappearing Raise Nan and accepted Naruto's training. However, he has the same origin as the mysterious Rinnegan who came from Uchiha's territory. It is probably to kill Otsutsuki. You guys are on a mission in ancient Iran and triggered the dragon vein, causing future to come to our world. Minato smiled. But I didn't expect that the ones who killed Urashiki would be Kazue and Izumi. Naruto remained silent. Now you can breathe a sigh of relief. I have no reason to do anything to them, Minato said. Naruto chuckled and said coldly, I don't care about this kind of thing. With your strength, you can't do anything to them. You can't even last a few rounds in front of Shizuke, so you can only run for your life in a sorry state. So that's how it is. So that Rinnegan is the future Shizuke. It is really gratifying to see the young people in the village surpass me. However, Naruto was staring at Minato's eyes and said in a low voice, so, when mom was in trouble, you, who knew that your strength was not enough, just watched her die. Chapter 407, I'm defecting. Minato did not know how to answer this question. Back then, it was your mother who made the decision to protect you at all costs. Minato pondered for a moment. Naruto slowly shook his head. What I want to know is that you chose being Hokage instead of mother, right? Because you are the yandere of the village is more important to you. Minato was silent. When Kushina died, Minato did hesitate. He and Kushina could die, but Konohagakure could not lose Kyuubi. This was Minato's bottom line. This was also the premise of everything. In the end, Kushina dragged half of Kyuubi to death while Minato saved Naruto and the other half. Looks like it's true. Then we have nothing to talk about. Naruto left directly and returned to the room. Naruto, who told you all this? Minato asked. This has nothing to do with you. Naruto slammed the door shut. In the next few days, Naruto seemed to have become even colder. This made Minato spend some time with Naruto, trying to explain what happened back then, trying to repair the relationship between father and son. However, this was no longer important to Naruto. The main point was not what Minato was thinking back then, but what purpose he had. The main point was that his mother had died. Humph, you understand now, right? Kushina and I had no choice in what happened back then. She is dead for sure. Kyuubi said to Naruto with a tone full of malice. Naruto stood in front of the cage and suddenly raised his head, looking at Kyuubi with a tyrannical expression. Kyuubi looked at Naruto, who was like this, and laughed. Very good, this is the expression. Naruto, this is the power of hatred. Shut up. Do you hate this old man? Back then, Kushina risked his life to give birth to you. It was also Akatsuki's people who extracted this old man from Kushina's body. They even used Mangekyo Sharingan to control this old man. This old man is indeed one of the culprits who killed your mother, Kyuubi said with a sinister smile. But this old man has never done anything, including attacking Konohagakure. This old man is being controlled by someone. Naruto was so angry that his entire body was trembling. It was precisely because of this that he did not know what to do. Kill Kyuubi? This big fox would not have died. Moreover, in the incident of Kyuubi, Kyuubi himself was a tool, being fought over and controlled by others. Don't be too arrogant, bastard. Naruto growled. Kyuubi sneered. It is time to make a choice. The cause of all this is this rotten village. This seemingly prosperous place is actually already rotten. It is the source of all this. It is very likely that Sandaime Hokage will also be sealed by the dead. Why doesn't he take the initiative to stand up and die when he is old and has no value? Why doesn't your father take the initiative to stand up and die for Kushina? Kyuubi said. Naruto gritted his teeth. Kyuubi continued, because Kushina is Jinchuriki. Everyone knows that Jinchuriki will definitely die if he loses Bijuu. Therefore, making use of Kushina is the most worthwhile decision. Kyuubi, I'll kill you. Boom. A large number of trees drilled out, passed through the cages, and crazily wrapped around Kyuubi. Don't be childish, Naruto. You know what I said is right. Kyuubi did not resist, but looked at Naruto cruelly. In Kushina's eyes, you are the continuation of her life, and you are the most important person in her life. In her eyes, you are more important than the whole village. Naruto was weak all over, and in the violent trembling, he turned and left with hatred. Kyuubi lay on the ground, letting herself be bound by the woods. In fact, as long as it wanted, it could easily break free, but it did not do so. Instead, it looked out of the cage with expectation. In the shadow of the sewer, a blurry human silhouette was formed. Finally, today has come. This old man has been secretly guiding and nurturing for so many years. Coupled with a bit of influence from Kurama Yakumo, I have finally cultivated the dark personality in this little kid. Kyuubi used the bloody red eyes to appreciate his masterpiece. Everyone had a dark side in their hearts, and Kyuubi, who could sense the evil of the heart, had long been eyeing the darkness in Naruto's heart. Over the years, after 12 years of cultivation, the flower finally blossomed. Humph, if not for the fact that this little brat Naruto's inner world was too strange, this old man would have succeeded long ago. Kyuubi recalled that Naruto's inner world was very strange. Sometimes, the dark side would inexplicably grow, and there was also an indescribable ghost that suppressed the condensation of the dark personality. Kyuubi didn't understand Asura's chakra, but it did sense that something was wrong. Now, it was finally time to harvest. Mito Uzumaki, Kushina Uzumaki, and Naruto Uzumaki, 3 generations of Jinchuriki were finally blackened by this old man. Kyuubi laughed loudly. It was a great humiliation for the dignified strongest Bijuu to be continuously sealed within the bodies of 3 humans. This situation would quickly turn for the better. It would control Naruto, who was being eroded and controlled by the dark personality. In the outside world, undercurrents were surging. More accurately, Naruto was restless. He walked on the bustling street and looked at the people coming and going, his face cold. This is the village that my mother sacrificed herself to survive. This is the village that the Hokage needs to protect even if they have to sacrifice their loved ones. I want to prove that everything in front of me is not worthy of her sacrifice. Naruto secretly gritted his teeth. All the accumulated dissatisfaction erupted at this moment. In the dead of night, Naruto cultivated on the training ground and only stopped when a figure appeared. I have been waiting for you. Sensei, Naruto said in a deep voice. What's the matter? Akatsuki, is Uchiha Madara your companion? The guy who killed my mother. Naruto said. Well, I thought something made you so serious. Strictly speaking, he is only my partner. We are partners. Su tilted his head and said. Naruto slowly said, then, if I want to kill him, Sensei, you probably won't stop me, right? Of course not. That is your freedom. As long as you are strong enough, I won't care even if you kill Nagato. Su shook his head as he spoke, looking unconcerned throughout the entire process. Naruto nodded. Only strength won't disappoint me. Then I'll take it as you've agreed. Since that's the case, I've decided to join Akatsuki. With my strength, it's definitely enough. Join Akatsuki. Our organization is targeting Bijuu. The QB in your body is also our target. As Jinchuriki, you betrayed Konoha and joined us. Have you really decided? Su asked. Naruto secretly gritted his teeth. This is not important to begin with. I only care about power. My Mokutan's blood inheritance still has a stronger space to dig out. I need to obtain even stronger power from you, Sensei. As long as he could kill Uchiha Madara, everything would be worth it. At this time, Kyuubi roared in shock and anger, little brat, are you crazy? Akatsuki has Nagato, Madara, and your sensei. You are courting death by joining this organization. Humph, I don't need a stupid fox like you to tell me what I want to do. Back then, you were casually controlled by Madara. You were simply a crude crawling beast. Only by listening to you would you have no future. In the spiritual space, Naruto said coldly. Kyuubi was flustered and exasperated. He felt even more panic. Do you think your sensei will protect you? Don't be naive. Even if he really is Senju Hashirama himself, there will definitely be a major change in his will. You are very likely to be one of his hunting targets. He must have a secret to cultivate you. Is this important? I want to get close to Uchiha Madara and kill him. Only this goal is the most important. Even if you really kill Madara, then what? How are you going to face the others of Akatsuki? Humph, when I kill Uchiha Madara, there are only a few people in the entire Akatsuki who are my match. When the time comes, I will take the opportunity to kill everyone else. Naruto said coldly. Kyuubi stopped talking. This kind of battle plan was very good, very powerful. Logically, it seemed impeccable. But are you sure you can kill Uchiha Madara? Of course, I am only 12 years old. With my talent, even if I can't kill him now, I will definitely be able to do so in the future. Naruto showed his strong self-esteem with confidence. This was confidence brought about by his strength, which made Kyuubi not know what to say. The two of them stopped talking. Are you done? That fox will definitely stop you. It knows that Akatsuki will not be friendly to it. Su asked. Naruto nodded. It's already settled. My will is the most important. I have the final say. Very good. I will talk to the leader. As long as you leave Konohagakure alive, our group will accept you. If you want to break free of the shackles, then go all out. Su said. Su's body slowly merged into the ground and disappeared. Naruto stood in place for a long time, like a piece of wood. It's time to act. Once I leave the village without permission, I will definitely be stopped and hunted. I still need a few tools that I can barely use. Naruto went straight to a place. Konoha Prison. In order to find useful tools that could be sacrificed at will, the only thing that Naruto could think of was the prison. After easily avoiding the ninja guarding the door, Naruto cast a spell to open the barrier and sneaked in to observe the criminals in the prison. These guys are too weak. We can only find those two guys. Naruto came to the deepest area of the prison and stood in front of the two burly men. Ah, I'm hungry again. Brother, I haven't eaten for half an hour. Yes, the village always gives us food in different tones. It's very bad. The two brothers said one by one, looking like their brains were not very good. When Naruto came, the two of them also lay on the ground in a daze, looking at Naruto in a daze. I found you. The legendary stupid brothers, Fujin and Raijin. Naruto recalled the information of these two people. Fujin and Raijin were the subordinates of Tsunade. In the Third World War, they killed their companions in order to snatch food from their companions. These two people had once attacked the ninja school. According to the rumors of the old people in the village, these two people seemed to be frightened by the 10-year-old Yuuji. These two people were extremely strong. They had rough skin and thick flesh, and their strength surpassed most of Jonins. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were elites with bad brains. Fujin, Raijin, I need your strength. In return, I will give you enough food. Naruto directly took out a scroll and slapped it down. A large amount of food was channeled out and piled up on the ground. Brother, there is a lot of food. That's right, brother. Do you want to kill this person and take all the food? The two of them immediately got up, and with a light twist of their hands, they tore open the iron fence and picked up the food on the ground to eat crazily. Naruto said, I am the son of the Hokage, and I have plenty of money. Follow me, and you will get endless food. You will be full every meal. Fujin and Raijin nodded as they ate crazily. The reason why they stayed here was not because they were too weak to escape, but because Konoha could steadily provide them with food. Of course, they still couldn't eat until they was full. Naruto revealed a satisfied expression. At this moment, a voice came from behind a tightly closed iron door in a nearby prison. The son of the Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, right? Take me with you. I also have great strength and can help you. I don't accept trash. Naruto said. Trash? The power that I, Mizuki, have grasped is beyond your imagination. After all, I am the man who has been deceived by Shiranui Yuuji. How can ordinary people have this kind of treatment? Mizuki. Naruto pondered. He didn't know much about Mizuki, but he vaguely remembered that this guy seemed to be the school's sensei, but he had long resigned. It turned out that he had been caught in the prison. Do you know what I am going to do? How dare you follow me? Naruto sneered. Mizuki said in a low voice, you didn't hesitate to sneak in to contact legendary stupid brothers. At most, you just defected. I am very interested in why you defected, but I want to escape here and take revenge on this village. Very good, count you in. Naruto immediately agreed. As long as it could help him, it would have the value to be used and abandoned. When I come back next time, I will take you with me. You have to help me resist the pursuers, Naruto said. But if not for that man personally taking action, there wouldn't be anyone who could make me fear. Mizuki replied, his voice filled with deep resentment. Naruto was a bit curious about what was going on with this person. After quietly leaving the prison, Naruto walked on the quiet road and jumped onto a building. He quietly looked down at the village in the night. This was probably the last time he looked at this place seriously. Swish! A figure also jumped up. It's already so late, why aren't you going back to sleep? What are you doing here, Hinata? Naruto squatted at the highest point of the building, looking down at Hinata coldly. Naruto-kun, don't forget that I have Byakugan. I have watched your actions from the beginning, Hinata said. So, you still haven't given up on the idea you had in the past? Naruto said. That's right. I am very willing to participate in something like leaving the village. Humph, as a branch family member, you probably don't have much value. You won't be able to escape very far and will be killed by clansmen. However, your Byakugan can be of some use. Chapter 408, I'm taking you back to the village. Omegakure. It was rare for Akatsuki's members to gather together. What did you say? Kyuubi's little brat wants to defect. Everyone was full of question marks. Has he lost his mind and gone crazy? Isn't Kyuubi Jinchuriki the son of Naruto Yandere? This is Naruto, the #1 power of Ninja World. He actually wants to defect? I really doubt the authenticity of this information. Konan was the first to speak. She didn't believe this information. Konoha was a gathering of experts. With more than 10 kg level at the front, the pressure made Ninja World unable to breathe. Akatsuki had suffered many losses in the hands of Konoha, and even Nagato had been defeated by Yuuji. The relationship between the I organization and Konoha could be said to be reasonable, and there was no hostility for the time being. In such a situation, Konoha's Naruto wanted to defect to their Akatsuki? He must have contracted some serious illness. Everyone looked at Sue at the same time. Sue slowly said, "Ah, I am also surprised that such a thing happened, but this is the truth. Naruto is still brooding over the chaos that happened to Kyuubi. He talked about Naruto's dissatisfaction with his father. So that's how it is. It seems to make sense. Because I am carrying my mother's life and expectations, I am terrified and uneasy. In the end, I developed a grudge against the village and my father who could not protect my mother," Kisame said in a deep voice. For a child, the position of a mother was usually irreplaceable. Especially this child, when he learned that his mother died to protect him, the panic in his heart would be infinitely magnified. "White Zetsu, tell me about your understanding of Naruto," Kakuzu said. White Zetsu said, "Naruto, as far as I know, this is a very difficult guy to get along with. It is true that he is a genius, but he is extremely arrogant and conceited. He looks down on anyone other than Sasuke. Yes. This kind of personality and this kind of experience. It doesn't seem so difficult to understand if he wants to defect. But the problem was, why did he come to Akatsuki? It seems that stupid brat doesn't know that we, Akatsuki, were established to snatch Bijuu. That's why he came to us." Hirako suddenly laughed, his face full of ridicule. It was unknown whether he was mocking Naruto or Nagato. After all, Akatsuki had been established for such a long time, but they still had not launched his plan to capture Bijuu. As a result, many people in the outside world paid too much attention to the conflict between Akatsuki, Konoha and the I organization, and ignored the purpose of Akatsuki's existence. Hirako glanced at the silent Nagato and slowly lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. He suddenly said, "No, he knows that our purpose is Bijuu. I told him that and he still insisted on joining our organization." That's interesting. He's probably here for you. Senior Madara, who told you to kill his mother. You have to be careful, Kisame said, revealing his sharp teeth. Obito snorted coldly. That kind of kid, even Kyuubi and Jinchuriki have nothing to worry about. If he comes, we can control the strongest Kyuubi among Bijuu. But as far as I know, if we want to put Bijuu into the Gedo statue, it is best to follow the order. First, we have to put Ichibai in. If we directly seal Kyuubi, we will have a lot of pressure. Sue said. After talking for a while, everyone closed their mouths and looked at Nagato, waiting for the decision of their leader. Nagato said in a deep voice, "It just so happens that we only have 9 official members. We still lack 1. Since Kyuubi Jinchuriki wants to join us, then let him come. With the strength of our organization, we can suppress him no matter what he wants to do." Zabuza? Is that so? Poor Zabuza, it seems that you don't have a chance to become a regular member. Moreover, you were kicked out by a kid. Kisame looked at a figure who had been silent the whole time and laughed mockingly. "Leader, didn't we agree before that we would keep my chance?" Zabuza's chest was burning with rage. What was even more unacceptable to him was the undisguised humiliation of these guys. He joined Akatsuki. With the strength of the elite Jonin, he could barely occupy the 10th seat. Now that a 12-year-old brat had come, he was going to give up his position? How could this be possible? Even if this brat was Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Don't underestimate Naruto. As far as I know, he has accepted the teachings of Sue and can already use the art of the wood dragon. He can also borrow Kyuubi's power to enter Bijuu transformation. Zabuza, can your broadsword cut through the wood dragon, or can you kill Kyuubi? White Zetsu asked. But in the end, he is only a little brat. How much power can he exert from wood dragon and Kyuubi? Zabuza said with a gloomy face. In that case, you can have a fight when Naruto comes. There is no reason for us not to accept Kyuubi who has delivered himself to our doorstep. Nagato said coldly. Konan was very worried. But Konoha definitely won't let Naruto defect. If we don't make a move, Naruto won't be able to escape. There are more than 10 experts, and that fellow Yuuji. Obito and Sue quietly looked at each other. As for Yuuji, he really didn't need to worry. This guy obviously didn't care whether Naruto betrayed him or not, but to be able to let Naruto join Akatsuki, at least Obito felt very happy. When Naruto entered Akatsuki, he wouldn't be able to control him as he wished. As for Naruto coming to find him for revenge or something, Obito didn't care about it at all. Obito's impression of Yuuji improved a little. I will think of a way to deal with Yuuji. QB must not be let off. This time, our organization will send out all of our forces. No matter what, we must stop Konohagakure's pursuers. Nagato said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. Hehe, I am really looking forward to fighting with Ninja World's #1 force. However, it is not a problem for us to fight against Konohagakure's equal. However, leader, are you sure you can hold on against Yuuji? Hirako sneered. Konan said, my god's paper, technique will kill that guy if I have the chance. Obito also said coldly, don't worry about this. I won't just sit by and do nothing. If we attack together, we will at least be able to escape unscathed. In terms of the number of top experts, Konohagakure only had Yuuji, while Akatsuki had more. Nagato's gaze passed over Obito and Sue, looking at Might Do. Might Do was definitely the biggest surprise in the past 2 years. If he really wanted to go all out, he definitely had strength that surpassed cage level. Do, no matter what you did in the past, I can let bygones be bygones. But this time, you must do your best. QB must not lose. If we miss this opportunity, it will be very difficult for us to get the most powerful QB again. Nagato slowly opened his eyes wide. Rinnegan's pressure fell on Do, warning him. I understand. Do was a little depressed. At this point, he had to go all out against Konohagakure's men. In the face of the possibility of getting QB, Nagato could not give in. White Zetsu is in charge of delivering the information. Our organization will move out together and block Konoha's pursuing troops in batches. Nagato gave the order. The entire Akatsuki immediately started to move. Zabuza had a vicious expression on his face as he took the lead to leave the base and head towards the Fire Country. Naruto finally took action. Everyone is here. Naruto looked at these people coldly. Fujin, Raijin, Hinata, A&D. Mizuki. Mizuki-sensei, your condition is worse than I thought. Naruto looked at Mizuki, whose whole body was deformed and full of pus, and said. Mizuki raised his face full of pustules and tumors, and said ruthlessly, yes, thanks to that man, I became like this. It was Orochimaru who sent me to his side. It was him who gave me the radiation stone in an extremely vicious way, causing me to become like this. Enough, I'm not interested in listening to your complaints. I only care about how much power you can provide me. Naruto interrupted impatiently. Mizuki's face twisted. I ate that stone. My body is radiating radiation all the time. Ordinary Jonin is no match for me. Humph, trust you once, if you don't satisfy me, I will kill you on the way to escape. Naruto said coldly. Mizuki lowered his head, a tyrannical expression on his face. Naruto-kun, with just the few of us, I'm afraid that we won't be able to escape far away and will be discovered. Our strength cannot compare to the experts in the village. Hinata used to be a Kugan to observe the surroundings. Don't worry, my sensei has already made arrangements. Akatsuki will send experts to help us. What we need to do is to seize the time to escape and try to defeat the pursuers that are entangled. Naruto said. The 5 people stood on the eaves, their figures dragged by moonlight for a very long time. Then, let's move. Naruto said. They turned into 5 shadows and quickly rushed out of the village. Under the power of Byakugan, the patrol team of the village was avoided by them. These patrolling ninjas, whether it was Konoha's garrison, Anbu, or the normal patrol team, were all careless. Since the third battle, Konohagakure had used countless battles to establish his own strength and power to suppress Ninja World. This inevitably made the village's ninjas relax their vigilance. Everyone knew in their hearts that the only ones who had the strength to invade Konohagakure were Akatsuki, the I organization, and the mysterious Otsutsuki clan. If these 3 forces attacked Konoha, these patrolling ninjas, would not be of any use. Everyone was very relaxed. Even more so, they did not expect that Naruto would defect. Naruto opened the barrier and left the village with his team. His figure disappeared into the night. It's finally starting. This big show. In the dark, Yuuji looked up excitedly and watched the scene from afar. What would the result be? Not long after. After finishing his work, Minato returned home. When he found that Naruto was not there, he immediately called Anbu. Is Naruto still training? No, Hokage-sama, there is no him in the training ground. That should be the other training grounds. Go and look for it. Minato did not take it to heart. But soon, Anbu's ninjas reported to him one after another, but they did not find any trace of Naruto. Have you searched all over? No. Minato frowned. Yes, Hokage-sama, including the ninja protecting young Master Naruto, I don't know where he went, because young Master Naruto hates being watched by Anbu ninjas nearby, so they can only protect him from far away. The many Anbu ninjas were also a little panicked. There was no such thing in the village, nor did they go to the other people in the village to spend the night. Could it be that they went to Konoha Forest? However, after a round of searching, there was still no one. Hokage-sama, Inuzuka clan's people smelled Naruto. He seems to have left the village with the others. A ninja rushed in. Minato's expression changed. Leave the village without permission? What kind of joke was this? This kind of behavior was no different from defecting. Even if there was really an urgent matter that he needed to leave the village, he should at least send a shadow clone to report to him. Hokage-sama, Naruto seems to be in a very bad mental state during this period of time, especially after Chunin's exam. Please prepare for the worst. Kakashi said. Kakashi, did he say anything strange to you, or did he show any strange behavior? Minato still did not believe and continued to struggle for the last time. Kakashi shook his head. Apart from carrying out the mission, I have no communication with my 3 subordinates. They are all very smart and strong. There is no need for me to guide them. Minato closed his eyes in pain. Many ninjas stood in the room with complicated expressions, waiting for the command of the Hokage. The son of the Hokage, the village's Kyuubi Jinchuriki, actually defected without a word. Who would believe in such an absurd situation? But this happened. Naruto left without reporting. It's impossible for him not to know what this means. Everyone, as the Hokage, I am responsible for the main responsibility. Next, I will have to trouble everyone, to capture him. Konoha cannot lose Kyuubi. Minato was extremely heartbroken, but he still made the decision as the Hokage. Even if it was the worst result, Konoha absolutely could not lose Kyuubi. This was Minato's bottom line. Just like the chaos of Kyuubi in the past, Minato was actually prepared to die. He would rather use the corpse ghost seal and die together with Kushina. He would rather let Naruto be alone. He would also leave Kyuubi behind for Konohagakure. Fortunately, at that time, Yuuji suppressed Kyuubi and indirectly helped Kushina cast a spell. He took away half of Kyuubi, so he, the 4th Hokage, didn't have to die. But now, his son, Kyuubi Jinchuriki, ran away. For the first time, Minato felt that he was a failure. He was a failure of a husband, a failure of a father, and even a failure of a Hokage. The entire Konohagakure began to move. While many of the lower and middle classes were still confused, Jonin and the others had already received the news and began to move. Many experts also moved out one after another to track and capture Naruto. The Uchiha clan is the most powerful ninja who can control Bijuu, and they do their part. Father, what happened? Did an enemy invade the village? Sensing the movement, Sasuke hurriedly dressed and rushed out. Fugaku looked at Sasuke seriously and said, "You are qualified to know about this." According to the intelligence report, Naruto defected. Legendary stupid brothers Mizuki and Hyuga Hinata followed him. Sasuke felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he was shaken quite a bit. Defected. Naruto is the son of the Hokage, and he defected the village? Something must have gone wrong. Sasuke roared with disbelief. Sasuke, we are also found it hard to believe, but the truth is like this. We cannot be emotional. Itachi said sternly. Sasuke growled, then I want to participate in this operation as well. As his opponent, I cannot allow him to take the wrong path. Naruto, I will bring you back to the village no matter what. Chapter 409, Continuous Defense. Naruto's actions attracted the attention of countless people. All the people who heard this news were stunned, and they almost trust their own ears. Hey, have you heard? Uzumaki Naruto defected. Huh? The strongest genius of the new generation in the village, the son of Yandame, why did he defect? There must be a misunderstanding. How could it be a misunderstanding? He is an excellent ninja. He knows what it means to leave the village without permission. Moreover, he also took away the vicious criminals in prison. More and more people knew the news and looked at each other speechlessly. Many powerful ninjas moved out one after another to track Naruto's whereabouts. They must bring Kyuubi Jinchuriki back to the village. Naruto, you still walked on such a path. Sasuke was ready to go, standing in the crowd. Even at this moment, he was still unwilling to see the truth. Yandame's only son actually betrayed everyone and escaped from Ninja World's greatest force. I once mocked Orochimaru, saying that betraying a village with so many strong people was the most foolish decision, but I didn't expect Naruto to walk this path. Sasuke's face was tense, and he gritted his teeth. Sasuke, I suggest that you don't participate in this operation. You don't seem to be in a good state. Itachi glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke said, the guy who has been fighting with me for so many years wants to get rid of me and leave? What a joke. Even if I break his legs, I will bring him back to the village. Next to him, Hyuga Neji was also standing in the team, ready to take action. Neji looked at Sasuke calmly. To be honest, I didn't expect Miss Hinata to defect with Naruto in the end. Neji and Sasuke both knew that Hinata had plans to defect. Ever since Hinata was sent to the branch family and was planted with a caged bird, her temperament changed greatly. She once said that she had the intention to leave the village. At that time, Neji, Sasuke and Naruto all knew about this matter. Now, it had finally happened. Naruto is still leading the way, things are really impermanent. Everyone, listen up. The whereabouts of the defected team is still uncertain, but the preliminary speculation is that there may be enemies to support them. We must be careful. Our mission is to chase Naruto back and kill all the hindrances. Let's go. Wave after wave of teams set off one after another. The people who could participate in the operation were either strong enough, or at least jonin, or they had perception, such as Inyazuka clan and Hyuga's clan who were trying to get revenge. Didn't your clan use caged bird curse? On the way, Sasuke asked Neji. Neji slowly shook his head. Unless we are certain that we cannot bring Miss Hinata back, only then will we mobilize caged bird curse to kill her. But everyone knew that things would not be so simple. As a member of the branch family, it was impossible for Hinata to not know the major weaknesses in her body. Taking into account the rapid growth of Hinata in the past 2 years. Some of the people in Hyuga's clan suspected what Hyuga Hoito had done to Hinata. This defection might have been planned by Hyuga Hoito. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. One team after another spread out and quickly moved through Konoha's forest. There was some distance between them, and they tried to keep in touch as much as possible, preparing to support each other. This tracking process was not simple. That Naruto set up many traps, and also eliminated the smell. These traps might have intentionally misled us. Be careful, there are enemies. Rumble. A large number of trees appeared and spread wildly, turning into a world of trees that covered hundreds of square kilometers. I can't let you go so easily. Su slowly grew out of a tree. It was you. Was it you who incited Naruto to defect? Fugaku and the others had solemn expressions. The person in front of them, as well as this super tree world that was casually created, gave them great pressure. Encourage? I have never asked Naruto for anything, let alone encourage him to leave the village. This is Naruto's own choice. Standing on the big tree, Su looked down at these people. But you clearly know that Naruto staying in the village is the best result. You let him join Akatsuki and stop us. This is killing him. Might Guy couldn't help but shout. Is it important? Everyone was stunned. Su slowly said, even if I let him act recklessly and end up killing him, is it important? Isn't the main point his own choice? What did you say? Su said, Naruto is more intelligent and powerful than most of you. He clearly knows what he is doing. The matter of defection is not something that he suddenly decided on after patting his head. It is after careful consideration that even if he dies in the end, he will not complain about anything. He is on Naruto's side. We can't make sense of him. Let's get ready to make a move. Taking a detour will take too much time. We must break through his tree realm in a short time. Kakashi's expression was cold. It looks like Naruto is planning to defect to Akatsuki. Before the other experts arrive, we will rush over. Kazue pulled out his Kusanagi sword. In that case, just directly attack. I am also very curious about the strength of the enemy. Izumi, follow behind me. Izumi replied, looking forward nervously. She was about to participate in a battle of this degree, and her opponent was still in existence, suspected to be Senju Hashirama. You want to attack me? How dare you? Don't think that you have a lot of experts, but it won't be easy to defeat me. Su said. Kakashi shook his head. Your opponent is not us. He took out a special kunai and crushed it on the spot. Soon, Minato arrived at the closest coordinates and quickly arrived. As Naruto-sensei, you are standing on the opposite side of us. Minato's heart was heavy. Some people looked at Minato. But Minato only shook his head with a heavy expression. Many of the coordinates he left in the Fire Country had been destroyed, and it was difficult to find Naruto in time. You did it, didn't you? Minato stared at Su. Are you talking about destroying your Flying Thunder God's coordinates? It wasn't me, it was that Zetsu guy who did it. There are still some clones left of that ghost thing. I have figured out your coordinates all these years ago. Su shook his head. It's useless to say more. This is our second time fighting. If you die in my hands, don't complain. Jiraiya stood up. He won't die, because we, master and disciple, will defeat you. Interesting. Su laugh sounded. The others, take this opportunity to rush through the tree realm. Do not stay. Jiraiya-sensei will definitely defeat the enemy. Minato took out a pile of kunai and threw it at the tree realm in front of him. Then, he formed a seal in an instant. Swish! The numerous handles of kunai instantly became more and more crazy, and all of them emitted blue-colored light, like a shooting star, and bombarded the tree world in front of them in an exaggerated manner. Ninjutsu, Sword Shadow Clone Technique. Extremely high difficulty ninjutsu, used countless kunai to construct an inescapable formation, and on average, kunai was enough to split out tens of thousands of ninja avatars, which had extremely strong lethality. Namikaze Minato used special flying rage and kunai to personally cast this technique, and these hundreds of thousands of kunai bombarded the tree world, and in an instant, a large number of trees were pierced and shattered. Oh! This kind of power is worthy of being Lord Yondaime. Quick, take the opportunity to rush over. Don't let these dangerous trees catch you. Everyone became restless and immediately took the opportunity to rush over. Jiraiya-sensei, that guy definitely isn't dead. You must be careful. Minato said with a serious expression. Jiraiya nodded. We should go all out against such an enemy. Let's do it, Minato. Summoning technique. Many giant toads headed by Bunta were summoned. Fukasaku and Shima also landed on Jiraiya's shoulders. Is there any trouble? Sage, I am sorry to trouble you. Naruto has defected. This guy has come to stop us. We can only rely on your strength. Jiraiya said in a low voice. Fukasaku and Shima were shocked. Naruto ran away? Damn it, how could this be? Old Master still wants to get in touch with Naruto. Why did he defect? Isn't he the prophesied child? Shima was numb. Was it us who acted too late? Fukasaku was also very helpless. It's time to go. Minato also entered sage mode. After a low shout, he immediately made his move. How interesting. Then I'll play with you guys. Su's voice sounded. Then, a large number of trees grew out again and grabbed at the toads in front of him. As for those guys chasing after Naruto, Su was too lazy to care about them. They could do whatever they wanted. In any case, if they could make Naruto change his mind, he would lose. Boss Bunta, didn't you say that you once defeated this person in front of you? Show us. That's right, that's right. We're counting on you. Cold sweat broke out on Bunta's forehead. It was just bragging back then. A violent commotion broke out. Vaguely, giant trees stretched out branches that swayed wildly, as if they were trees with self-awareness. Minato, Jiraiya, and Mount Mayuboka's strength fought against the void together, which gave others some comfort. If they used this power, they would not lose to Su, right? The people chasing did not know the result. They just silently moved, turned into teams, and spread out to track Naruto. And what greeted them was the constant appearance of enemies. Humph, Konoha's guys, their heads are all very valuable. There is actually Mangekyo Sharingan? Not bad, then I will give you a chance to integrate into my body. Hirako and Kakuzu stood in the distance, sneering at the people in front of them. However, they didn't dare to approach. Konoha had more cage level than them. If they rashly approached, they would be surrounded by many teams. Be careful, it's Hirako and Kakuzu. They are both very difficult to deal with. We can't ignore these two guys. Let's deal with them. Kazue and Izumi went up to fight. Soon after, Kisame and Might Do appeared. Hoshigaki Kisame has a lot of chakra, I'll go. Kakashi said in a deep voice. Might Guy stared at Do. Father, even if it's you, don't even think about stopping us this time. Guy, don't be careless. I have already become very strong. Might Do reminded. The remaining people continued to move forward. Until they met the flying paper cranes. I won't let you go over. You will all die here. Countless pieces of paper gathered on Conan's body. She opened her hands and controlled the numerous paper cranes to spread out densely. Be careful. These are all explosive talismans. Boom 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 boom. After the dense explosions, the smoke dissipated. It revealed several Susanoo protecting everyone. We meet again, and can still control so many explosion talismans to fight. Truly a terrifying fellow. Shisui's complexion was extremely solemn, as if he was facing a great enemy. Conan glanced at Shisui. Humph, if not for that organization's immortal jumping out to get in the way, you would have been blown to death by me. It's not too late now. You should pay with your life for Sasori. You guys go first. Shisui shouted. Fugaku shook his head. You can't do it alone. This guy can fly and can also create explosive talismans at an astonishing speed. You will be exhausted to death by her. I will stay. Fugaku vaguely noticed that Shisui's eyesight was seriously declining. It seemed that he had cast a heavy burden on a certain person. Can you defeat the enemy by relying on illusions? They didn't even know whether this piece of paper in front of them was the real Conan. He was really worried that Shisui would stay alone. Itachi, I'll leave the rest to you. We must ensure that a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan will deal with Naruto. Fugaku said in a deep voice. Itachi nodded with a solemn expression. I understand. I will lead the team forward. Itachi was under a lot of pressure. From the looks of it, the entire Akatsuki had practically gone all out. Only Nagato, Madara, and Zetsu had not appeared. They were all extremely difficult opponents. Brother. Suzuki said in a low voice. Itachi said, don't worry. Lord Yuuji hasn't made a move yet. He's probably watching Nagato in secret. Suzuki nodded silently. However, even without Nagato, Madara was still a very terrifying existence. What should they use to deal with Madara? The remaining people all thought of this question, but no one asked. Only when they really fought with Akatsuki would they truly feel the immense pressure. Fortunately, we still have Lord Yuuji. Otherwise, I really don't know how to face Akatsuki. Inyazuka Hana rode on her dog and her forehead was full of cold sweat. The unknown was the most terrifying. Who would have thought that Akatsuki would do this for Naruto? That's right, I can't believe it, those guys value Naruto so much. Most people actually did not know that Akatsuki's goal was to hunt Bijuu. Now, the strongest Kyuubi had taken the initiative to deliver himself to their doorstep. Of course, Akatsuki had to risk their life to accept Naruto regardless of the cost. Itachi listened to the conversations of these people and shouted, don't say any more, continue to carry out the mission. Just as these people moved again. Ha ha ha, finally, I finally succeeded. My dream has come true. A certain man walked out of the laboratory with a fanatical look on his face. His upper body was bare, revealing the many Sharingan transplanted to his body. With every step he took, these Sharingan would look around, looking extremely lively. Very good, this is the feeling. This is Sharingan's power, and only I, Uchiha Shin, have the qualifications to carry this power. A deep cruelty appeared on Shin's face. It's time to find that bastard to settle the score. The guy who called himself Madara, I will double the humiliation you brought to me. Chapter 410, Valley of the End. The entire Fire Nation was in an intense battle. Akatsuki's large-scale attack had exceeded many people's expectations. Is Akatsuki crazy? Is it going to start an all-out war with Konoha for the sake of getting Naruto? An all-out war? Does Akatsuki have the strength? Our village is very powerful. But Akatsuki has 2 more super cage level than us. Konoha and the other ninjas were bewildered. Other than a very small number of people, they did not know what kind of madness Akatsuki had. They actually did this for Naruto. Was it worth it? That was only Uzumaki Naruto. Even if there was Kyuubi in his body, he should not be like this. Because whether it was Akatsuki or Konoha, they both had Mangekyo Sharingan. To deal with Kyuubi, they only needed one look. For the sake of Naruto, they did not hesitate to take the risk of an all-out conflict, even taking the risk of angering Lord Yuuji. There must be something that I do not know about. Itachi brought along the few ninjas and moved at an astonishing speed, chasing after the defected Naruto team. Akatsuki's actions were too abnormal. Their leader, Nagato, was a defeated opponent under Lord Yuuji. He was clearly not strong enough, so how could he dare to do such a thing? Is it for Kyuubi? But no matter how strong Kyuubi is, he is nothing in front of Akatsuki. Itachi frowned and could not understand at all. Sasuke knew what his brother was worried about and immediately said, "After I defeat Naruto and bring him back to the village, it will not be too late to investigate carefully. The truth will definitely be revealed." Itachi looked at the gloomy Sasuke and nodded slightly. Sasuke's mood was now very heavy and angry. Soon, they were also attacked. "Stop!" Itachi suddenly shouted. In front of him, a whirlpool appeared, and Obito emerged from it. "Geez, that guy is lazy again. He clearly can block everyone by himself, what an annoying guy." When Obito came out and saw so many people, he immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. What the hell, what was that bastard Su doing? Letting Kyuubi enter Akatsuki was clearly a very cost-effective thing, so that in the future, Akatsuki would not need to attack the strong people gathered in Konoha village. They would be able to control the strongest Kyuubi without paying a lot of casualties. This added and subtraction was crucial for the advancement of the Moon Eye plan. But what was Yuuji doing? To draw ripples to this extent, it is really too much. Obito was very angry. "Uchiha Madara, what are you guys planning? Although Kyuubi is powerful, it is not necessary for you. Why do you want to do this?" Itachi shouted. "Ha, you don't know anything. If you knew, you definitely wouldn't judge Kyuubi like this." Obito sneered. Kyuubi was already very strong. If not for Mangekyo Sharingan, Mokuton, and the top-grade sealing techniques, he would have been able to defeat most of the cage level. What's more, this was an important puzzle for J-Bai. With Kyuubi, that fellow Nagato will be able to unleash even more power through the Gedo statue. Obito silently pondered. "Senior Asuma, you will be the one to lead the team next. Sasuke will have to trouble you," Itachi said in a deep voice. Asuma, who had been silent all along the way, said, "You want to stay and deal with this guy alone? No, this is suicide. Why don't we attack together? No matter how strong he is, he can't kill all of us in one go." Itachi shook his head. "How would I know if I don't give it a try? At the very least, I can hold him off for a period of time. His spatial Hitomi technique is too dangerous. I definitely can't let him act as he pleases. Moreover, you should also understand that the effect of me staying behind with everyone is the same. I don't have the strength to kill the enemy." Asuma had a face full of unwillingness. "Damn it, can this be the only way?" The other experts in the village all left behind the others who were going against Akatsuki. Uchiha Setsuna, that guy, did not participate in the village operation. He did not care about the life and death of Naruto. Sandaime and Tsunade had to stay in the village and could not leave easily. But to let a young man like Itachi go against Uchiha Madara. Everyone knew that this was courting death. "Let's attack together." Sasuke gritted his teeth. "Sasuke, you have something to do. Don't be willful," Itachi said. Sasuke lowered his head and was about to leave with Asuma. "Have you made your decision? However, it's useless. I will block all of you here." Obito waited patiently. This way, he could also stall these people. Very good. As for Itachi, who took the initiative to greet him. It was not that he looked down on this young man, but a mere Itachi could not stop him. Just as Obito was about to make a move, he stopped moving and suddenly turned his head, looking into the distance. A figure emitting a strong evil aura was rapidly approaching. "This guy is..." Obito narrowed his eyes. "I've found you. The guy who calls himself Madara. We can start the second round." Shin rushed over. When he saw Obito, he immediately became excited. "Humph, so it's you who lost. What, after 2 to 3 years, you finally have the courage to appear again. The moment he saw this fellow, Obito immediately laughed. Ha, so it was this trash. Back then, he kept saying that he was Uchiha Madara, but in the end, he was almost killed by him in a battle. Shin directly took off his mask, revealing his true appearance. As soon as his proving head was revealed, it caused Konoha and the others to be shocked. What's going on with this head? It transplanted a lot of Sharingan. How could there be such a thing? Where did this guy get Sharingan? Everyone was shocked. He stuffed his eyes all over his head. What kind of crazy brain circuit was this? How could he think of such a method? The demon of the eye organization, where did the Sharingan on your body come from? Itachi asked with an unkind expression. Could it be that many clansmen were attacked and their eyes were dug out? However, he had never heard of such a thing happening. Humph, don't get me wrong, I don't like the rubbish eyes of you people at all. For Sharingan, of course you have to use your own. Shin smiled coldly, with a hideous and terrifying face. As he spoke, the Sharingan on his head also turned around and looked around, making his scalp numb. The success of the cloning technique made Shin's mental state extremely fanatical. The real strength and touch of Sharingan all belonged to him. Shin no longer needed to use the one-time Edo Sharingan. We can talk about your matter later. When the matter is over, I will fight you. Obito was also shocked by Shin's eyes and shouted. Are you kidding? What do you think you are? Shin immediately rushed up. Under his clothes, the larger number of Sharingan became more active at this time, gathering a huge amount of Hitomi's strength. Swish! Shin opened Mangekyo Sharingan. This time, he would have no time limit and could freely use Hitomi's technique. In the next moment, a large amount of ninja tools drilled out of Shin's sleeve and rushed towards Obito. Obito's face under the mask was extremely gloomy. He used Kamui and made all the ninja tools pass through his body. Sorry to trouble you, let this mad dog tie me down. Your Excellency Demon, no matter what, I have to thank you. Itachi took a deep look at the Sharingan on Shin's head, and instead of pestering him any further, he decisively led people to move on. Obito was anxious and wanted to stop these people, but Shin immediately rushed up and tried his best to harass him, which made Obito extremely angry. Itachi and Sasuke ran away with their people. Humph, don't think about getting rid of me and chasing those guys. I can now freely control the ninja tools and easily cover the vast area. Shin cruelly looked at the person in front of him. When you cast the space, Hitomi spell, your body was solid, right? I only needed to put a ninja tool on the coordinates you appeared at that moment. Obito was furious. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. It won't be too late to chase after them after I kill you. That was what he said. However, Obito knew very well that he could not kill Shin in a short period of time. This body of Sharingan, coupled with Izanagi. You bastard, you might be even harder to deal with than Kazue. Obito was furious. What does Kazue count for? She is nothing more than an immortal ninja. She is nothing compared to me. Shin took a step forward, and countless ninja tools flowed around him like a river. That woman, Kazue, is only relying on Izanagi to form a foundation. I am different. Other than being able to use the power of Mangekyo without wasting any strength, I can also use two one-eyed Hitomi techniques. What can she compare to me with? Shin's heart exploded. He also had reason to be arrogant. All of Sharingan's body was made up of cheap cloning eyes that could be used at will. He would use them to casually throw around Izanagi. However, there was a crucial problem. Shin doesn't know Izanagi at all. He didn't, but he wouldn't say it. Die. Shin's eyes emitted a fierce light. In his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, he was brewing a considerable amount of Hitomi's strength. With a wave of his hand, he controlled countless ninja tools and pounced towards Obito. There were also two ninja sword and amber bottles, which were glaring at Obito. Not only that, but Shin also waved his hand and scattered a large number of pieces of ninja tools, covering further areas and spreading them evenly to the ground. Yondame's Hokage Flying Thunder God needs to spread Kunao to determine the coordinates. I can also do it. No matter where the ninja is, I can instantly lock the position. Shin walked towards Obito step by step, constantly controlling the ninja tools to attack Obito. Obito maintained his intangible form and silently merged into the ground. Did he escape or was he looking for an air barrier to attack me? Shin looked around. The next moment, at the moment when the ninja river surged, a gap was revealed. Obito came out from the ground and made a series of hand seals. He finally had a chance to use ninjutsu. A large number of trees drilled out and collided with the ninja tools. The movement was astonishing. Humph, to actually use Mokuton to deal with my Hitomi technique, it can barely be considered a smart move. Shin had a face full of disdain. What kind of thing is the Mokuton? Is it very strong? What's more, it is a Mokuton used by Uchiha. Stupid fellow, the last time I was unable to kill you was my major failure. This time, this will not happen again. Obito's eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. The two of them attacked brazenly, launching an incomparably powerful confrontation. Even though Itachi and the others had run far away, they could still hear the commotion coming from behind them. There were even more ninja tools that continuously spread over. That demon actually has such strength. The expressions of Asuma and the others changed. There are Sharingans all over the head, and I'm afraid there are many on the body. Itachi's heart is heavy, this usage is really unimaginable. He was purely treating Sharingan as a cheap consumable. In the past few years, was this fellow also like this? His entire body was filled with Sharingan? Then why was he able to reveal it without restraint now, and not reveal it in the past? Itachi was somewhat puzzled, but he could only suppress this question. Everything is about Naruto. Finally, they successfully caught up with Naruto's team. Naruto! You bastard, why did you defect? When Sasuke saw Naruto's back, he immediately became excited and shouted crazily. Naruto turned back and glanced at him, revealing a look of contempt. They are catching up. It seems that Akatsuki's group can only do this much. It's our turn. Naruto said coldly and looked back at the four people who were following him. Mizuki did not say a word. Legendary Stupid Brothers rubbed his growling stomach violently. Hinata showed Byakugan, I'll go. No, you are too weak. You can't stop the enemy. Fujin, Raijin, stay. Naruto said coldly. Are we going to fight? But I'm so hungry. Doesn't have the strength to fight. Naruto snorted and threw out the scroll. With a slap, countless food was summoned and fell to the ground one after another. Come to me after killing the enemy. I still have more, enough to support you to death. Naruto said. Legendary Stupid Brothers' eyes lit up. Struggle? Ah well, what a great start, they're never full. Legendary Stupid Brothers immediately stopped and opened their arms to grab the food that fell to the ground. They didn't even tear the bag and impatiently stuffed it into his mouth. These two guys are the Legendary Stupid Brothers. It is said that they are the subordinates of Tsunade-sama. Be careful. Itachi reminded them loudly. When they got close, Legendary Stupid Brothers looked at each other and attacked Konoha's team. Big brother, don't look at them. I know. It is an illusion. Then we can kill the others. The two brothers had great strength. They stepped on the ground, and countless gravel flew out. These two guys are too dangerous. Being able to get the attention of Tsunade-sama is really extraordinary. No wonder Naruto wants to take these two guys. Itachi used Susanoo to stop these boulders as much as possible. I will deal with these two guys as soon as possible. You guys move first and stop Naruto. Sasuke did not say a word, staring straight ahead. The first move, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In front, Naruto's figure was faintly discernible. Naruto, no matter what you think, it is no longer important. I will break your legs and bring you back to the village. In front of him was the Valley of the End. Chapter 411, Naruto vs Sasuke. From the looks of it, Legendary Stupid Brothers didn't seem to be of much use. Mizuki turned around and looked at Sasuke, who had been roaring and cursing the entire time. At the very least, he managed to block that Uchiha Itachi. He's also a very troublesome fellow, Hinata said in a deep voice. Mizuki sneered. It should be my turn now. Do you need me to use my life to help you block these people? Naruto did not even turn his head. That's right. This is your fate and also the reason why I saved you. If you don't do it, I will kill you right now. Don't think that the radiation power you have is of any use to me. Mizuki's ugly and deformed face was twitching, and his mood was not calm. A selfish person like him would not die for Naruto. But the problem was that if he did not go, Naruto and Hinata would kill him. It seems that I have no other choice. If I go back and fight, there is still a chance of survival. Mizuki slowed down and stopped on a big tree. Naruto and Hinata continued to move quickly. Naruto, can you trust him? Of course not, but as long as that guy can hold back Konoha's people for even a minute, he is valuable. Naruto turned back to look at him, then retracted his gaze. Mizuki said, he knew that he would still have a chance to live if he went back and fought. If he didn't, Naruto would immediately explode and kill him in an instant. Be careful, it's Mizuki. Asuma looked at the deformed person waiting for them in front of him. It took him 2 seconds to recognize this guy. He was shocked and reminded the others. Ha, you actually recognized me. Mizuki's entire body was covered in pus, and he sneered repeatedly. Asuma stopped and said in a low voice, if not for the village telling me about your escape, I wouldn't have connected you to Mizuki now. From the looks of it, you were attacked by Yuuji. Attack? If he attacks me, I will even feel honored. As soon as this was mentioned, Mizuki was full of anger. That bastard Yuuji. From the beginning to the end, he knew that he was a spy sent by Orochimaru, and he was playing with him the entire time. He only used a stone full of radiation to cripple him. If not for Orochimaru giving me the secret art of cell activation, I would have died a long time ago. Mizuki's face was distorted, and he was filled with hatred. As he looked at these normal people of Konoha, his heart was full of resentment. All of you, die here. I have already mastered the forbidden art of radiation. All of you, die here. Mizuki roared hoarsely. Asuma was horrified. He had experienced 3 battles and knew what kind of appearance he would become after being corroded by the radiation. After the other ninjas from the ninja village came down from the battlefield, they died of poison for life, dying miserably in endless pain. The power of radiation? Interesting. I was only following them to watch the fun. I didn't expect to meet a guy like you. A figure appeared in front of Konoha and the others. He made a series of hand seals, and a coat of chakra that looked like Bijuu's coat appeared. It quickly expanded, blocking the radiation. You are, the I organization's Sumaru. Everyone was startled. Sumaru nodded slightly. Leave this guy to me. I'm very good at dealing with this kind of guy. Be careful of his radiation. Suzuki reminded. Don't worry, I have also grasped the power of radiation, Sumaru said. Everyone looked at Sumaru in surprise. Radiation was a forbidden power that only Shiranui Yuuji possessed in the past. Why did this teenager from the I organization also use it? It seems that the information is true. Asuma and the others had a look of realization. This Sumaru was suspected to be Hoshigaku's person. Back then, Hoshigaku's ninja relied on a meteorite to cultivate. He used the power of radiation to stimulate his body and excavate his body's potential. Then I'll leave it to you. Suzuki was even more decisive. After saying this, he immediately rushed forward and moved forward. Mizuki looked coldly at these people. Powerful guys can be released, but if ordinary guys want to stay, they can cripple a group of people. Mizuki moved and immediately rushed to the crowd. Do you want to attack others? Don't even think about it. Sumaru also rushed up and fought with Mizuki. Both sides had grasped the power of radiation, and they directly unleashed all their firepower, crazily invading each other's bodies. But the result was obvious. Mizuki suffered even more damage, because Sumaru's peacock technique had always wrapped his body with chakra, blocking the radiation invasion. Bang! Mizuki howled, waving his arms that were thicker than before, fiercely pounding on Sumaru's body, but failed to break through the defense. This damn technique, how can it imitate Bijuu's outer clothing? Mizuki cursed. Go ask Rikuta Sennin. Sumaru said in a deep voice. A ball of chakra condensed into a fist, and immediately smashed down towards Mizuki. After a loud noise, Mizuki was unable to dodge in time and was forcibly smashed into the ground. What greeted him was the continuous bombardment of Sumaru. A large amount of chakra fists bombarded the ground at a high frequency, making Mizuki unable to take human form. Crash! He grabbed Mizuki with one hand. Is it only at this level? I clearly obtained that man's power, but I can only unleash this kind of power. Sumaru looked at the miserable Mizuki and could not help but shake his head. What a shame, this guy. Damn it, what is going on? You also have the power of radiation. Mizuki spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Sumaru punched again, sending Mizuki flying. Just stay here and wait for the results to come out. Sumaru said. Mizuki wanted to escape, but he was knocked down by Sumaru time and time again, unable to move. He could only roar in rage. In front of Sumaru, even if Mizuki used all his strength, it would still be useless. After dealing with this guy, they won't have any obstructions, right? I'm really looking forward to the outcome of the two most talented people. Sumaru looked in the direction that Sasuke left in. Naruto, they are here again. Mizuki seems to have been blocked by someone, Hinata said. Naruto looked disdainful. Waste is waste after all, even this little thing can't be done well. It is obvious that we are about to leave the border of the land of fire, give me a little more time and we will be able to leave here. Hinata said, Naruto, you must think of a way to leave. I will help you block the enemy. You can stop the others other than Sasuke. You are no match for Sasuke. You can't stop him. Naruto suddenly said. But, I only need to stall for time, and Naruto will be able to leave. Don't say any more. Sasuke and I must end this. If I leave like this, that bastard will never be satisfied in his life. He will chase after my whereabouts like a mad dog. Naruto raised his head and looked ahead. Vaguely, there was the sound of waterfalls. The Valley of the End, just choose here. I'll kill Sasuke here and end the farce between him and me. Naruto rushed into the Valley of the End. Hinata stayed behind and stood in front of Konoha and the others. Hinata, don't be so stubborn. Come back with us. Hyuga Takuma shouted. Neji shook his head secretly. How could that be? Hinata would not go back. Sasuke can go over, but others can't. Hinata assumed a stance. Without another word, Sasuke walked forward and brushed past Hinata. Miss Hinata, you are engraved with the bird mark in the cage. I only need to inform the Patriarch that you will immediately die. Takuma shouted. You have no ability to resist us. Not in the past, but now there is. With me, Hyuga Hoito, here, no one can kill Hinata. Hoito landed beside Hinata, his voice calm. The moment he appeared, all of Hyuga's clansmen became restless. Those who came here were all branch family members. When they saw Hoito, they could not help but feel great waves in their hearts. This was the first person to break free from the cage of the birds. Hoito, you bastard! No wonder Hinata's strength increased rapidly. So it was you who taught her. Takuma was shocked. Hoito admitted frankly, I can't help it. I can't help but teach this kind of genius to her. It's very reasonable, right? I'm also nurturing talents for the clan. It's clearly you who messed up everything. Beads of sweat appeared on Asuma's forehead. There's a guy blocking the way. We can't avoid him. He has a higher level Byakugan. Go all out. Everyone, now we can only hope that Sasuke will bring Naruto back. With Asuma's command, many Konoha ninjas surrounded the two and launched an attack. Divine Void Strike. Hoito and Hinata attacked at the same time, and the huge illusory palm slapped towards everyone. Sasuke was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the battle of the village companions. He just stared at the figure in front of him with bloodshot eyes. Crash! In the middle of the Valley of the End, between the two huge statues, a huge waterfall crashed down. Are you here? You slow bastard, I am impatient from waiting. Naruto stood on the head of Senju Hashirama's statue, crossed his arms, and said coldly. Naruto, I caught up with you. Sasuke raised his head. The two of them looked at each other. Tell me, why did you do this kind of thing? Sasuke's voice revealed a sense of desperation. Naruto shook his head. For someone like you who doesn't lack anything, you can't understand my feelings. It is already very restrained for me to be able to endure until now and leave the village. You are the son of the Hokage, you are the village's Jinchuriki. Everyone likes you and respects you, but is this how you repay everyone and defect? Sasuke shouted angrily. He could not understand. Just like how he ridiculed Orochimaru for choosing to defect. Konoha was Ninja World's #1 force. There were many geniuses, many experts, many people, and many economic prosperity. All kinds of forbidden arts and secret arts were endless. No matter which angle one looked at it from, defecting was also an extremely stupid and unreasonable thing. But now, the people he regarded as mortal enemies and companions actually walked on Orochimaru's path and chose to betray the village. Your brain is not clear anymore. Come back with me. Sasuke rushed up to Uchiha Madara's statue, stood on the top of his head, and shouted loudly. Ha! is it interesting to continue to play dumb? With your brain, you should have already noticed it and read it. Why do you refuse to accept this fact? Naruto sneered, whether it is Konohagakure or Yandere, I have long forgotten about it. There is no point in staying in such a village. Then there is a point in joining Akatsuki. Of course, hatred is really a wonderful thing. By choosing hatred, I can confirm the goal of my life. Naruto stretched out his hand and slowly clenched it. That guy, Uchiha Madara, was among Akatsuki. The first step of the plan was to kill Madara by any means possible to avenge his mother. Once he grasped the power that surpassed Madara, many problems would no longer be a problem. If Akatsuki interfered with him again, then he could just kill all of Akatsuki's people. It was a very simple matter. I have the same bloodline limit as Shao De Hokage. After I kill Madara and transplant him, I will probably be able to obtain even more power. The first generation in Madara's power will be unified on me. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was facing the waterfall. He really couldn't muster any interest. A mere Sasuke was no longer worthy of his attention. Since you've caught up, you must be prepared to be killed by me. Let's not waste any more time. Naruto spread out his hands. Come on, Sasuke. Let me see how much you've improved in just a month after Chunin's exam. If you can satisfy me, I'll let you live a little longer. Sasuke looked at the guy in front of him in disbelief. Was this really Naruto? This guy who gave him a sense of unfamiliarity was the Naruto he was familiar with? What on earth happened? Why did it become like this? Sasuke clenched his fists. All right, I will use my martial arts to solve the problem. When I cripple you, I will bring you back to the village. Don't regret it then. Ha! Swish! Sasuke jumped fiercely and jumped over the waterfall. He raised his fist and punched Naruto in the face. The punch with inertia was very heavy, and Naruto was directly sent flying. He somersaulted in the air and fell into the water. Splash! Naruto stood up from the river as if nothing had happened. His entire body was wet. Is it only at this level? Your physical skills have not been improved. There is no fun in killing you like this. Naruto wiped away the blood that had just flowed out of the corner of his mouth. In these few seconds, the wound had already recovered. The two of them closed the distance and began an intense physical battle. Bang! 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 The swift figure left behind after images in the air. The two of them had almost no defense. They only focused on attacking and continuously smashed their fists into each other's faces. After exchanging more than a dozen blows, each of them received more than 10 punches. After kicking each other at the same time, they separated. Sasuke had Sharingan. Even if his physical constitution was a bit worse, he was beaten less often. Humph, the difference in physical skills doesn't seem big, but in fact, when you chose to fight me head-on, you already lost. Naruto raised his bruised face, and he wiped his face, and a lot of swelling disappeared quickly. Kyuubi, Uzumaki, and Mokuton, the self-healing abilities accumulated by the three abilities were very terrifying. Sasuke only relied on the 3 Megatama Sharingan, and it was impossible for him to defeat Naruto in physical skills. Chapter 412, Would Golem Cho Odama raise Nan? It has still come to this point. The adult Sasuke stood in the forest, using dense branches and leaves to cover his figure. He looked at the valley of the end with a complicated expression. Sasuke watched the fight between these two people. However, the identities of these two people were adjusted. Is this fate? Between me and this guy, there must be a completely different path. The adult Sasuke let out a deep sigh. In fact, he could already leave this place and bring Boruto back to their own future. But he was really worried and followed them all the way. The fierce battle between Cage Level and the others also caused Sasuke to be unable to help but raise his eyebrows, marveling at Konoha's foundation at this point in time. It was even more worrying about Naruto and his future fate at this time. Why did it become like this? Perhaps there really was some kind of fate that wanted to guide Indra and Asura on different paths and ultimately converge together. I originally wanted to be on guard against Nagato or the others, but I didn't expect that Nagato didn't appear. He probably hid somewhere and was on guard against the unknown Yuuji. The adult Sasuke thought silently. He quietly hid his figure, waiting for the victor to be decided between the two. At present, his young self-owned defeat was certain, and he was powerless to fight against Naruto, who was strong to the point of breaking the rules. The young Sasuke was currently enduring an unprecedented amount of pressure. Naruto, don't look down on me. Have you forgotten what happened to you when you looked down on me last time? You lost to me during the graduation exam, right in front of all the big people in the village. Sasuke stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice. Naruto crossed his arms, humph, that time was just a battle between limited rules. We can't kill. This time, no one will stand up to interfere with us. Do you still want to use the same old trick to defeat me by relying on Godzilla? How will you know if you don't try? Stupid. If that's the case, you who have no growth will die. You haven't grown in a month, and has no value in living. Naruto stretched out his hand and suddenly slapped it. Mokuton, wood dragon art. A black wooden dragon suddenly emerged from the ground, opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Its body was ferocious and terrifying. Sasuke also bit his finger and patted the water surface. A large number of runes appeared. Summoning technique. The sub-body Godzilla stood tall with a loud bang, and his savage eyes immediately looked at the wooden dragon. Who? The sub-body Godzilla spat out 2 streams of extremely hot air from his nose, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. This wooden dragon in front of him should be one of his own kind. It was just that its body structure was different. But they were both plants, and they had the same source. Don't worry, big guy. With your strength, you can completely defeat this ugly wooden dragon. Sasuke noticed the change in mood of the sub-body Godzilla, and naturally thought that the sub-body Godzilla was puzzled and hesitant because it was the first time he saw the wooden dragon. A low roar came from the mouth of the sub-body Godzilla, which was a response to Sasuke. Since it had to fight no matter what, it would tear this stupid wooden dragon who had no self-consciousness into pieces. Come on, I can't wait to kill you. Naruto stood on the head of the wooden dragon and opened his arms. Sasuke did not hesitate and suddenly waved his hand. In that case, let's go. Naruto, I'm coming. Humph, come, Sasuke. Roar. The sub-body Godzilla took a step forward. His body was huge, but his speed was not slow at all. His huge feet stomped on the ground, leaving behind a terrifying deep pit. The surging water continued to splash. When it touched the high-temperature air around the sub-body Godzilla, it immediately evaporated. Boom! The sub-body Godzilla crashed headfirst into the wooden dragon, and with just one blow, dense cracks appeared on the wooden dragon. Then, it took advantage of the situation and stretched out its claws, as if holding a loach, and squeezed the wooden dragon fiercely, exerting force continuously. Crack! Ear-piercing cracking sounds constantly came from the body of the wooden dragon. Naruto maintained the posture of forming seals. Of course, he would not sit still and wait for death. Not bad, you are more capable than I thought. Naruto rode on the wooden dragon and immediately wrapped around the sub-body Godzilla. He opened his big mouth and bit towards the sub-body Godzilla's neck. However, the sub-body Godzilla's tail immediately swung up from behind and accurately hit the head of the wooden dragon, knocking it away. Naruto, this can't go on. The wooden dragon you created is not a match for this guy. Let's use my strength. Kyuubi stayed in Naruto's body and carefully observed this battle. Every time this sinister and vicious fox saw the sub-body Godzilla, its face would turn ugly. This was because this thing in front of it was the strongest psychic beast it had ever seen. Kyuubi suspected that the strength of this Godzilla might not be inferior to this strongest Bijuu. It really didn't know how this powerful thing was born, but it gave people the feeling that it came out in one breath. The black wooden dragon was being suppressed and was slowly breaking apart. It was obvious that it could not hold on for long. Tisk, this Godzilla is really troublesome. Fortunately, there is only this one. Naruto frowned slightly. Kyuubi said, in that case, hurry up and take my power. Once you enter the complete Bijuu transformation, you can defeat this guy in one go. Don't think that I don't know what you are planning. The more frequently I enter the complete Bijuu transformation, the more tails I can carry, and you will be able to escape faster, right? Naruto sneered again. Kyuubi laughed as well. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. It seems that you have studied a lot about sealing techniques. So, you refuse to use my power. How could that be? Kyuubi, give me your chakra. Naruto ordered. You say it is dangerous, but your body is so honest. Kyuubi stretched out a claw, and a large amount of chakra poured out, taking the opportunity to erode the seal on the cage. Naruto might have noticed it, but he did not care. Who? A layer of red semi-transparent coat was draped over Naruto. The number of tails behind him was also rapidly increasing. Bijuu's outer clothing. Sasuke's gaze focused as he looked at Naruto with a serious expression. Even if this was the case, Sasuke was confident that he could defeat Naruto. The sub-body Godzilla went to deal with the completely nine-tailed Naruto, while he thought of a way to deal with this wooden dragon. As long as he completely defeated Naruto, just like the graduation exam, he could bring Naruto back. But the development of reality was not as smooth as Sasuke imagined. Naruto obtained the power of the nine-tailed, but he did not completely enter Bijuu transformation, not even half Bijuu transformation. The number of tails behind him stopped after they grew to 3. There were 4 fox fangs in Naruto's mouth, and the marks on his cheek beard had also become a lot heavier. His pupil had also become the vertical mark of scarlet. What are you planning? Sasuke acted even more cautiously. Cuckoo. Sasuke, next, I will let you experience the taste of despair. I will use my strength to tell you that in my eyes, the power you show is meaningless. Naruto clapped his hands and once again assumed the posture of making a wooden dragon. Do you want to make a wooden dragon? If there are more numbers, it will be very troublesome. Sasuke stared at him with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Mokuton, wood golem technique. Naruto roared. Rumble. There was a movement that far exceeded the time when the wood dragon was born underground, and the ground erupted with cracks. A human-shaped object with a strange appearance suddenly emerged. It was a black wood golem. It's actually a wood golem technique. Sasuke's expression changed. This was Shoude Hokage's powerful ninjutsu. It was said to be able to resist the powerful power of the Kyuubi. Naruto has already grown to this extent? Using the power of the Kyuubi to cast Mokuton, he successfully activated the Woodman technique. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, and looked at the black giant in front of him with gritted teeth. The gap between him and Naruto had unknowingly become so big. He had clearly defeated Naruto a few months ago during the graduation exam. However, it had only been a short while, and Naruto had already left him far behind. Rumble. At this time, Wood Dragon exerted his strength and twisted his body, forcibly breaking it. Naruto took the opportunity to create a body for the wooden dragon and put it back together. Sasuke, see this? This is a part of my true strength. Even if you feel despair, it doesn't matter, because your original end is defeat. Naruto controlled the new wooden dragon and quickly wrapped it around the body of the wooden golem while speaking coldly. Wooden golem and wooden dragon is the true perfection of wooden golem art. This operation directly caused Naruto's fox demon cloak to be consumed at an astonishing speed. The Kyuubi repeatedly provided chakra to maintain the fox demon cloak with 3 tails. Otherwise, according to the normal consumption, he would not be able to create a wooden person with 3 tails. A strong unwillingness appeared on Sasuke's face. So what? Don't look down on me, you bastard. Even a wood golem wouldn't be able to defeat my Godzilla. What a joke. You still refuse to give up at this point? But that's fine. I'll bring you to your death with my own hands and let you die in despair. Naruto stared coldly at his opponent, to be precise, his past opponent. At this moment, he was nothing in his eyes. Here I come. Come, Naruto. The 2 behemoths crashed into each other and began the most brutal hand-to-hand combat. Every blow could create terrible wounds. The edges and corners of the wooden golem and the wooden dragon were like the sharpest blades at this time. In close combat, they tried to create injuries on the sub-body Godzilla. However, the sub-body Godzilla's body was also incomparably hard. The cuts of the same material could only leave some traces on the sub-body Godzilla. Bang! The wooden golem smashed the sub-body Godzilla's head with one punch, and his other hand directly grabbed one of the sub-body Godzilla's arms. The sub-body Godzilla swung his tail and fiercely whipped over. At this time, the wooden dragon on the wooden golem suddenly moved and rushed out to collide with the tail, falling into a stalemate. Humph, this monster's physical skill is only this, it can be easily seen through. Naruto looked up at sub-body Godzilla. The wooden golem was less than 60 meters tall. The sub-body Godzilla was more than 70 meters tall. There are still many things you don't know. The corners of Sasuke's mouth curled up and he shouted, now, Godzilla, use that. Whoosh! The sub-body Godzilla's dorsal fin suddenly flashed with a blue light and gathered all the way to the tip of his tail. What is this? Naruto frowned. The sub-body Godzilla fiercely swung his tail, instantly drawing a blue line in the air. Particle cut. Bang! In one move, the wooden dragon was cut in half. The huge dragon head fell down powerlessly and smashed into the ground. He actually still hides this technique. Is he very capable? Naruto's eyebrows twitched and he nodded slightly. He had never seen such an ability before. However, no matter how fancy it was, the most it could do was cut off the wooden dragon. Naruto formed a seal with his hands and immediately created a new wooden dragon. He rushed up and wrapped around the sub-body Godzilla. For a time, the battle between the two sides was extremely loud. Each punch carried a force of 10,000 tons, and the destructive power was astonishing. Wait a little longer, delay a little longer. Sasuke stood on the head of the sub-body Godzilla, both hands and feet were covered with chakra, and firmly grabbed the rough skin on the surface of the sub-body Godzilla. He was very willing to delay like this, and try to stall as much time as possible. In order to summon the sub-body Godzilla, he consumed a huge amount of chakra in one breath, and was seizing the time to refine new chakra. The two giant beasts exchanged dozens of punches, and the shock waves were raging in all directions. Well, half of it has been recovered. Sasuke silently estimated. At this time, Naruto suddenly said, I gave you so long, and you have almost recovered. If you don't even have much chakra, I will be disappointed. Sasuke's face sank. Naruto sneered, why do you have this kind of expression? Do you think I don't know? I have the Kyuubi to provide chakra, but you have nothing. Summoning this ghost is a heavy burden on you. Sasuke took a deep breath, in that case, I want to thank you. You personally ruined the only possibility of victory. Half of his chakra should be enough to summon that guy. Naruto shook his head with contempt, no, the one who is about to despair is you. After playing with you for so long, it is time to end you. Sasuke, feel despair. Boom. The wooden golem suddenly exerted strength, and a punch temporarily repelled the sub-body Godzilla. At the same time, the hand that had been freed suddenly pulled back. Sasuke did not know what Naruto was planning to do, but he would not give Naruto this opportunity. Godzilla, let's go! Sasuke shouted. The sub-Godzilla roared and rushed out, immediately pulling the distance. Idiot! Naruto revealed a dangerous smile. In the next moment, a huge amount of chakra gushed out from his body. The palm of the wooden golem had already opened. Whoosh! The huge amount of chakra gathered in the palm of the wooden golem, turning into a fast rotating storm, and finally condensed together. This is... I prepared it for you. Naruto sneered. Wood Golem Ch Dama Raise Nan. Chapter 413, Battle at the Top. Is it okay? Sasuke was a little stunned, staring at the supersized Raise Nan in front of him. If it was just Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan, it would be fine, but the key was that this Raise Nan was used by Naruto through Wood Golem. Just the size of this Raise Nan was almost the same as a Bijuu. Sasuke, this is only a part of my power. You will personally feel the difference between you and me. Naruto formed a seal with both hands and shouted loudly. Wood Golem immediately pushed Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan towards the sub-body Godzilla. In the face of this close-range attack, the sub-body Godzilla also had a sinister smile on his face, and his nose spewed out steam. In the next moment, Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan directly hit the sub-body Godzilla. The power of the explosion was very shocking. Coupled with the strong and dense cutting ability that Raise Nan possessed, this strike was destined to cause a lot of injuries. The sub-body Godzilla hurriedly retreated. He took this blow head-on, and under the powerful impact, he staggered back with a hiss. As Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan exploded, the terrifying hurricane visible to the naked eye was like a wind blade cutting through everything, and everything it passed by was crushed. The hard ground and cliff were also attacked by a dense amount of attacks. In the end, the powder shattered into endless powder and scattered with the wind. In the eyes of others, it was as if a large area had disappeared into thin air. The front of the sub-body Godzilla's body was already blurry. It was the wound that Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan had blasted out. The sub-body Godzilla let out a furious roar. It was clear that it had never been injured like this since birth. Naruto is already strong to this extent. The adult Sasuke was also greatly shocked. The many trees in front of him were all torn to pieces by the hurricane that came from afar, forcing him to retreat further. Wood Golem used Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan. This kind of operation shocked the adult Sasuke. He had never thought that he could use this method to cast spells. At this time, Naruto was unimaginably powerful. Then how should I deal with someone of the same age? The adult Sasuke had a grave expression. At his level, his eyes were sharp, and he could naturally see that Naruto still had a lot of strength left. The most basic Bijuu transformation was completely useless to Naruto. How could the young himself defeat such a terrifying enemy that had almost no shortcomings? The adult Sasuke thought about it and finally chose to pay attention to it silently. Raise Nan, although it is the first time to use it in actual combat, it is unexpectedly useful. My father does not seem to be useless. Naruto looked at the process and effect of Ultra Big Ball Rasengan's casting, and secretly nodded. Indeed, this kind of non-seal ninjutsu, not to mention that it was fast and sudden, as long as a large amount of chakra was added, it could create a big ball comparable to Bijuudama in a very short time. It was very useful. It was no wonder that Boruto, that brat, especially praised Raise Nan, and even said that he would use this technique to shock Ninja World in the future. The sub-body Godzilla staggered up, his eyes filled with endless wrath. That blue pupil was currently emitting an unprecedented savage intent. Humph, it can actually crawl back up. This lizard is indeed extraordinary. Naruto looked at Godzilla, who was injured but was able to move freely, and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Isn't it painful and itchy after suffering such an attack? Kyuubi was also observing. If Ultra Big Ball Rasengan's attack landed on its body, it would naturally not cause any damage. Kyuubi also had enough confidence to rely on his body to take this attack head-on. However, it discovered that this Godzilla was also not bad. This bastard, even if this old man can escape now, under a full-strength battle, wanting to kill this damn thing will require a lot of effort. As soon as he thought of this, Kyuubi became angry. If it hadn't been dismembered in half by Kushina, why would it be here? It directly rushed up and tore Godzilla apart in minutes. Where is Sasuke? Did he die from the small attack just now? Naruto looked left and right, searching for traces of Sasuke. At this time, summoning technique. A loud roar sounded. With a bang, a huge cloud of smoke rose up. Spirit communication again? Could it be that this guy has contracted the second powerful Godzilla? Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked at the giant monster that walked out of the smoke. The giant Godzilla was a little smaller. It was indeed Godzilla, but this Godzilla was a little strange. It looked like it was made from a large amount of ninja tools, and the surface of its body was shining with a metallic luster. More importantly, it was unknown what this thing was. Many parts of its body were tattered, as if it had just experienced a fierce battle. What is this? It looks like a man-made object. Naruto asked. Sasuke panted heavily and felt a trace of exhaustion. He stood on top of mechanical Godzilla's head and replied, "This is my second head, Godzilla. His strength is equal to that of Godzilla. So that's how it is. You want to use two other Kyuubi classes to attack me and defeat me in one go? You are very capable. Sasuke, in just a month, you have contracted another big guy." Naruto nodded and praised with a sneer. He did not show any fear or retreat. Kyuubi grumbled, "Hey, don't bring me along. If I were to escape now, I would definitely be able to defeat that Godzilla. Not to mention this tattered and strange thing. This is only half of my strength. If I were to complete my body..." I know. But you are not complete body after all. There is only half of you sealed in my body. If there is a chance in the future, we will kill our way into the Pure Land and rescue the other half of you. Naruto said impatiently. Humph, ignorant and arrogant brat, you are 10,000 times more arrogant than the Uchiha Madara of the past. Do you know what kind of place the Pure Land is? Even Uchiha Madara doesn't dare to say that he has entered the Pure Land. Kyuubi continued to grumble. This little brat, Naruto, had an extremely inflated heart, as if he had already reached the peak of Ninja World. Although Naruto had indeed displayed such potential. However, entering the Pure Land. Maybe we will meet old man Rikuta Sennin. I don't know where that old bastard is. When they met, Kyuubi really wanted to pinch old man Rikuta Sennin's collar and ask him what kind of bullshit expectation you left in the past. It had been 1,000 years, and no one had really regarded Bijuu as a friend instead of a disaster or weapon. Kyuubi glanced at Naruto. Even if this brat really became Ninja World's strongest in the future, it was absolutely impossible for him to treat Bijuu well. Based on his own judgment, just based on the dense darkness in this brat's heart, once he obtained a powerful strength, he would be able to tie a rope to the Kyuubi at any time and use them as dogs. Humph, Naruto, this is the power I have grasped. Didn't you say that you wanted me to experience despair? Then come. Sasuke tried to recover his chakra and shouted loudly. After continuously summoning 2 behemoths, Sasuke was still able to endure, and the chakra in his body was almost exhausted. Let's do it! Sasuke shouted. 2 giant Godzilla, one on the left and one on the right, began to attack Naruto and Wood Golem. In just one confrontation, Wood Golem was held back from 2 different directions. The terrifying claws dug into Wood Golem's body, tearing his body apart bit by bit. Sasuke had a face full of expectation, feeling that he had seen the dawn of hope. But Naruto was not panicked at all, only lightly shaking his head. Just this? In the final analysis, it's just 2 top-notch tailed beasts. Sasuke, I must admit that the strength you displayed is worthy of my attention. Naruto said, so, I have to use my true strength to defeat you. After killing these 2 Godzilla, I think you won't call me again, right? Oh, I almost forgot, you will die here, and you won't have a future. Big Fox, give me your chakra. Naruto ordered. What an unpleasant tone. Don't treat me as your subordinate. Kyuubi snorted coldly. Naruto stood in the space of consciousness and looked coldly at the huge fox through the cage. He said slowly, isn't that so? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I need to find a chance to confirm the master-servant relationship between you and me. What did you say? You said that I am your servant. Kyuubi was furious. Even Rikudo-sennin had never treated me like this. Naruto said, otherwise, do you think you are a pet? You are too big, not suitable to be a pet, only suitable to be my dog. Kyuubi flew into a rage, his eyes flashing with a bloody light. Before it could go berserk, Naruto had already made a seal. In an instant, a huge forest grew out and passed through the cage, binding Kyuubi's huge body. Smelly fox, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Every time you give me chakra, you take the opportunity to erode the 8 trigram seal, looking for a chance to escape. Naruto walked to the cage and placed his palm on the seal talisman on the cage. Facing Kyuubi's violent eyes, he sneered, you are so sneaky, aren't you very aggrieved? You can't hide from my eyes. So, you better correct your position. You are just a sentient chakra supply. If I want chakra, you must give it. The relationship between the 2 of us is mutual use from the beginning. Don't take yourself too seriously, idiot. Naruto talked to Kyuubi with an extremely arrogant attitude. Every sentence was a great humiliation to Kyuubi, stimulating Kyuubi's cruel temperament. Kyuubi roared loudly, constantly breaking away from Mokuton's bindings, but soon new thick trees appeared. I checked the information of the first generation. It is said that the old man Mokuton is full of vitality and has the ability to absorb Bijuu's chakra. Unfortunately, I don't have it. I don't know where the problem is. Maybe my development of Mokuton's blood inheritance is not enough, or maybe the blood inheritance that sensei gave me is actually after mutation. Naruto stood in front of Kyuubi and said to himself, if my Mokuton can forcibly absorb chakra like the first generation, Root doesn't need to talk nonsense with you. In front of me, you won't have any chance to speak. Kyuubi grimaced. No wonder you have your eyes on Madara. Is this your goal? You killed Madara not only to avenge Kushina, but also to transplant a pair of eyes that can control Bijuu. Ah, of course. I don't like the ordinary 3 Tomo. It's not good to do anything to those guys with Mangekyo Sharingan in the village, Naruto said. What can he do? According to his temper, it was only a matter of time before he fell out with Kyuubi. After all, Kyuubi was also one of the culprits who had killed Kushina. It was absolutely impossible for Naruto to reconcile with the enemy who had killed his mother, and it was impossible for him to do so in this lifetime. If not for the fact that Kyuubi was Bijuu, it would not have died in the first place and could only be controlled. Naruto would not do such a troublesome thing, and would have already killed Kyuubi. Now, Naruto tried many times to confirm that his Mokuton did not have the ability to absorb Bijuu's chakra, and the reason was unknown. Mokuton was unreliable. Naruto could only take the second best option. Only Mangekyo Sharingan was able to control Bijuu and obtain Bijuu's power. So, give me your chakra honestly. Don't force me to take it myself. Otherwise, your life will be very miserable. Naruto threatened. Kyuubi looked at Naruto with anger. To be more precise, it was to watch as the dark side was completely stimulated and successfully ascended, merging with the main persona, Naruto. Damn brat! Don't put on such an expression. When I am strong enough, you will have no value to me. If I kill you, I will release the 8 trigram seal and give you freedom. Naruto said. Kyuubi didn't say a word, but he still sneered on the surface. Alright, I hope you won't lie to this old man. This old man's life is endless, and you are just a human. Sooner or later, you will die. If you lie to this old man will let you taste pain. Got it, stop talking nonsense. Naruto stretched out his hand. In the next moment, a huge amount of chakra gushed out for Naruto. After Naruto's body of consciousness disappeared, Kyuubi lay in the cage, full of anger. Tisk tisk, it actually became like this. It's too interesting. Who? Kyuubi vaguely heard something, but he did not hear it clearly. He suddenly raised his head, but he did not feel anything. Was it an illusion? Of course it was not an illusion. Yuuji planted it on Naruto. The numerous cells that provided Naruto with Mokuton's power had already seen what happened in the sealed space. If the cells knew, then Yuuji would definitely know. To be honest, he didn't expect Naruto to become like this. Naruto will probably never have a 50-50 confrontation with the dark side himself. Yuuji thought of the matter of Naruto going to the Thunder Country. Before seizing Kyuubi's chakra, he first eliminated the dark side himself. Now, there was probably no chance. Asura's chakra was suppressed, and the dark side Naruto and the main Naruto completed the fusion. Apart from the influence of Asura's chakra, the real Naruto was born. Kyuubi would probably regret it. He regretted that he had cultivated the dark side of Naruto to the point of death. In the end, he ended up like this. In the outside world, Naruto had entered the complete Bijuu transformation stage. An incomparably huge Kyuubi appeared. The number of tails behind him increased at an astonishing speed. Chapter 414, Amaterasu. Sasuke had an ugly expression on his face. Dealing with Wood Golem almost consumed all of his chakra, and now there is a completely Bijuu Naruto. Both of my spirit beasts have the strength of Bijuu level, there is no need to retreat. Sasuke secretly gritted his teeth. After the 7th tail drilled out from behind Kyuubi, the transformation stopped. The terrifying pressure continued to spread, causing one's heart to palpitate. The number of 7 tails is completely enough to deal with it. Sasuke gritted his teeth and shouted, "Sub-body Godzilla, you go deal with Naruto. Let mechanical Godzilla deal with Wood Golem." The sub-body Godzilla roared. When he saw his old opponent, he immediately became excited. He directly abandoned Wood Golem, this dead object, and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto also opened his arms and blocked the terrifying impact head-on. His mouth made a grunt, and his slender hands directly protected the sub-body Godzilla. His body suddenly fell, and the sub-body Godzilla fell behind him. A rough and thick monster, really hard to kill. Naruto was somewhat dissatisfied. Most of the attacks hit the body of this Godzilla, and it was unable to break through the defense. It looks like I have to find a way to break the situation as soon as possible. Naruto turned to look at the mechanical Godzilla. He was multitasking. On one hand, he was maintaining Kyuubi's transformation while on the other hand, he was multitasking Wood Golem. Naturally, Wood Golem's combat strength plummeted and was gradually suppressed by the mechanical Godzilla. This artificial Godzilla seems to be a little weaker. It's better to eliminate him as soon as possible. After killing these 2 Godzilla, Sasuke would lose the last thing he could rely on and could die in peace. Naruto made a plan, but on the surface, he still attacked the sub-body Godzilla, and the 2 sides once again launched a cruel melee. Claws, tails, and fangs greeted each other one after another. Every time they attacked, the mountains would collapse and the earth would shake. The terrifying lethality could leave ferocious scars on the opponent. After a while, both sides were already covered in wounds. The intense pain stimulated the nerves of the sub-body Godzilla and Naruto. It hurts. This bastard's self-healing ability is not inferior to mine at all. Naruto swung his tail violently and continuously whipped the sub-body Godzilla. At most, he could only make the giant beast slightly sway. Very good. Just like this, when mechanical Godzilla completely destroys Wood Golem, he will be able to launch a siege on Naruto. Sasuke was very excited. 2 against 1. Although mechanical Godzilla's strength was a bit lacking and he had not completely recovered, it could still be used to restrain Naruto and create an opportunity for sub-body Godzilla. Sasuke had already seen the dawn of victory. He would rely on the psychic ability to defeat Naruto again. He wanted to beat up Naruto, this stupid fool who chose to defect, and then bring him back. But just as Sasuke was focused on the mechanical Godzilla. While fighting, Naruto constantly moved his body and finally adjusted his direction. He suddenly jumped onto the mechanical Godzilla. Not good. Sasuke's expression changed. He hurriedly commanded the mechanical Godzilla to get rid of Naruto and think of a way to escape. Ha, will I give up such a good opportunity? Naruto let out a series of cold laughs. His eyes surged with cruelty. Several large tails entangled the mechanical Godzilla. In a flash, he made a move and broke the mechanical Godzilla's mouth. A shot of Bijuudama was forming. The mechanical Godzilla was unable to break free for a moment. His eyes flashed with red light, and the depths of his mouth began to condense with scarlet color. Atomic breath. At an extremely close distance, two extremely terrifying spells erupted into a confrontation, and an astonishing explosion spread out, swallowing everything that was close to it bit by bit. This power! Sasuke was shocked and furious, and he hurriedly retreated. Even though the sub-body Godzilla rushed over at the first moment, he was still a step too late. Rumble! The terrifying light screen expanded outwards at an exaggerated speed, disintegrating everything it touched into dust. Sasuke widened his eyes, and his vision was covered by this extreme light. How could that be? Am I going to stop here? I didn't expect that Naruto would use such a tactic that would cause both sides to suffer. Sasuke didn't believe what he saw, and his face revealed a trace of bitterness. If an ordinary ninja dared to do this, they would undoubtedly die together with the enemy. But Naruto wouldn't. He would at most be injured, but he wouldn't die. On the other hand, Sasuke, who was an ordinary person, would definitely die if he was swept up by the aftershock that was so close to him. As he watched, the aftershock spread out and was about to swallow him up. Roar! The sub-body Godzilla growled and suddenly rushed forward. He turned his back and tried to use his back to withstand the blow. At the same time, he stretched out his claws to protect Sasuke. However, Sasuke knew very well that unless he jumped into the mouth of the sub-body Godzilla, he would not be able to escape unscathed. As long as there was a crack in the barrier around him, it would be enough to take his life. I shouldn't have fallen here. Sasuke glared at Sharingan, looking at everything in front of him with his eyes almost splitting. Rumble! In the end, the terrifying shockwaves devoured everything in the surroundings, finally turning into a huge mushroom cloud that shot into the sky. Naruto stood up, his face covered in dust. The huge body of Kyuubi appeared a little broken, but it was harmless. Humph, at this distance, even if the two Godzilla were fine, Sasuke would definitely be seriously injured. If he was smart, he should have jumped into Godzilla's mouth and used Godzilla's life in exchange for his own. Naruto looked left and right, searching for traces of Sasuke in the rising dust. He only hoped that Sasuke was not too stupid and wanted to play with Godzilla. Otherwise, it would be very easy to die from the attack just now. Hoo! As the dust in the sky gradually dissipated. First, the two figures of Godzilla were revealed. The mechanical Godzilla suffered the most ferocious attack. His body, which had not been completely repaired, was now missing arms and legs. He looked extremely miserable. Even if he casually swung his arms and head, a large number of parts fell down. Half of the brain bag was gone, and sparks burst out. The mechanical Godzilla was still stubbornly following Sasuke's orders. According to the established behavior logic, he staggered to attack Naruto. Interesting. You are indeed not a normal creature. In essence, you are just a special ninja. At this time, you still remember Sasuke's orders. Naruto snorted coldly, went up and kicked the mechanical Godzilla, making him tumble. Then, he stepped on the mechanical Godzilla's chest and slowly exerted force. An ear-piercing metallic sound rang out, and the giant beast appeared to be unable to bear the burden. It was as if in the next moment, the part of its chest would be stepped on by Naruto. This damn thing can still fight. The other big guy did not suffer much damage. Naruto raised his head and looked at the sub-body Godzilla who stood up on the other side. Sasuke, that guy, did he really die? He's really stupid. Hey! Naruto suddenly raised his eyebrows. Naruto was instantly attracted by it. A figure emitting purple light stood in place. Purple ribs. I didn't expect you to get new eyes at this time. Naruto was moved and looked at Sasuke in shock. He didn't know how long it took for him to lose his composure in front of Sasuke again. Ha ha ha. My eyes actually. Sasuke himself couldn't believe it, and subconsciously opened his hands. His vision became unprecedentedly clear. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about it, but Hitomi's strength was surging and restless. All the changes in the surroundings were observed by his eyes. Sasuke slowly raised his head. In his eyes, the pattern of the hexagram jumped up. This kind of eyes. Naruto touched his chin. What the hell? It seemed to be very similar to that old bastard Setsuna's eyes. Was it a coincidence? Naruto had never been such a coincidence as Shin. He preferred to gather all the information he had and find a logical possibility as much as possible. Uchiha Setsuna likes to brag about his eyes. He said that it was because of Indra's Hitomi. Now, you also have the same eyes. What is your relationship with Setsuna? Or is it because you are related to Indra? Naruto did not act immediately. Instead, he asked. Because of Indra, the ancestor of the legendary Uchiha clan. This information had only been spread in recent years, but this was because of what Indra looked like, what kind of eyes he had, how powerful he was, everything was unknown. The only information was that Setsuna had been boasting all over the place to let people know some things that were ambiguous. Now it seemed that because Indra might really exist, his power had also been passed on to the later generations through some form. Naruto thought this way, but he was not sure. Sasuke himself was not sure. I have the same eyes as Elder Setsuna? Oh right, I don't like that old bastard very much. There is a natural sense of rejection. Sasuke also vaguely remembered. The moment he saw Setsuna, he was extremely annoyed. This was the beginning of Setsuna having Mangekyo Sharingan. Because of Indra's pupil. My eyes are also because of Indra's pupil? But why is it like this? Sasuke also did not understand. But compared to this, he was extremely excited. At this moment, he also had the eyes that he had longed for day and night. Moreover, it was extremely powerful because of Indra's pupil. This must be synonymous with power. With Mangekyo Sharingan, I can defeat you. Naruto. I will definitely bring you back. Sasuke clenched his fists. Humph, I still haven't given up on this ridiculous thought. It seems that my choice to leave the village was right. If I get too close to you, it will only make me extremely weak. Naruto said with disdain. Revenge required strength, not something as boring as fetters. It was better to cut it off as soon as possible. Mangekyo Sharingan, it seems that I don't need to kill Madara to get this kind of eye. I just need to kill you. Naruto climbed down and stared at Sasuke's eyes with his huge head. The powerful Hitomi power that belonged to Mangekyo and the beautiful patterns made Naruto very fascinated. Be careful, little brat. Mangekyo Sharingan is different from the three Tomo Sharingan. If you want to be like in the past, you and I will be immune to illusions. I'm afraid it will not be so simple. Kyuubi was also greatly shocked and could not help but remind Naruto. Even if the two of them had just shed all pretenses. But now, the one facing him was Mangekyo Sharingan. Kyuubi no longer wanted to go back to the time when he was being toyed with by Uchiha Madara. Naruto's gaze focused and he retracted his gaze, intentionally avoiding Sasuke's gaze. Mangekyo Sharingan. If he can control Kyuubi and me in one go, it will be troublesome. Naruto's heart was heavy. It's good that you know. Right now, we still don't know what Sasuke's Hitomi art is. If it is related to illusion arts, we should think of a way to escape. Kyuubi said. Naruto scolded, useless thing, facing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, you are like this. Kyuubi sneered. Naruto was still too young. Unless he reached the terrifying level of Senju Hashirama, relying on his powerful willpower and chakra that was even larger than most of Bijuu, he could directly confront Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion technique, and use it to suppress the fluctuation of chakra. The current Naruto was still not at this level. Naruto frowned slightly. While maintaining caution, he felt even more aggrieved. A mere Sasuke actually made him treat her seriously? This was simply a humiliation. What right did Sasuke have to stand in front of him and be on par with him? Naruto, come back to the village with me. Sasuke's heart was bursting, and he roared loudly. Bullshit, I want your life. Naruto responded powerfully, and immediately made a move, extending his claws and fiercely slapping down. This time, there was no need for two Godzilla to help. Sasuke glared, and immediately a burst of Hitomi power erupted. Swish! From his ribs, a skeleton arm suddenly stretched out, directly blocking the sharp claws of Naruto. But very clearly, this level of Susanoo was impossible to block Naruto. Along with a crisp sound, fine cracks appeared on the bones of the arm. Ha, only at this level? Naruto mocked. Sasuke shook his head. You even took so much time to take me down. What do you have to deal with the three of us now? Moreover, without the two of them, I might be able to defeat you myself. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes wide, followed the information his eyes gave him, and activated the monocular pupil technique. Blood flowed down. Amaterasu. The eternal black flames began to burn crazily on Naruto. It really is the Amaterasu black flame. You have the exact same Hitomi technique as Setsuna. The Naruto that Kyuubi had transformed into revealed a sinister smile. There was even a sense of relief. Just this? Was it because he desperately wanted to defeat him that he awakened the Amaterasu fire that destroyed everything? Although I can't extinguish this flame, I only need to tear off a part of my chakra. Naruto stretched out his claws, wanting to tear off a part of his body. But in the next moment, Sasuke activated the second one-eyed Hitomi technique. Kagutsuki. The black flames began to spread wildly, covering the surface of Naruto's body in a large area. Naruto let out a sharp and angry roar. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. His entire body was gradually devoured by the black flames. At this time, he was struggling violently. I won. I won with my own strength. Sasuke looked at the scene in front of him with great excitement. Chapter 415, Zabuza, All Style No Substance. Leaning against the two Bijuu and Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke saw the dawn of victory. He would defeat Naruto again. But the problem was, Naruto would not fall so easily. Balls of chakra gushed out from Naruto's body, isolating a large amount of black flames and abandoning them. This. Sasuke's complexion changed. Don't be naive, idiot, do you really think Amaterasu's fire can kill me? As long as you have enough chakra, your Amaterasu does not have any actual combat value. Naruto got up and sneered at Sasuke. Moreover, how many more times can you use this Hitomi technique? You don't have much chakra left in your body, and I have only just started. Naruto opened his mouth and immediately fired another shot at Bijuudama. However, before he could spit it out, the sub-body Godzilla and mechanical Godzilla stood up and used 2 atomic breaths to bombard Naruto. With a loud bang, Bijuudama exploded in front of Naruto. The aftermath spread out, and Sasuke relied on Susanoo to bitterly support himself. The few chakra in his body was also exhausted at this moment. Damn it, I'm not reconciled, it's already close to success. Sasuke gritted his teeth, feeling the weakness in his body and the stinging pain in his eyes. Hitomi's power not only came from Mangekyo Sharingan himself, but also needed to be supplied with chakra. After exhausting all of his chakra, he would have to rely on his eyes to cast spells, and the burden would be incomparably huge. Moreover, this was the first time Sasuke had opened his eyes, and he was still unable to skillfully control these eyes. Boom! Naruto's tail whipped over, sending Sasuke flying. Merely this level of Susanoo, what right do you have to fight with me? Continue, further develop Susanoo. Naruto's voice became louder and louder, and finally roared loudly. Sub-body Godzilla rushed over, using his claws and fangs to continuously bite at Naruto's body. Mechanical Godzilla's entire body was broken. He was also using a mobile arm to tear Naruto apart. Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, desperately digging out his own strength. An 8th tail had already grown behind him. Even so, in the face of the sub-body Godzilla, he could only barely hold on and maintain his undefeated. Bastard, bastard, if not for you damned lizard, I would have already killed Sasuke. I wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Naruto was also riddled with wounds. He fought back with all his might and erupted in the battle of the behemoths. The 9th tail behind him also began to emerge bit by bit. It looked like it was about to enter the highest stage of Bijuu's transformation. His strength continued to grow. However, Naruto was not calm in his heart. Instead, he felt a sense of panic. The more he used Kyuubi's power, the more the 8 trigram seal in his body would be eroded, and the more dangerous his situation would be. All of this was caused by this bastard Sasuke. Such a weak piece of trash, relying on the psychic ability to fight against me, why don't you obediently die? Naruto was furious, staring at Sasuke who refused to fall, his self-esteem also damaged. The worse his situation was, the more miserable he was, and the angrier he became. It was just a small Sasuke, and he had never put him in his eyes, so why would he force him to this step? Naruto's arrogant and conceited heart was extremely humiliated. He roared at the top of his lungs and struggled desperately. This battle had entered the final stage, and both sides had gone all out. Along with the continuous spreading of shock waves, Sasuke was finally unable to resist. Without Bijuu supplying chakra, Sasuke was completely relying on his own chakra to fight, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. Now, in order to protect himself, he had to maintain Susanoo at all times, which further increased the consumption. I can't die here. If I die, who will take you back to the village? Sasuke staggered up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, panting, exhausted to the extreme. I have said it countless times. I can't return to that damn place. I want the entire Konoha to die. Naruto cursed loudly. Sasuke shook his head. This is a wrong idea. That's why I want to defeat you. Only after I defeat you will you talk to me nicely. Go to hell. Naruto spat out another shot at Bijuudama. Sasuke tried his best to hold back the feeling that his eyeballs were about to explode and looked at Naruto's eyes. At the very least, I want to give it a try and use this illusion technique. Not good. Naruto was shocked. He and Sasuke looked at each other directly. The illusion technique not only caused his consciousness to sink, but this illusion technique was also transmitted all the way to Naruto's inner world, intending to cast a spell on Kyuubi. Ha, this little brat called Sasuke is very capable. He deceived that idiot Naruto. However, this Hitomi power cannot be controlled together with this old man. Kyuubi began to struggle free, and used a large amount of chakra to attack Naruto's body. Soon, he pulled Naruto out of the illusion technique. Naruto was endlessly frightened. Sasuke had a bitter smile on his face. With a bang, he fell to the ground and closed his eyes. The Susanoo dissipated. The sub-body Godzilla and mechanical Godzilla also turned into two balls of smoke and disappeared. Only the huge body of Naruto was left, and the mess on the ground, silently telling the tragedy of this battle. It's finally gone, you bastard, I won in the end. You can't beat me. Naruto's body was also unable to bear the burden, and he immediately dissolved Bijuu. His whole body trembled, and his skin almost turned into a burning blood color. This was the residual effect of having a huge amount of Kyuubi's chakra for a long time. Every part of his body had a severe pain, which stimulated Naruto's nerves. Looking at Sasuke who fell to the ground and could not stand up, Naruto moved over step by step, panting heavily, and looked down at this guy. Slap! He grabbed Sasuke's hair and pulled him up roughly. Tisk, you're already unconscious? How boring! Naruto looked at Sasuke's face for a long time with a conflicted expression. For a moment, Naruto did not know what to do with a guy like Sasuke who was extremely obsessed with him. If he was an enemy, he would kill him decisively. But Sasuke, he really could not be called an enemy. At most, he was just an idiot who could not figure out what he was doing. And he almost lost to this guy. This pair of eyes is what I need. Naruto's face was cloudy and uncertain. He was hesitating. Kyuubi was also watching nervously. If Naruto obtained a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, then it would no longer be able to make a comeback and would become Naruto's plaything. Naruto stretched out a finger and slowly extended it towards Sasuke's tightly closed eyes. Dig? Or not dig? After obtaining Mangekyo Sharingan, he would become the combination of the first generation and Madara, possessing the greatest advantage of these two. But Naruto slowly reached out to Sasuke's eyes. Enough, stop it. A voice came. The adult Sasuke landed in front of Naruto and sighed. Naruto paused, immediately threw Sasuke to the ground, and said indifferently, Humph, you are really hiding in the dark to observe, and I just said such a big thing, why are you missing? The adult Sasuke looked at the familiar and strange Naruto with a complicated expression. It was as if he was looking at himself from back then. As the future, I will not directly interfere with the course of history unless it is absolutely necessary. The adult Sasuke said in a deep voice. The course of history? Don't think that I don't know the history of this stupid kid, Boruto, that little bit of information in his mind has already been known by me. The history of our two worlds is different. Naruto sneered again and again. Do you think I don't know the difference in history when Shiranui Yuuji rose to power? The adult Sasuke said in a deep voice, Stop talking, even if I don't interfere, you won't necessarily attack Sasuke, right? Naruto frowned, not saying a word. The adult Sasuke said to himself, back then, right here, I defeated you and faced the same choice as you. But in the end, I gave up using the method of killing you to get Mangekyo Sharingan. I think you will be like me. Naruto snorted coldly, what a joke, I actually lost to you. The me in your history seems to be a fool too. The adult Sasuke was helpless. Aren't you scolding yourself? In short, I won't stop you. This is a matter of your history. This matter ends here. Even that person didn't stop you, so I have no reason to do so. The adult Sasuke shook his head. In this regard, Naruto was also very suspicious. Up until now, there was still no movement from Shiranui Yuuji. In the entire Fire Country, dozens of cage level were caught and fighting, and Yuuji's group didn't even have a shadow of a ghost. I don't know what he was thinking, but could it be that he was really staring at Nagato? Naruto was silent. Finally, he took a deep look at the unconscious Sasuke, turned around, and left without looking back. He was limping as he walked. After a while, a figure emerged from the ground. What an interesting play. The current generation is about to break up because of Indra and Asura. It's like fate. Yuuji stretched and looked at the direction where Naruto went. As expected, you are monitoring everything. Why didn't you stop them? With your strength, even if Akatsuki went all out, they might not be able to take Naruto away from you. The adult Sasuke was puzzled. There is no need to stop it. There is no shortage of Uzumaki Naruto and Nine Tails in the village, and I didn't take him seriously at all. But you, chasing Naruto so eagerly, why? Yuuji said. The Valley of the End is the base of the I organization. The battle between these two people will definitely attract the attention of the I organization. Moreover, Sasuke had opened his eyes and seemed to meet the minimum requirements of the I organization. Because Indra had reincarnated to open Mangekyo Sharingan. If the I organization leader knew about the matter with Indra, he would definitely accept Sasuke. If even Setsuna could join the I organization, there was no reason that Sasuke could not. I see. Thank you for your hard work. Yuuji smiled and did not say yes or no. The adult Sasuke continued, I plan to take Boruto back. I want to borrow the turtle. If possible. No problem, and this thing was brought over from the future by Urashiki, Yuuji said. Theoretically, there was one turtle at this time node, and it was sleeping in some ancient ruin. However, only the orthodox Otsutsuki clansmen could activate it. If it was someone else, or someone like Tonari who had not been recorded by the family, it would not have been able to obtain the turtle's recognition. One had to know that the turtle had called out Urashiki's name the moment it was activated by Otsutsuki Urashiki. Just as Yuuji and the adult Sasuke were discussing when to act, Naruto limped away from the Valley of the End. Are you Naruto? White Zetsu crawled out from a tree. You are Akatsuki's White Zetsu? Since you are here, don't talk nonsense. Take me to see Nagato. Naruto said with a cold face. Oh, I have long heard that Konoha's strongest genius is a very cold person. Now it seems that it is true. Nagato is waiting for you not far away. White Zetsu said. Then quickly bring me there. However, before meeting Nagato, there were still people who wanted to see you first and even specifically instructed me. A malicious smile appeared on White Zetsu's face. Naruto frowned. Swish! A huge broadsword spun and hacked over, but Naruto dodged it accurately. Is this a broadsword? Zabuza Mamakai, do you want to die? Naruto recognized the weapon at a glance and knew who was targeting him. What an arrogant little brat! I really don't know what the leader is thinking. He asked you to replace me before the fight even started. Zabuza walked over and made a seal first. Water release, great waterfall technique. Zabuza did not hesitate to consume a large amount of chakra to create a large waterfall of water. Ninja art, hidden mist art. Immediately after, Zabuza planned to use silent killing art to kill Naruto. I will prove to Nagato that you little brat is not worth mentioning in the first place. In the thick fog, Zabuza's voice was erratic. Naruto did not panic at all. Instead, he looked at White Zetsu with a frown. White Zetsu spread his hands. He has never seen the battle between you and Sasuke. No wonder. It seems that I can replace him as long as I kill him, right? That's right, I like this rule very much. Naruto looked like he was in a terrible state, but when he felt the killing intent coming from the thick fog, he calmly shook his head. He was full of himself. In the next moment, his body expanded and turned into a huge fox. Naruto opened his mouth and spat out a shot of Bijuudama. After the terrifying explosion, Zabuza lay on the ground, seriously injured and on the verge of death. Damn it, how could this be? Zabuza widened his eyes and was very unwilling. Naruto picked up the broadsword on the ground and walked in front of Zabuza. Do you think I am an ordinary Jinchuriki? Why must I use such a fancy tactic? Splurt! With a slash, Zabuza's head was chopped off. Naruto threw the broadsword to White Zetsu and said impatiently, the trash is already dead. Can you take me to see Nagato now? Nagato was indeed waiting for Naruto. To be more precise, he was wary of Konoha's Yuuji. However, what made him puzzled was that Yuuji had suppressed root and did not appear, directly allowing Naruto to defect. It was strange. I brought Naruto here. He killed Zabuza in one move. White Zetsu said. Nagato looked at Naruto and slowly nodded. It seems that Yuuji is still calm. He knows that he can't easily start a war, so he let you leave Konohagakure. As for Zabuza, Nagato did not even mention it. Nagato was observing Naruto, and Naruto was also examining Nagato, the boss. Why do you only have one eye? Naruto frowned. The first sentence was a stab Nagato. Something unexpected happened. Nagato said coldly. Naruto sneered in a low voice and did not say anything else. White Zetsu said, Naruto, don't underestimate the leader. Even if he only has one Rinnegan left, he can easily defeat you. If you can defeat me now, you won't be able to say for sure in a few years. Where is Uchiha Madara? I want to see him, Naruto said stiffly. Madara helped you defend against a strong enemy. Without him, you would not have been able to successfully defect, said White Zetsu. Naruto said disdainfully, without him, Akatsuki still has other experts. I and Sensei am here. Nagato warned, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Don't attack the members of the organization. This is the bottom line. Once you do this, I will make you feel pain. Chapter 416, See a Visitor Out. Not long after, Sumaru brought Mizuki's corpse to the Valley of the End. Mizuki still had no way of obstructing Sumaru. Both of them had grasped the power of radiation, but the power they displayed in actual combat was naturally like heaven and earth. The deformed Mizuki was easily defeated by Sumaru. They actually turned the beautiful Valley of the End into this state. Those two guys are really scary. Sumaru destroyed Mizuki's body and looked at the Valley of the End, whose face was completely different. He sighed. Just by looking at the traces of the battle, Sumaru knew clearly that he was not a match for these two people. This kind of scene of devastation, it was really unknown what kind of fierce battle those two had gone through to create it. They're back. Have you seen Naruto and Sasuke? Hitomi asked calmly as usual, sitting quietly on a stone chair. Yes, those two are too strong. I may not be their match, Sumaru said respectfully. Hitomi nodded. It's normal that you can't compare to them. After all, you don't have the power of Bijuu. Sumaru said respectfully, however, Sensei, is it really okay to let Naruto go to Akatsuki like this? This is to strengthen the enemy's strength. The situation is too small. Sumaru, what qualifications does Akatsuki have to be our opponent? However, Akatsuki has Nagato, Madara, and exceptional talents on his side. If we rely on you alone to support our side, Sensei, your pressure will be very great. Sumaru was stunned. Naruto was only 12 years old, yet he already displayed terrifying strength and potential. In a few years, he might even have a chance to advance a step further, becoming an expert that surpassed Cage level. At that time, Akatsuki would have 4 Super Cage experts, and even Konohagakure would find it difficult to deal with them. It was not just Sumaru who felt this way. Many of Ninja World's smart people had actually thought of this. Once Naruto defected and grew up, wouldn't it push Akatsuki to the position of Ninja World's #1 power? Konohagakure's position would be shaken. He was afraid that at that time, when Akatsuki accumulated enough strength, he would show his fangs to the entire Ninja World. That was why Sumaru was nervous. That's why I said that your plan is small. Hitomi shook his head calmly. Akatsuki was an expert with a hammer. Nagato was one of them. The remaining Obito and Su? There was no need to mention these two. But without a doubt, the entire Ninja World was intimidated by Akatsuki. To be able to successfully abduct a young monster like Naruto, it was extremely shocking, and it had also severely impacted Konohagakure's prestige. Such a big Konoha village, yet it was actually unable to stop Naruto. Sumaru muttered in a low voice. If this wasn't a problem, then even a dog wouldn't believe it. The master and disciple chatted for a while. Sumaru turned around and left, planning to go cultivate. After roughly understanding the strength of Naruto and Sasuke, Sumaru was anxious and urgently wanted to become stronger. Are you back? What exactly happened on the surface? I can feel violent tremors even in such a deep underground. When passing by a prison, the man in the prison slowly spoke. Sumaru casually looked at him. This guy had a withered body. He was skinny, his eyes sunken, and his body was wrapped in special iron chains. His body was also covered with seals, and he could not extract any chakra. He looked extremely miserable. Is it you, Takeda? Did you give up the idea of escaping? Sumaru said. Takeda looked indifferent. If there is a chance to be free to the outside world, I will not be willing to stay here as your prisoner. Kill and don't kill, let go and don't let go, and don't torture information from me, just keep it locked up. Takeda was one of the leaders of Kirigakure Jonin in the Chunin exam of Itachi. He was also the best candidate for the six-tailed Jinchuriki, whom Kirigakure had high hopes for. Unfortunately, on the way back to the village after Chunin exam, Shin had brazenly launched an attack in order to snatch the two ninja sword in Hojiki Mainjutsu's hands. He had defeated Takeda in one battle and captured him alive, bringing him back to the organization base. Several years had passed, and the outside world had experienced several great wars that shook the world. However, Takeda was still locked up here. What a pity! A person who yearned for freedom would forever lose his freedom. He would not even be able to see a ray of sunlight, Sumaru said. To be honest, he felt some sympathy for this fellow. If he caught him, he would just kill him directly. However, he did not know what Sensei was thinking. He did not kill or ask, and he did not hesitate to use his energy to fill Takeda's body with all kinds of sealing techniques that made his scalp numb. It could be said that every inch of Takeda's skin was filled with talismans, and there was no possibility of escaping. And it's been a few years. Even the most basic food and drink only used preserved fruit. Simply put, fortunately, Takeda's temperament is extremely indifferent. If it were an ordinary person, he would have gone crazy. You still haven't told me what exactly happened up there. That level of activity is not something an ordinary person can do. Takeda asked. It was Naruto and Sasuke who were fighting. The two of them had a falling out, so they had a fierce fight with the Valley of the End. Naruto and Sasuke? That's impossible. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Why did you find an excuse to lie to me? Takeda slowly shook his head. When I was caught here, the two of them were only a few years old children. How long has it been since then? How could they have such strength? I can't do anything about it even if you don't want to. In fact, not to mention you, even I, a person who can often go to the outside world, am surprised by the strength of the two of them. The ordinary cage level is not a match for the two of them. Sumaru spread out his hands. Takeda's indifferent heart couldn't help but tremble. The son of the Hokage and the son of the chief of Uchiha were already so powerful. What happened in the outside world? It must have been very exciting in the past few years. Unfortunately, he could not enjoy all of this. What do you want to do to me? In fact, I can't think of any value I have for you. Why don't you just kill me? Takeda said. At this time, a figure slowly walked in, his voice full of conceit. You want to die? If the leader doesn't let you die, you absolutely cannot die. Ah, Senior Demon, you are back. Sumaru was in awe. Uchiha Shin was an expert in the organization. Now, he had mastered a perfect cloning technique and could constantly obtain the real Sharingan. This kind of strength made Sumaru, a junior, have no choice but to respect him. He looked at Shin, who had an imposing appearance and was not even wearing a mask. Senior Demon was really powerful. From a nobody who was ignored by others in Konoha village, he used 10 years to deal with Orochimaru and the I organization, step by step, becoming a powerful existence with a strong foresight. Senior, you went to deal with Akatsuki's Madara, right? Did you succeed? Sumaru asked. Shin nodded in a reserved manner. I can only say that I defeated him. It's a pity that he has mastered the time-space Hitomi technique. There is no way to kill him completely. So powerful. Senior actually defeated the legendary Uchiha Madara. You have already become Ninja World's top expert. Sumaru was greatly shocked. Shin nodded in a reserved manner. But in reality, that Madara was not beaten back by him, but was unwilling to continue fighting. Obito was truly frightened by Shin's large amount of eyes that covered his entire body. No one knew how many Sharingan had been stuffed into his body. If he used these eyes to cast Izanagi, wouldn't it mean that he had more than 100 lives? Even if Kazue, who was known as an undying ninja, came, her Hitomi power would not be able to revive so many times in a row. When Obito saw Shin's body, his scalp tingled. He knew that continuing to fight was meaningless. Was he crazy to chase after Shin and kill him many times in a row? Therefore, Obito was harassed and had no choice. Even Mokuton did not help a lot. He spent a lot of effort to get rid of Shin's pursuit. Shin naturally thought that he had won. It was he who had used his powerful strength to defeat Madara. Humph, as my defeated opponent, you should stay here obediently and wait for the leader to punish you. Shin did not even bother to look at Utakata as he turned around and left. Even though he did not understand why the leader did not kill Utakata but kept him locked up. However, Shin would not care too much about this matter. Sumaru also left. Only Utakata remained in the cell with a gloomy face. That mysterious leader, could it be that he has set his eyes on my potential as a six-tailed container? The Eye organization has also set their eyes on Bijuu? But with the large number of Hitomi ninjas in this organization, they can completely control Bijuu. There is no need to covet Bijuu's power. Yujao couldn't understand. He could only look up blankly at the rock above his head. He didn't know when this kind of day would come to an end. Konoha. The entire village fell into a deathly silence. The commotion caused by the war in the Fire Country could not be hidden for too long. Gradually, the entire village knew that Naruto had defected, and there was an uproar. Naruto is the son of the fourth generation, his root is straight and young, he is respected by the villagers, he is extremely talented, he is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he has the Mokuton blood successor, and he is a descendant of Uzumaki, almost full of various attributes. Even if he could not become the fifth Hokage, the sixth or even seventh Hokage would definitely have Naruto's position. But why did he defect? No, I don't believe it. He is the super genius of our village. Why would he defect? I'm not sure either. I think he was framed, right? Do you people not even have the courage to face reality? Akatsuki has almost all been mobilized for Naruto. Naruto has already sided with Akatsuki. But, even if he really defected, how can we not stop him? There are many experts in our village, how can we let Naruto escape successfully? There must be experts in the village to stay behind, but Akatsuki can go all out. Moreover, Lord Yuuji doesn't seem to have made a move either. It's probably to deal with Nagato. As time went by, all the villagers in the village knew what had happened, and everyone couldn't believe it, but they had to face this cruel reality. We have so many experts in our village, yet Naruto defected. I heard that the one who fought Naruto in the end was Uchiha Sasuke? Unfortunately, he was defeated. But even so, it was enough to give some people some comfort. The person who fought to the last moment and almost lost his life was the arrogant Uchiha in people's impression. Look, as expected, the super genius of Uchiha clan is the most reliable. Uchiha's clan gained another wave of reputation points. Humph, even the descendants of the Hokage are unreliable. Yandere is really incompetent. Only our Uchiha clan is the most loyal to the village. Our genius cannot betray us. Oh? Madara expressed his objection. Are you deliberately finding fault with me? The atmosphere of the entire village changed. As the Hokage, Minato had suffered a great blow and suddenly aged a lot. Who would have thought that this would happen? Uzumaki Naruto actually defected, who would believe? But the truth happened. The pursuing teams returned to the village one after another, with some injuries. There were also some weak ninjas who died on the battlefield. However, it was not like there was no harvest. Legendary Stupid Brothers was killed, and Hinata was rescued by Hoito. In the direct battle, Kazue successfully killed Kakuzu, causing one of Akatsuki's core members to be reduced. Unfortunately, Hirako escaped. When I killed Kakuzu and wanted to join hands with Izumi to kill Hirako, that guy escaped quickly. Kazue's face was cold as she threw Kakuzu's corpse in front of everyone. As for the matter of Naruto defecting, logically speaking, Kazue did not take it to heart. Whether it was defecting or staying in the village, it had nothing to do with her. She did not care. The reason why she went out was only to fulfill the duty of a ninja for Konoha. Thank you for your hard work. I will use Kakuzu's life as a sacrifice to my dead companions. Minato's voice was full of disappointment. There are still too few experts on our side. Otherwise, there will definitely be a chance to kill a few more enemies and even leave Naruto behind. Might Guy was injured all over by his father, and it was difficult for him to walk. At this moment, he spoke seriously. Everyone was silent. There were 3 experts who stayed in the village in name, the old Sandaime Hokage, the Tsunade who could not see blood, and Uchiha Setsuna. The first 2 people staying in the village was correct, there was no need to force a fight. However, Setsuna was also unwilling to make a move, which made some people feel dissatisfied. Even if everyone knew that Setsuna was like this and would not easily cause trouble for the village, nor would he betray them, they were also unwilling to contribute to the village. Everyone was fighting hard, but Setsuna stayed in Uchiha's territory and was too lazy to move. He did not receive Hitomi's orders, so he was too lazy to act. Elder Setsuna's situation is more complicated. Fugaku could only say it tactfully. Setsuna was more inclined to the clan rather than the village. To a certain extent, guarding the clan was also to protect the clan. Everyone was a little dejected. Yuuji, who had been silent the entire time, slowly said at this time, "Let this matter end here. Naruto defecting is already a fact. Didn't Nagato make a move? No, he and I are both restraining ourselves. That guy has grasped a whole new power." As Yuuji spoke, he pushed open the door and left. "I have other things to do. The 2 guests are waiting for me to send them back." Chapter 417, He ran away. 2 guests? Many people in the room were stunned. What kind of guests were worthy of an existence like Yuuji personally sending them off? Is that so? The 2 of them are leaving. Minato's expression changed slightly. The 2 of them came from the future and knew that Naruto had defected, right? However, as Naruto's son and Sasuke's disciple, it seemed that something must have happened in the future for Naruto to return to the village. This gave Minato a tiny bit of comfort. "Hokage, look at that guy. He left so easily at such an important meeting." Koharu turned around and whispered to express her dissatisfaction. But no one paid any attention to her, this old woman who had left the power center. Minato said, "As Yuuji said, this matter will end here. As a father, I beg everyone to not list Naruto as a traitor for the time being. Please." After saying that, Minato knelt on the ground and knelt down to everyone present. To be able to do this with the identity of the Hokage, it was impossible to refuse. According to convention, if Naruto was listed as a traitor, it would definitely be an S-class traitor, and he would be chased to death. Orochimaru was still alive and kicking, because this guy was very difficult to kill. His life-saving methods were top-notch, and he could be resurrected many times. With such a responsible father, I really don't know why Naruto defected. This was the first time that Izumi had attended such a high-level meeting. At this time, she sighed with emotion. In this case, let's put aside Naruto's matter first. I am very interested in the 2 guests that Yuuji mentioned. Who are they? Are they from the I organization? Sandaime Hokage, who had not attended the high-level meeting for a long time, said at this time. Everyone looked at each other, not very clear. The I organization only sent 3 ninjas led by Sumaru, and there were no other messengers, not even Jonin. Considering that Setsuna, Shisui and others were all in Konoha, it seemed that they did not need to lead Jonin. Minato directly suppressed the matter and said, "Don't interfere in this matter. It will have a great impact." Many people looked at Minato in surprise. To be able to make Yuuji personally take action and let Minato use the authority of the Hokage. Understood. We will not participate. Fugaku replied and closed his eyes. The clan leader was pondering. He was probably the leader of the I organization. The mysterious leader of the I organization had been lurking in the village and observing all this time? Was he testing Izumi's aptitude? Oh, Sasuke had already opened Mangekyo Sharingan. This was definitely a good thing. Some people looked at Fugaku, full of envy. The strength of this clan was too strong, and Mangekyo had endless experts. If not for Yuuji, with the village's size, it really wouldn't be able to suppress Uchiha's clan. Fugaku, congratulations. Sasuke is so young, but he has already become a strong person in the village. Minato looked at Fugaku. Fugaku sighed and said, "Unfortunately, No matter how strong Sasuke is, he still can't stop Naruto. Minato was no longer thinking about this. At the thought of Boruto, he felt a trace of comfort. After the meeting, everyone left. Minato sat alone in the position of the Hokage, his thoughts drifting away. Time travel. The seal in my brain should be the seal I put on myself when I sealed the dragon vein. There was no doubt that it was related to the future, so Minato sealed this memory. But it was also because of this experience that Minato knew about the time travel. Since everything has been recorded by time and the result is not bad, then let nature take its course. Minato sighed. He did not know that the world that Boruto was in was completely different from the history of his world. Yuuji calmly walked out of the Hokage building. Is the quarrel intense? Sasuke leaned against the wall. Boruto also had a complicated expression on his face, with a hint of panic and disbelief. Why did his father defect? He had never heard of this kind of thing at all, and the key was that he had really successfully defected. Boruto looked at Sasuke from time to time, then at Yuuji. He was completely stunned. These two also knew that their father had defected, but why didn't they make a move? They were so strong, if they tried to stop them, their father would not be able to leave. Boruto, things are not as simple as you think. Yuuji first looked at the dull Boruto and said lightly, Naruto's mind has changed. Even if the strong catch him, the village will only get Naruto's body. Boruto was silent, not knowing what to say. Dad defected, with this stain, wouldn't the position of the 7th Hokage be impossible? This is the history of their world. We have no reason to interfere. We still have our own world to protect. Sasuke said in a deep voice. Boruto nodded silently. The two of them looked at Yuuji. I'm ready. I can send the two of you back at any time. Yuuji took out a turtle and knocked on the turtle shell of this thing. No reaction. I'll kill you if you don't speak. Yuuji said. I'm awake. Turtle stretched out his head and said hurriedly. Is it okay to send these two people to where they came from? I need a large amount of chakra as an energy source. No problem. What Yuuji didn't lack the most was chakra, so he casually sent a large amount of chakra to this turtle. Strange rings of light rose from the turtle's body, and the power of time surged, wrapping around Sasuke and Boruto. I really have to thank you for this period of time. The adult Sasuke expressed his gratitude to Yuuji. To be able to kill Otsutsuki Urashiki, this was the best outcome in itself. You thanked me too early. Yuuji smiled. The adult Sasuke did not understand. In the next moment, he and Boruto were teleported away by the power of time. The turtle also swung its 4 legs, wanting to take the opportunity to slip into the time tunnel, but was caught by Yuuji. You won't let me go. How could I let you go? If you leave, I won't be able to find a second time precious artifact. However, at this time, I am sleeping in the ruins. You can find it. Do you think I am stupid? Only Otsutsuki, who you recorded in the database, can activate you. Yuuji sneered. The turtle closed its mouth and looked at Yuuji helplessly. What was this? It was so wary of it. It was just an innocent artificial prop. It's good that you don't go back. I'm also very curious about you. The huge deviation in the timeline is almost all because of you. Being able to stay here to observe you will enrich my data reserves. The turtle had no choice but to say this. Humph, whatever you want. Yuuji grabbed the turtle in his hand. Hiss hiss. Tagorium hissed, looked at the turtle, and took a bite. It's really disgusting. I'm not a living creature, but a man-made object. You, this snake, still want to bite me. How baffling. The turtle looked at the little white snake in dissatisfaction. These two fellows had become playthings in Yuuji's hands and were destined to not be able to escape. Yuuji walked all the way to Uchiha's territory. All of the Uchiha clansmen who saw Yuuji immediately lowered their heads and greeted him respectfully. Yuuji ignored these people and treated them as air as he directly entered Fugaku's home. Tisk, Lord Yuuji is really. He is still so arrogant. As far as I know, in the past few years, Lord Yuuji treated people with gentleness. Now, he is less and less talkative. He is actually a top expert of Ninja World. It is only right for him to have such an imposing manner. Uchiha and the others talked in low voices. They did not dislike it, because if they mastered their strength, they would only be more arrogant and would not waste time responding to the miscellaneous. In Fugaku's home, Sasuke, who was covered in bandages, was undergoing physical training in the yard. You should lie in the hospital and rest for a few days, instead of being in a hurry to leave the hospital for training. Yuuji said. Sasuke had been training for a period of time. The pain all over his body made him extremely painful, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Sensei, you know me. I can't be free. Although my body can't compare to Naruto, it is far stronger than ordinary people. This kind of injury can heal itself in a few days. But it was such an enviable strong body that was crushed to pieces in front of Naruto. That terrifying body that didn't care about injuries at all, and even used injuries to exchange for blood, was something that Sasuke couldn't be envious of. Sensei, I have Mangekyo Sharingan, and I have 2 Godzilla who can rival Bijuu. Why did I still lose? Sasuke was extremely unwilling. He was clearly so powerful, so why did he still lose? I can't figure it out. Your chakra is much less than Naruto's, Yuuji replied. Naruto entered Bijuu's transformation and completely extracted the chakra from Kyuubi's body. He did not lose any of it. And if Sasuke wanted to summon 2 Godzilla, the consumption of chakra was extremely astonishing. Generally, Jonin and Root would not be able to support this kind of consumption. When he summoned the sub-body and mechanical 2 Godzilla, how much power did Sasuke have left, or how much space did he have left? Even if he awakened Mangekyo Sharingan at a critical juncture, it was already too late. You are too young. In a few years, you will naturally be able to ignore the burden of the psychic spell. Yuuji said. Chakra and age. Sasuke stopped and sat on the ground with a lonely expression. Just a little bit, he was about to chase Naruto back, but unfortunately, he failed. As expected, he was still not strong enough. Take care of your eyes. Yuuji was about to leave. Sensei, I have a problem. Why do I have the same eyes as that Setsuna? Sasuke shouted. Yuuji stopped in his tracks. There is indeed an indirect connection between the two of you. It is a long story. Is it related to Indra? That's right. So, my eyes are because of Indra's eyes. That's right, but they are also your own eyes. Yuuji left. Sasuke stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Vaguely, he seemed to have understood something. The eyes of Indra are also my eyes. I am Indra. Sasuke was a little stunned and did not know what to say. Was this reason why he hated Setsuna? Was it because Setsuna had copied his eyes through a ridiculous method like making a wish? Senior Yuuji. Itachi, you have also seen that this kind of thing requires him to come out on his own. If he doesn't defeat Naruto, he won't be able to untie his knot. These two have been fighting for more than 1,000 years. Yuuji laughed. Itachi remained silent. Sure enough, there was also a problem with Naruto. He also had the chakra of an ancient person. Is this fate? Itachi said in a low voice. Yes, it is destined. Or someone deliberately let this result appear, Yuuji said. Itachi was silent again, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face. It was really hard to imagine that even though he was clearly his own younger brother, he somehow had the old ancestor's chakra on him, and then he also had a mission to fight with another old man who had died who knew how many years ago. This kind of thing. Itachi expressed that he could not understand, and was even considering whether he could extract this damn chakra from his younger brother and throw it away. Yuuji no longer paid attention to Itachi, and left Uchiha's clan. In the end, Sasuke had to walk out on his own. However, Sasuke and Setsuna. These two people will have a life and death battle sooner or later. One must die before it ends. Yuuji chuckled. The pirated version is because of Indra's Hitomi, or rather, the pirated version of Sasuke's eyes, which are directly matched with Sasuke's own eyes. Yuuji left and arrived at Root's base, once again taking out the turtle. There isn't much time left. Take me to the future where Sasuke and Boruto are, Yuuji said. Are you serious? The timeline between you two is not the same. It is easy to cause chaos. Now you are going to cross the past. The turtle shrank into the turtle shell. The man who tore out the time branch with his own strength was going to go to the future now? This method had already caused a bad impact on the future. Because normally, Yuuji should not appear. Take me there, or I'll kill you, Yuuji said. Alright, alright. If Otsutsuki's family knows what I'm doing, they will definitely find a way to destroy me. Turtle was very helpless. He immediately used the chakra in his body to open the time tunnel. Yuuji's figure gradually disappeared. At the same time, Mount Mayuboku, along with Bunta and the other toads, each one of them was riddled with wounds and even on the verge of death as they returned. This holy land exploded on the spot. What did you say? Our family's prophesied child defected. The big toad sage was dumbfounded on the spot. That huge and bloated body almost jumped up from his seat. How could this happen? Yes, great master. This kind of thing really happened. Maybe defection is also a part of the growth of the prophesied child. Fukasaku and Shima, the two sage, were covered in bandages, barely managing to save their lives. That zoo was too terrifying, making the two 800-year-old toads feel their hearts palpitate. Minato, Jiraiya, the two of them, together with Bunta and the other powerful toads. With so many people working together, they were beaten to the point that they could not find their way out. Fortunately, Su were playing around with them. If Su were to be serious, they would definitely lose their members. Fukasaku asked, what should we do? Should we continue to think of a way to contact Naruto? But Naruto has already joined Akatsuki, and there is also Nagato there. Including Jiraiya, they once thought that Nagato was the prophesied child. But the big toad sage later proposed to pay attention to Naruto, and they stared at him. I don't know about this kind of thing. Let's contact the other holy lands first. We can take this opportunity to make contact with Godzilla Sage. Chapter 418, Yuuji is coming. As soon as Sasuke and Boruto came out of the time tunnel, they immediately looked around vigilantly. Isn't this ruins? We are back. Boruto looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he did not feel happy. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of loss. It was probably because the transmigration this time had brought him too much shock. When the threshold was high, there would naturally be subtle changes in the mentality. Sensei, can we still see them? Boruto asked. Sasuke said lightly, there will be a chance, but there is no time for you to think about it now. We have more important things to do, save Naruto. Ah! I have forgotten my father. Boruto looked shocked. Sasuke looked at Boruto speechlessly, activated Rinnegan, and searched for the location given by the 4-cage. We found the coordinates. Let's move quickly. Sasuke shouted and brought Boruto to where Momoshiki and Kinshiki were. After Naruto escaped, the cages of the 5 villages had already started a fierce battle with Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Without Sasuke's help, these 5 people were suppressed by the 2 Otsutsuki. Damn it, Kurama, have you recovered your chakra? Naruto gasped for breath, looking rather miserable. Kyuubi said, I still need a bit more time. Momoshiki has extracted too much of my chakra. Hold on for a while longer, and this old man will seize the time to refine more chakra. Before Sasuke and Boruto crossed over, Naruto had already been captured by Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Momoshiki had already controlled Naruto and extracted a portion of Kyuubi's chakra. Boom! The endless sea of sand surged like boiling water. Hasn't Sasuke and the others arrived yet? Gaara shouted loudly. In the next moment, Kinshiki attacked with a cold expression. He brandished red-colored axe and slashed fiercely at Gaara. Shua! Gaara was split into 2. He turned into sand and fell to the ground. Isn't it the original body? Kinshiki looked around coldly. Kojuro brandished his weapon and slashed horizontally, but he was easily blocked by Kinshiki. The 5 of them could fight back and forth with Kinshiki. The tall and sturdy Kinshiki, who was 2.3 meters tall, was the close combat faction's Otsutsuki. The attacker also relied on his powerful physical skills and his invincible axe to launch an attack. Earth Release. Kurotsuka took the opportunity to cast a spell on the sand on Kinshiki's body. Gaara also created a large amount of sand in time to restrain Kinshiki. Got it. Naruto's face was happy, and the golden chakra on his body stretched out a golden claw, blasting Rei's Nan toward him. Humph, naive. Kinshiki's pair of Byakugan moved slightly, and his body instantly disappeared from where he stood, appearing from afar. Naruto's attack missed. How could this be? This guy also has Kamui. An ordinary Byakugan also has a time and space ability. The expressions of the 5 cages were extremely ugly. They had all experienced 4 battles and had more or less exchanged blows with Obito. They knew how difficult Kamui was to deal with. The time when Kinshiki used the time and space Hitomi technique that Byakugan used, it was extremely similar to Kamui. This would be troublesome. Darui's forehead was covered in sweat. With our strength, we can only deal with Jinchuriki at most. We might be able to kill him with some methods, but if that Momoshiki also ends up, they could still deal with one Jinchuriki. Momoshiki, who looked even more powerful, was floating in the air. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile as he quietly watched the performance of these people. Finished acting? The natives are natives after all. They have no knowledge. They doesn't know how terrifying our Otsutsuki clan is. Momoshiki sneered and shook his head. Beating his servant is so hard, is that all? This level is the top strength of this planet? What a joke. That idiot Kaguya is really courting death. He didn't wait for us to be knocked down. Momoshiki shook his head. Jinchuriki sent Darui flying with a swing of his axe and retreated to Momoshiki's side. His breathing was steady, as if it was just a warm-up. Lord Momoshiki, that fellow Jinchuriki still hasn't sent back any news. Looks like that's right. These guys are here to stall us. Uchiha Sasuke is going to kill Jinchuriki in time. Momoshiki said. Naruto and the others' faces sank as they looked at Momoshiki in fear. Why are you so surprised? Our Otsutsuki clan has taken down countless planets and killed countless natives. We have seen the tactics you play many times, Otsutsuki Momoshiki said. Otsutsuki clan. Naruto took a deep breath and felt a great pressure. How many members of this clan were unknown? The people who sent Ninja World, from Kaguya to Momoshiki, had already made them have no choice but to go all out to resist. Whenever they thought about fighting against this mysterious and powerful clan, no matter who it was, they would feel a great sense of suffocation. Since these two guys have seen through our plan, there is nothing to hide. Why isn't Sasuke here yet? Naruto asked. Gaara said in a low voice, maybe it is not going well. Urashiki's strength is beyond our expectations. Sasuke might not be able to kill the enemy. Naruto sighed. Uchiha Sasuke is not bad, but it is impossible for him to kill Urashiki alone. Although Urashiki's head is not his forte, even if he is defeated, he can escape instantly, Momoshiki said. Urashiki controlled 3 forms of Rinnegan, blue, gold, and red. The red form can speed up Yamatsua Hirasaka's casting speed. With this kind of pupil technique, he can escape for his life no matter how bad it is. Momoshiki and Jinchuriki had never thought that Urashiki would be killed alone. You guys, even Kaguya did not die. You can only seal her twice. Now you want to rely on Sasuke to kill one of our clansmen. Momoshiki did not hide his disdain. What kind of joke was this? There was absolutely no such possibility. You bastard, don't be too arrogant. I trust Sasuke. He definitely won't disappoint me. Naruto gnashed his teeth. Oh? It's not like we haven't fought him before. We know his strength very well. Why are you so confident towards him? Momoshiki asked with interest. Naruto shouted, because we are different from cold-blooded creatures like you. There is a deep bond between us. Momoshiki laughed loudly. Fetter? What was this? It was just a meaningless perception of emotion, and it would not turn into actual power. Naruto tried to stall for time, and his heart was extremely anxious. He hoped that Sasuke would be safe and sound, and also hoped that Sasuke could successfully kill Urashiki and come to support them. It was too difficult for the 5 of them to deal with 2 Otsutsuki. You don't believe it? You guys, relying on swallowing medicine to increase your strength, don't understand at all. Naruto said. Believe it? I'm crazy to believe in such a ghost thing. Only power is truly meaningful. Have you seen Jinchuriki? If the fetters work, I'll eat him. Momoshiki sneered. Jinchuriki remained silent, not even the slightest change in his expression. Momoshiki was impatient. He planned to personally deal with these people and then calmly absorb Kyuubi. Just as Naruto and the others were facing a disaster. Swish! A spatial door opened, and Sasuke and Boruto walked out. Sasuke! Naruto was overjoyed and shouted. As for Boruto, he subconsciously ignored him. Who would care about Boruto when they saw Sasuke? Urashiki is really incompetent. He actually allowed this guy to escape alive, Jinchuriki, who was a man of few words, said. Naruto, it's great to see that you are fine. When Sasuke saw that Naruto was only in a sorry state, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was the best result. Hey, where's that Urashiki guy? Momoshiki asked. Sasuke looked at Momoshiki coldly. Dead. What? You think you can kill Urashiki? That's impossible. I can't even sense the fluctuations of your battle. Momoshiki frowned. Even if you don't believe it, Urashiki is already completely dead. He will never appear again, Sasuke said. Boruto said proudly, that's right, I saw with my own eyes that Urashiki was killed. In front of so many experts, that pitiful fellow had no chance of surviving. Many experts? Naruto and the others were stunned. All of Ninja World's top experts were them, 5Kage and Sasuke. Now that they were all here, how could there be other experts? Moreover, it seemed that Urashiki was surrounded and killed? Just as Momoshiki said, why was there no movement at all? The fierce battle that killed Otsutsuki was absolutely earth-shattering. Dad, not only did we kill Urashiki, we also met many people. I didn't expect Dad to be so powerful when you were young. Boruto looked at his father and felt that there was no way to face this man. Warm. Compared to that cold and cruel young man, Naruto, the difference was like heaven and earth, making Boruto unable to adapt. When you were young. Naruto and the others looked confused. Dad is really right. If it was that Dad, he could easily deduce what happened. Boruto sighed. The gap was so big. So that's how it is. Did you follow Urashiki to the past? You even joined forces with the natives of the past to kill him. Momoshiki understood and sneered. Urashiki was really an idiot, being played to death in the field he was best at. You are not sad when your companion is dead, but laughing at him. Kuratsuki appalled. A companion? That kind of thing, if it's dead, then so be it. The weak, of course, have to die. I just didn't expect him to die in the past. No wonder I didn't sense any movement in your battle. Momoshiki descended from the sky and looked at these people with a cold smile. Darui's expression was grave. How cold-blooded. Be careful, Naruto. This Momoshiki seems to be even stronger than Urashiki. We don't have a strong helper. We can only rely on our own strength. Sasuke reminded. Naruto was still a little confused. Time travel was still a little complicated for him. Even when he passed through the dragon vein when he was young, he also had a time travel. Then let's do it. After we deal with these two fellows, Sasuke, you must have a good chat with me about this experience. The chakra around Naruto rose sharply, and Kyuubi had already refined enough chakra. Purple ribs also gushed out from Sasuke's body, and a purple giant suddenly appeared. Ah, of course, you absolutely cannot imagine the bizarre experience of me and Boruto. Maybe, I even pulled a strong help to our world. How baffling. Kinshiki, you go and kill those trash. I will deal with these two fellows. Momoshiki looked coldly at Naruto and Sasuke. Let me say it first. Don't think of me as that stupid woman Kaguya. If I want to kill you, I won't hold back. Momoshiki looked at Naruto and Sasuke with a cold gaze and attacked brazenly. The three figures collided with each other in an instant. Their speed was so fast that it far exceeded the limits that ordinary people could see with their naked eyes. Bang! 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 The close combat was extremely intense. Every second, the two sides had already exchanged dozens of blows. The impact of the explosion could even shatter the earth. As expected of the two of them. They are still so powerful. We should also quickly deal with the enemy and think of a way to help them. The 4Kage stared at Kinshiki and attacked him. Boom! Naruto and Sasuke stretched out their huge palms and pressed Momoshiki to the ground. But in the next moment, Momoshiki slapped on Kyuubi's claw that Naruto had created, and used red-colored Rinnegan to instantly absorb it. You can even absorb this, Sasuke! Naruto shouted. Sasuke's Susanoo hand grabbed over, trying to crush Momoshiki to death. But in the next moment, Momoshiki opened his left hand again. Your partner is very good at Raise-Nan, right? Momoshiki smiled lowly, and the next moment, he created a dark red super Raise-Nan. Deep Crimson Spiral. This technique can increase the absorption of ninjutsu by several times, and then counterattack. A troublesome ability. Sasuke said this, but his face was still calm, and he took advantage of this opportunity to use Susanoo to grab this dark Raise-Nan. In this gap, his Susanoo directly entered the third stage, and his arm was covered with the dark Tengu heavy armor, and his defense and hardness were extraordinary. This was the Susanoo used by Eternal Eyes and Rinnegan. However, this kind of strong Susanoo was defeated on the spot when it used its huge palm to grab dark Raise-Nan. So strong. The expressions of Sasuke and Naruto changed. Dark red rays Nan was thrown over on the spot. Everywhere he passed, everything turned into powder. Naruto and Sasuke hurriedly dodged. After the explosion, Momoshiki sneered and attacked again. With a wave of his hand, countless black sticks shot out, and like bullets, they shot towards the two of them. The two of them could only continue to dodge. If they were nailed by these black sticks, their chakra would fall into chaos, and that would be troublesome. Your speed is very fast, how are you going to block that move? Momoshiki aimed his palm at the sky, and in the next moment, he created the super huge black Bijuudama and threw him to the ground. They had no way to dodge this move. The other 4 cages were not far away. He could only take it head on. Damn it, it's this again. Sasuke, let's attack together this time. No matter what, we have to push this thing into the air. Naruto shouted. Sasuke agreed. Just as he was about to take action, his expression suddenly changed. Momoshiki also frowned and looked in a certain direction. A white ball of light appeared out of thin air. A figure walked out. Meeting this kind of thing as soon as I arrived. Sasuke, this is not a good welcoming ceremony. The voice of the person who came was calm. When he saw the super Bijuudama falling from the sky, he could face it calmly. Sasuke smiled. Who told you to come so late? Chapter 419, Where is this hunk from? A man, holding a turtle in his hand, walked out of the white light with a calm expression. Even in the face of this unprecedentedly huge Bijuudama, his expression did not change at all. Hey, be careful. Naruto did not know who this person was, but he still subconsciously reminded him. This kind of terrifying Bijuudama, Naruto had also faced him once in the examination venue. At that time, in order to deal with this attack, he used all his strength to gather the aftermath of the explosion and push it into the sky. This also directly led to Naruto being defeated and captured. A portion of Kyuubi's chakra was taken away by Momoshiki. Don't worry about him, this level of attack will not cause him any harm. Sasuke said to Naruto. Naruto was even more confused. Where the confidence come from? This was an attack that even he had to treat seriously. Strange fellow, go to hell. Momoshiki looked at this strange guy coldly. Yuuji looked up calmly. In the next moment, his body began to expand and turned into a ferocious beast. Under the shocked gaze of Naruto and the others, Yuuji stretched out his huge claws and reached out with his palm, forcefully resisting this ridiculously huge Bijuudama. Crack! The terrifying confrontation condensed into a substantial shock wave on the spot, shattering the earth and transforming into an astonishing hurricane. It carried a powerful tearing ability and quickly spread out. This guy! Momoshiki narrowed his eyes. He was actually able to block his attack so easily. Otsutsuki, I'll return this to you. Boom! Yuuji suddenly exerted force and threw Super Bijuudama up. He opened his mouth and spat out an atomic breath. The blue light beam hit Bijuudama. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the ball was forcefully pushed up. What? Momoshiki was shocked. He had completely underestimated this stranger's strength. This was strength that was not inferior to Naruto and Sasuke at all, and it was even more powerful. Bijuudama went against it, and in the end, Momoshiki's furious roar exploded. The ball-shaped explosion spread out at an exaggerated speed, and when it surged over, it was forcefully blocked by Yuuji's enormous and tenacious body. A crater several hundred meters deep appeared on the ground. That's enough. I don't like this welcoming ceremony. Yuuji's body began to shrink and he returned to his human form. From beginning to end, he was extremely calm. Even when facing a powerful Otsutsuki like Momoshiki, he was extremely calm. It was as if he wasn't facing a strong enemy, but was really going on an outing. You're still like this? Sasuke was speechless. He didn't know why, but with this fellow by his side, he had no chance to gloat. So powerful, Sasuke, who is he? Naruto was shocked. Pushing this Bijuudama away, he could also enter the Kurama mode, but it was not so easy. Dad, his name is Shiranui Yuuji. He was a strong person in the past. In that era, he was Sasuke-sensei. Boruto was even calmer than Naruto as he shouted loudly. He had personally witnessed the great battle between Yuuji and Urashiki. His vision and psychological quality had already been tempered through the process of transmigration. Sasuke's sensei. Naruto was confused. In the distance, Gaara and the others also used all sorts of methods to defend against the shockwaves. After Gaara undid his sand shield, he also looked over in shock. Wasn't Sasuke's sensei Orochimaru? How could he be such a stranger? And he was so powerful. They had never heard of this kind of powerhouse in the past, and they had never even shown their faces in World War IV. You are Naruto, really? You actually cut yourself with a buzz cut like this, not a student of the school. Yuuji walked over and stroked his chin as he sized up Naruto. To be honest, compared to the 16-year-old Naruto, the man in front of him, who was in his 30s, had blonde hair and a crew cut. He was not good looking. He was not as elegant as he was when he was 16. Do I know you very well? Naruto looked at him in confusion. That, Sasuke's sensei, no matter what, thank you very much for your help. He is not my sensei, but the other me, sensei. I don't even know if the other me is me or not. I might be playing your identity. Sasuke interrupted. Naruto was dumbfounded. To put it simply, Sasuke suspects that the young man of my era, Sasuke, was reincarnated by Asura's chakra, which is somewhat similar to you. Yuuji explained. Naruto understood a little. Because of the chakra of Indra and Asura, was there a problem with the reincarnation? In the past, such a bizarre thing happened. In short, focus on killing these two Otsutsuki first. After killing these two guys, the world will be much more peaceful. Yuuji looked up at the sky. The thick mushroom dust had yet to disperse. However, in the depths of the mushroom cloud, there was a terrifying storm that was being emitted. Momoshiki was using wind release, who had been absorbed, using Takamai Muzubanokamai to increase wind release's strength, blowing away the smoke and dust. Lord Momoshiki, are you all right? Kinshiki hurriedly flew over and said nervously. Momoshiki, who was dressed in an elegant manner, was expressionless at this time. His face was also covered with dust. How dare you? Damn inferior creature, you made me look like this. Momoshiki looked at this person with a gloomy face. His pair of Byakugan had already seen the power of time on Yuuji and was trying to use Byakugan's special ability to see through fate. Momoshiki's Byakugan had the ability to see through the fate of living things, but this time, when he looked at Yuuji, he did not see the trajectory of Yuuji's fate, nor the future of Yuuji. Instead, he saw a terrifying giant. What the hell is this? Why does it feel stronger than J-Bai? Momoshiki, who was experienced and knowledgeable and had slaughtered countless natives, was immediately stunned. Amidst the interweaving of endless fates, the place where Yuuji was shrouded in endless darkness. That was one thing. That indescribable super beast stood in the darkness, its entire body emitting a tyrannical aura. At the same time, it also had a strange natural feeling. It was as if this giant beast was a combination of countless lives. This was a plant. With Momoshiki's eyesight, he immediately observed it. How could there be such a thing? A plant that can rival Juhobi, but it seems that this thing is injured. Unconsciously, some sweat appeared on Momoshiki's forehead. This man from the past had just used an ability similar to Bijuu's transformation to become a strange giant beast. Originally, Momoshiki did not take this strange transformation ability to heart. He had seen many strange abilities. However, he never expected that the source of this ability was so terrifying. Yuuji had such a terrifying big thing on him. He is obviously injured and looks very serious. He has the strength to match God Tree. While Momoshiki was shocked, his eyes showed a trace of greed. He was not a fool like Urashiki. He immediately realized what this big guy meant. A brand new planet-level plant might have a different power system than chakra. If he mastered this thing, wouldn't it mean that he mastered a new power to fight against the family? At this moment, the aura was vast and majestic, like a gathering of countless lives. Planet Godzilla moved. He opened his eyes and took a look. Then, a claw stretched out. The tiny Momoshiki looked at the giant claw in horror, as if he was facing a planet. In the next moment, his ability to spy on fate was shattered by a claw, and Byakugan itself immediately felt a sharp pain. Lord Momoshiki, what's wrong? Kinshiki turned pale with fright. Yuuji said indifferently, many people tried to pry into my fate, but they all suffered a backlash. Even if you are Otsutsuki, you are no exception. The big toad sage had done this kind of thing before, Uchiha Fugaku had also done it, but they all suffered a crushing defeat. Although Momoshiki's Hitomi technique was powerful, it was impossible to clearly see the planet-level life form from another universe. The planet Godzilla was an existence that unified a planet. In the monster universe, under the rules of the universe that every life planet must have a giant beast born, the meaning of the existence of the civilization of wisdom, including humans, was in the strange world where the giant beast was born. Planet Godzilla was also a unique existence among planet-level life forms. A planet Godzilla was essentially the sum of planet Earth, human, all animals, plants, and even the ecosystem. Very good, it was beyond my expectations. No wonder that idiot Yurishiki fell into your hands. It's normal for him to be killed. At the same time that Momoshiki was shocked, he rubbed his eyes that were emitting waves of pain. He smiled cruelly and said, I am very interested in you. You have what I need. What was even more noteworthy was that their clan's time artifact Karasuki was held in the hands of this man. This was also the reason why this man could come here from the past. Karasuki, you bastard. You actually listened to an outsider's order and jumped around freely. Momoshiki looked at the turtle with a dangerous gaze. The turtle stuck out his head. I have no choice. I am just an artificial tool. As long as I am activated by the Otsutsuki clansmen, I will listen to orders. There is no order in my program that cannot be used by outsiders. The turtle was also very wronged. The factory configuration it was created was like this. As long as it was activated by Otsutsuki, who was recorded in the database, outsiders could also use it. Humph, I didn't thought of it before. I will fix it after I kill these people, Momoshiki said coldly. If the Lord was Otsutsuki himself, he also did not expect that this Karasuki would have the possibility of being snatched away by the natives of the planet. People from the past. Looks like it was you who killed Yurishiki. Momoshiki asked. To be exact, it was me and Suzuki who crippled that guy. That guy was courting death and was surrounded and killed by Konohagakure's other experts. Yuuji said calmly. The expressions of Naruto and the others changed slightly. To be able to kill Yurishiki, this person had also put in a lot of effort. They were even more curious about this person's identity. They came from powerful existences in the past, but they had never heard of them. It was very magical. Be careful. The danger level of these two guys is no less than Yurishiki's. Suzuki reminded. Yuji's expression did not change. Among these two guys, Kinshiki is the one who makes up the numbers. Momoshiki is the most troublesome guy. Killing Momoshiki will solve many problems. Clearly he had just arrived, but this kind of attitude that he was very familiar with Otsutsuki was almost like writing the words expert Otsutsuki on his face. You know Otsutsuki very well? Have you been in contact with Momoshiki? Naruto asked in surprise. Boruto shouted, don't be too surprised. He is like this. It seems that no matter what, there is no way to hide it from him. Otherwise, how can he support Konohagakure? In the age when father was 12 years old, Konohagakure had more than a dozen cage level. Naruto was shocked again. A dozen cage level meant more than a dozen other strong people. This was simply unimaginable. When he was 12, there was only one Sandaime Hokage in the village who barely survived. When did there be more than a dozen other forces in the village? What a terrifying amount! Naruto had too many doubts, but now was obviously not the time to discuss in detail. Momoshiki attacked again. Kinshiki, kill those trash quickly. Don't let them hinder me. A powerful hostility appeared in Momoshiki's eyes. Then, he opened his hands, and from the center of his palm, Rinnegan flashed with scarlet light, and a large amount of terrifying ninjutsu shot out one after another. Any one of Fire Release's attacks was comparable to the result of dozens of ordinary ninjas. Takamai Muzubanokamai, a good Hitomi technique, but unfortunately, you used it like this. Yuji said calmly. In the next moment, he split into dozens of clones and used a powerful ninjutsu to launch a bombardment. He also had a lot of chakra, and he could continuously produce and sell it. What he was least afraid of was the bombardment of ninjutsu. Naruto, let's go! Suzuki shouted, and the two of them launched a pincer attack on Momoshiki from the left and right. 3 against 1. Kinshiki was extremely nervous. He wanted to break free, so he hurriedly repelled Gaara and the others. When he activated Byakugan's spatial Hitomi technique, he rushed over to protect Momoshiki. He could die, but nothing must happen to Momoshiki. With a swing of his axe, Kinshiki slashed towards Suzuki. Tisk, what a troublesome fellow! Sasuke used Kusanagi sword to block Kurene's light axe, and with Suzanu's hand, he sent Kinshiki flying with one blow. Gaara and others hurriedly rushed over, trying to entangle Kinshiki. You four shadows, can't even stop such trash as Kinshiki, that would be too incompetent. Yuuji ruthlessly berated. If this was the place where he guarded Konoha village, a large group of experts using all kinds of Hitomi techniques and sealing techniques simultaneously greeted upwards, they definitely could not be repelled so easily by Kinshiki. The four figures erupted into an intense collision, their speed so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. After exchanging more than 100 moves, they barely separated. Naruto, Sasuke, you two join forces with those four fellows to kill Kinshiki. This big fool is easy to deal with. Yuuji did not put Kinshiki in his eyes. Instead, he looked at Momoshiki calmly. I will kill Momoshiki myself. What? This guy is very powerful. Naruto had just been beaten up by Momoshiki. He knew Momoshiki's strength. However, Sasuke immediately agreed, I understand. I'll leave Momoshiki to you. Yuuji nodded. In front of Momoshiki, he took out a palm-sized scroll and summoned something from it. You have 4 eyes, 1 pair of Byakugan, and 1 pair of red Rinnegan. This is not good. If I only use ordinary eyes to fight you, I will suffer a lot. Yuuji picked up the thing he summoned and opened his hand in front of Momoshiki's shocked eyes. Then I'll use this. In his palm was a pair of Byakugan. Chapter 420, A Plant That Can Devour Jubi. Yuuji took out a pair of Byakugan. In addition, under everyone's gaze, Yuuji reached out his other hand, closed his eyes, and changed the pair of Byakugan. This pair of eyes, could it be? Momoshiki's face was gloomy. Originally, he was waiting for an opportunity to make a move, but Yuuji was still focused on him from beginning to end. So this pair of eyes was obtained from Urashiki. Sasuke wasn't too surprised. Instead, he had a clear look on his face. During the battle when he and Yuuji joined forces to defeat Urashiki, he hid in the distance with Boruto in the final super explosion. Now, it seemed that Yuuji had his eyes on Urashiki and seized the opportunity to detain him. Sasuke didn't think much of it. It was spoils of war. Naruto was shocked. A pair of Byakugan? And the powerful Hitomi? Whose eyes are these? It's Urashiki's. Sasuke replied. Yuuji blinked and stopped the blood flowing out of his eyes. He slowly raised his head. In the next moment, this pair of Byakugan directly transformed into a blue Rinnegan. Humph, it really is Urashiki's eyes. Even if that trash dies, he will only cause trouble for me. Momoshiki was very dissatisfied. So what if he died? Even one of his most powerful weapons had been seized and used by the enemy. Damn it! I have never seen the blue Rinnegan. Naruto observed. Yuuji said, the two of you go and help those 4 fellows kill Kinshiki. Don't let Kinshiki hinder me. I will take the time to deal with Kinshiki. After a pause, Yuuji said, I won't stay in your world for too long. After all, this place is not under my control. Before I leave, I will help you kill Otsutsuki. As he spoke, the many clones he had sent out earlier melted like mud and water, disappearing into the soil. In fact, the most minute cells stayed in the soil. This is enough. Yuuji casually glanced at Rinnegan with his blue eyes. He buried a large number of cells here. It gradually spread throughout this entire world. Yuuji would not waste too much time in this future world. He even came here not to kill Momoshiki and Kinshiki, but to have his own purpose. This was an attempt to unify time. Then you be careful. We will seize the time to deal with Kinshiki, Sasuke said in a deep voice. Naruto also nodded. Although he was still a little surprised by Yuuji's strength, he still trusts Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke immediately charged towards Kinshiki. For a moment, they forced Kinshiki to be surrounded by danger. Momoshiki glanced at Kinshiki, who was in a state of panic, and a trace of haze flashed in his eyes. Stop looking. Kinshiki is dead for sure. You won't care about this guy's life, will you? Yuuji said. Momoshiki sneered, what do you know? Kinshiki is my subordinate after all. It was even more so for his food. Speaking of which, how did you know that my Hitomi technique was Takamai Muzubanokamai's? Did you learn it from that fellow Urashiki? That would make it even more impossible for you to stay. Momoshiki waved his hand. Kijigari. A huge flame bird made from fire attribute chakra appeared. It issued a sharp cry and suddenly rushed towards Yuuji. Yuuji directly absorbed this flame bird. This was the first time he had truly used the power of Urashiki's eyes. Don't use such childish tricks. Yuuji slapped his hand back, and a strong repulsive force gushed out and sprayed towards Momoshiki. It was also shattered by Momoshiki's Shinra Tensei. Is that so? You can already master Urashiki's eyes. Momoshiki's face was cloudy and uncertain. He immediately took out several pills and swallowed them. In a short period of time, he increased the strength of his chakra. In the next moment, he shouted loudly. Fire and earth attribute chakra surged out, creating a huge lava stone statue. Lava continuously flowed out from this huge body. Saruiwa. The ape stone statue charged towards Yuuji and smashed down with a fierce punch. Just the strength of this stone statue was actually enough to compete with the 8 tails. And this was only the tip of the iceberg of Momoshiki's strength. Yuuji looked up and did not make any movement to dodge. However, the moment the fist of the stone statue hit him, his figure suddenly disappeared from where he was and instantly appeared not far away. The ape stone statue continued to attack, and every punch hit the ground, causing a large area of collapse. Deafening rumbles continued to spread. Momoshiki was also continuously attacking. Waves visible to the naked eye surged out from his body, to slap out a blade-shaped shockwave. Wave after wave of shock waves rushed towards Yuuji. This kind of impact is somewhat similar to Divine Void Strike. Yuuji continuously performed teleportation, observing every move of Momoshiki. He knew that the shock wave that Momoshiki sent out was extremely destructive, and even God Tree could easily split it apart. Under the attacks of Momoshiki and the ape stone statue, Yuuji was not injured in the slightest. The time Hitomi technique in the blue Rinnegan was fully displayed by Yuuji. Every second of attack, Yuuji had already experienced countless times, and he had found a way to dodge at the smallest range. A pair of eyes that can change time, what a good thing. Yuuji personally felt the beauty of this pair of eyes. Compared to the calm Yuuji, Momoshiki was irritated. So strong, how can he use this kind of super high-frequency time-space ninjutsu? Naruto entered Kurama mode, and when he attacked Kinshiki, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Even Sasuke couldn't do it, so he couldn't frequently use his Aminochikara. That isn't the space Hitomi art, but the time Hitomi art. It comes from the power of Urashiki's eyes. It's just that I didn't expect him to be able to display Rinnegan to such an extent. Sasuke was shocked. This was Rinnegan. Moreover, it was Rinnegan who came from a super expert like Urashiki. What was even more shocking was that Yuuji did not have Senju or Uchiha's bloodline. How could he control Rinnegan so easily? The more Momoshiki fought, the angrier he became. His elegant posture had long disappeared, and his face was almost distorted. Was he fooled by a native? That bastard Urashiki! Momoshiki cursed. He used Byakugan to stare at Yuuji and shouted, "Don't think that just because you can use Urashiki's eyes, you will get carried away. It's just a time Hitomi technique, I can easily crack it." Because, he also knew the time Hitomi art. The rims of Momoshiki's eyes bulged, and a pair of Byakugan's eyes continuously released powerful Hitomi's strength. He wasn't good at the time realm, but that didn't mean that he didn't know the time Hitomi art at all. Whoosh! The passage of time slowed down. On the side, the physical attacks of Naruto, Sasuke, Kinshiki and the others gradually slowed down and finally came to a standstill. Great! Lord Momoshiki is using such a powerful stance to kill these arrogant natives. Kinshiki's movements also slowed down, but he was extremely excited. He knew that Lord Momoshiki was serious. Once Lord Momoshiki became serious, there would be no room for these natives to be arrogant. Temporarily stop the passage of time? I remember that this move was originally used to carve karma between Boruto. Yuuji instantly understood what had happened. In the distance, Naruto, Sasuke and the others did not even notice that time had slowed down and finally stopped. Originally, this move had forcibly stopped the flow of time when Momoshiki was defeated and killed. He had left his own karma on Boruto and entered the stage of preparing to possess Boruto and resurrect him. Unexpectedly, this technique was now used on Yuuji. Very good, that's it. Even if you have the ability of Urashiki, how can you break free from my hands? Momoshiki was very happy. He controlled the ape stone statue and grabbed at Yuuji. Well, you can carve a karma on Yuuji first, just in case. Then, take control of the planet Godzilla step by step. But Yuuji shattered Momoshiki's plan. The blue Rinnegan instantly turned into the color of red. At the same time as he changed the speed of the flow of time, Yuuji stood still, but there was a space door at his position that opened and swallowed Yuuji. Yamatsuo Hirasaka. Yuuji entered part of Yamatsuo Hirasaka's body and simultaneously appeared in another door that was very close to Momoshiki. Bang! A punch landed on Momoshiki's head. The flow of time returned to normal. What a useful spatial Hitomi technique! Yuuji used an almost humiliating method to knock down Momoshiki with a punch, revealing a satisfied expression. As expected of the spatial Hitomi technique that was full of combat value. It was many times more powerful than spatial techniques like the Aminochikara and Flying Raijin. Not to mention anything else, as long as Yuuji wanted to, he could stretch both his hands and feet into Yamatsuo Hirasaka, and in an instant, 4 spatial doors opened around Momoshiki, attacking him from 4 directions. This was a level that could only be used to move at high speed and change positions. It was absolutely impossible to reach. You inferior creature! Momoshiki was extremely angry. He threw out a dense number of black sticks, and Saruiwa also attacked at the first moment. Red halo shot out from Yuuji's eyes. He used Yamatsuo Hirasaka's technique to devour all of these black sticks. In the next moment, the black sticks flew out from another direction. Their momentum did not decrease, and they were all nailed to Saruiwa's arm. Urashiki's eyes were easily controlled by Yuuji, a guy who did not have the blood of Otsutsuki on the surface. Momoshiki was furious. He would not lose to Yuuji, but this method of fighting was too humiliating. Momoshiki slapped the shoulder of the ape stone statue and used a shock wave to cut off the arm that was nailed by the black stick, immediately creating a new magma arm. He personally rushed forward, eyes Byakugan, hands Rinnegan, and began a physical battle with Yuuji. In the midst of a second, the two fought hundreds of times. Each punch carried a powerful force that could easily crush boulders. Every time their bodies clashed, they would emit an ear-piercing roar. The ground beneath their feet couldn't withstand the physical attacks of the two, and it continued to crack apart. So powerful. That stranger could actually fight against Momoshiki so easily. Kuratsuka was shocked. She had seen how Naruto had been forced into such a sorry state by Momoshiki. However, this man from the past could actually fight against Momoshiki, and he was even using such a relaxed attitude to stimulate Momoshiki's nerves. Yes, he is very strong. With such a helper, we will definitely win. Naruto was extremely excited. Shut up! Lord Momoshiki is invincible. It is absolutely impossible for him to lose to that kind of trash. Kinshiki roared. His mood also became anxious. He held his axe and opened it up and down. From time to time, he would use Hitomi, who was similar to Kamui, to be immune to the attacks of Naruto and the others. Humph, the Lord Momoshiki you speak of clearly has no way to deal with him. As long as we kill you again, you will be finished. Suzuki attacked with his heavy fist, using all of Suzanu's firepower, even taking out Indra's arrows, continuously shooting at Kinshiki. But speaking of which, Momoshiki should not have used his full strength. Suzuki thought of Urashiki's second form. The third eye grew between his eyebrows. This Momoshiki seemed to have a higher status than Urashiki. In theory, he definitely had a second form. In this case, it would be a little troublesome. It was better to kill Kinshiki as soon as possible. On the other side, Momoshiki was completely flustered and exasperated. If it was said that Yuuji was stronger than him, Momoshiki did not think that it would be so. However, for some reason, every time he attacked, the attack section he used seemed to be seen through by this man. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on with you? Even Urashiki should not be so familiar with me. Why are you always able to crack and counter my attack at the first possible moment? Momoshiki was about to go crazy. A new time, Hitomi technique? However, Momoshiki did not sense the change in the flow of time. Could it be that it was an even more profound time ability? In fact, this guy called Yuuji had already moved around on the timeline. Did he know everything about Akatsuki? You only know how to jump around like a monkey. Momoshiki suddenly retreated and opened the distance between him and Yuuji. He opened his palm and spat out countless powerful 5-style ninjutsu. However, they were all easily resolved by Yuuji. Momoshiki could already see that Yuuji had too much chakra, as if he had eaten a chakra fruit. Why was it like this? It must be because of that plant. This guy has so much chakra, could it be that that plant has actually mastered the chakra system of God Tree? In addition to his anger, Momoshiki was more and more eager in his heart. He thought of this possibility. In his opinion, this was the only possibility. To some extent, this speculation was not wrong. Before Planet Godzilla swallowed Bijuu's tail and Jb's remains, he did not directly grasp chakra. At that time, Yuuji had obtained a strong vitality from Godzilla, and then refined his own vitality into chakra. And now, it was not wrong for Godzilla to say that he had mastered the system of chakra. After all, he had swallowed part of Jb's genes. And Jbi was the tool to make chakra. Are you angry? In that case, I will directly deal with you. Yuuji stopped, and his body transformed into half Godzilla, turning into a small Godzilla. Momoshiki used Byakugan's vision to stare at Kinshiki in the distance. Yuuji's strength was beyond his expectations. In this case, in order to obtain that plant, he could only do this. Turn Kinshiki into a chakra fruit, eat it, and enter the second form. As long as I can get the strange plant on this guy, everything is worth it. When the time comes, I will feed God Tree to this plant and have 2 types of power systems. I won't even care about the main clan. Momoshiki was ruthless in his heart. Chapter 421, Momoshiki's and Kinshiki's death. Kinshiki also knew what Momoshiki wanted to do. In fact, in front of Momoshiki, his position in front of Kaguya was equivalent to that of his Hiki. He was going to be sacrificed. Now that he encountered a troublesome enemy that could not be dealt with under normal circumstances, he could only make a choice. Kinshiki was also very happy to do this. Sacrificing himself would become nutrition for Momoshiki to become strong. Swish! Kinshiki first launched a fierce attack on Suzuki, using his full strength, forcing Suzuki to use his Amen Otajikara. At this moment, Kinshiki immediately activated his Space Hitomi technique and disappeared from where he was, appearing in front of Momoshiki. Kinshiki, it's time. Momoshiki suddenly turned around and shouted. That's right, Lord Momoshiki, please do as you please. We don't need to plant a new God Tree to destroy this planet. All he needed to do was to assemble the 9 Bijuu and resurrect God Tree, who Kaguya had already cultivated. Therefore, there was no need to keep Kinshiki and give him to Jbi to eat. Pa! With a face full of joy, Momoshiki opened his hand and used Bansho Tenin to suck Kinshiki over. Kinshiki also took the initiative to come over. Momoshiki held Kinshiki down and activated the power of Red Rinnegan. Along with Kinshiki's miserable scream. When Momoshiki opened his hand again, Kinshiki's tall and sturdy figure had already disappeared, condensing into a strange, palm-sized, fruit. Is he crazy? This guy actually killed his own subordinate. This method seems to be similar to the process of seizing Bijuu's chakra and creating a pill, but Naruto and the others were shocked, dumbstruck. These two were clearly fighting side by side a moment ago. In the next moment, one side killed another. Everything that happened just now happened in the blink of an eye. Momoshiki simply did not say a word. He no longer had the heart to mock the natives to raise his position and satisfy his vanity. He grabbed the fruit and immediately took a bite, chewing it in large mouthfuls. Soon, the fruit that Kinshiki had turned into was eaten by Momoshiki. Kukiku, you inferior creatures, are you ready to die? I will make you feel even more terrible torture than death. Momoshiki laughed loudly. An unprecedented chakra fluctuation continuously erupted from his body. Strange black lines appeared and quickly spread on the surface of Momoshiki's body. Has there been a change? Yuuji wagged his tail, calmly watching the change in Momoshiki. The color of red in Momoshiki's palm had now turned purple. A crack appeared between his eyebrows, revealing a golden Rinnegan. This, such a strong sense of oppression. Naruto's expression changed slightly. The current Momoshiki was equivalent to the combination of Momoshiki and Kinshiki. The strength that could erupt was naturally far beyond the normal Momoshiki. Is that enough? I am getting impatient from waiting. Let me kill you. I will also take your eyes. Yuuji said lightly. Hehe, what an arrogant guy. I really wonder if you are a native of this week. Momoshiki floated in the air and smiled cruelly. In his eyes, Naruto, a mixed blood between Otsutsuki and a native, was only a low-level creature. However, Yuuji was barely placed on a level second only to himself. After all, there was an extremely strange and powerful plant in his body. Momoshiki had full reason to suspect that Yuuji was also from an alien planet. Including the major impact on the timeline of the past, it should also be because Yuuji came to Ninja World at that time in the past. I have been waiting for a long time. I will kill you now, Momoshiki said. However, Yuuji had already made a move first. He leaped up and knocked down the ape stone statue in a few moves. Momoshiki did not mind, this kind of inferior weapon is not worthy of me to look at. Come and try this. Inyakai Takarunami Kato. Momoshiki used Earth attribute chakra to create a huge monster, which looked like a combination of dogs and snakes. Naturally, his combat strength far surpassed that of Saruiwa. Let's attack together. The number of enemies has become 1. Maybe it's a good thing. Naruto shouted loudly and took the lead to rush out. He turned into a golden Kyuubi. Sasuke also immediately used full-body Susanoo. The speed of these two people was astonishing, and in an instant, they shook off the 4 shadows, launching a pincer attack on Momoshiki. You two, forget it. Yuuji shook his head. Rumble. On the body of the dog, the neck of the 2 dog heads suddenly stretched out. They opened their mouths and fiercely rushed out, respectively rushing towards Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke launched their first frontal collision with the dog. The result was also very obvious. Both of them were repelled. So strong, it is not on the same level as the form just now. It seems that I have to use my full strength. The expressions of Naruto and Sasuke were solemn. They only exchanged a move, and they immediately judged the situation. After looking at each other, the two began to work together further. Majestic attire, Susanoo. Kyuubi, who was wearing Susanoo, chopped down with a katana in his hand. In that year, in the 4th battle arena, they had used their might to defeat J by Jinchuriki. Now, even if Momoshiki became incomparably powerful, it shouldn't be impossible for the two of them to match him. 2 low-level fellows, don't hinder us, since you all insist on courting death, I will deal with the 2 of you first. After entering the 2nd form, Momoshiki's personality also became a lot more violent. He immediately had a ferocious look on his face, ordering the dog to feed his life to launch an attack. Rumble. The first move, Inyakai Takara used one head to bite the katana. The second move, Inyakai Takara rushed up, using 5 heads to surround Susanoo. The 5 heads opened their mouths and spat out magma-like chakra, bombarding Susanoo. However, it still couldn't defeat Susanoo. Tisk, unexpectedly tough. Momoshiki swept his eyes. Saruiwa, who had been knocked down by Yuuji, moved, his whole body surging with boiling hot magma, and he ferociously rushed over, and hit the mighty Susanoo. Whether it was Saruiwa or Inyakai Takaru, they were all creations that could fight against Kyuubi, but their single individual was unable to fight against the mighty Susanoo. When the two worked together, the mighty Susanoo finally showed signs of decline. Sasuke, you can't be trapped like this. Yes, let's retreat. Susanoo swung its blade, cutting off several heads, dragging its broken body, it hastily rushed out. Saruiwa took this opportunity to punch down, following the damage, one attack pierced through Susanoo. Let me do it. I don't know how long you two will take down the enemy. Yuuji had been watching coldly from the beginning until the end. At this time, he slowly said, moreover, the person Momoshiki is really interested in is me, not you. We can attack together. With the strength of the 3 of us, we can definitely defeat the enemy quickly. Naruto shouted. Sasuke was silent. Yuuji shook his head. Do you think Momoshiki only has 2 forms? He still has a 3rd form, and his strength far exceeds his current 2nd form. When these words came out, Naruto and Sasuke were shocked. They were already so strong, yet they still had a stronger form? Could it be that Momoshiki's strength was on the same level as Kagaya's? However, the 2 of them no longer had the strength of Rikuta Sennin. They no longer had the strength they had when sealing Kagaya. Leave it to me. Yuuji said in an unquestionable tone and immediately entered Godzilla's transformation. The 200-meter-tall Godzilla stood tall and charged forward at the first possible moment. When the 3 giant existences collided, the earth split apart and the clouds in the sky scattered. Boruto, is this true strength of that person? Darui stared at them, flabbergasted. He couldn't help but shout at Boruto. They had no way of interfering in this kind of super battle. Boruto stuck his head out and carefully watched the battle between several huge figures in the distance. His eyes were shining like stars. You haven't seen the battle between him and Sensei that defeated Urashiki. He used an extremely terrifying technique, even more terrifying than Bijuudama. A technique that is even stronger than Bijuudama's. Garam muttered in a low voice as he stared straight at Godzilla, who had transformed into Yuuji. He had never heard of such a creature before. This type of transformation was extremely similar to Bijuu. So there was actually a monster living in this person's body? Could it be that this monster is stronger than Kyuubi? Kuratsuki asked. It seems to be the case. Doesn't that mean we can rival J-Bai? There was such a monster in the past? Why didn't we know about it at all? Kojuro looked at the earth-shattering battle in the distance and was stunned. Even Naruto and Sasuke did not go up. At this time, they were watching from the side of the battlefield, looking ready to go up and support at any time. Boruto said, I heard from Sensei that in our history, Senior Yuuji died early because of certain reasons even before he rose up. That's why I have never heard of his name. So that's how it is. A lost expert. The 4-Kage seemed to be deep in thought. This could be a reasonable explanation. In the history of Senior Yuuji's rise, there were more than 10 Kage level. They suppressed the other villages so much that they couldn't move. Boruto revealed the information he knew. This made the 4-Kage even more speechless. The power of more than 10 Kage. Was this possible? Even when Akatsuki was at their peak, they only had 10 core members and 10 powerful ninjas. The other Konoha village in history had such a terrifying amount of bodies? And all of this was obviously brought about by that man. For a moment, the 4-Kage had complicated expressions. If in their history, this person also rises, they really don't know what it will be like. Boom! 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 The battle between Yuuji and Momoshiki had reached its climax. Momoshiki finally took out the strongest attack he could use. He entered the third form. His height increased from 1 meter to nearly 3 meters. His entire body was red like a ghost. The 4 fangs in his mouth also extended out, bringing out some saliva. Die for me, 3 demonic gods. Momoshiki's voice was sharp, and he suddenly threw out a bird formed from flames. Saruiwa and Inukai Takaru charged over at the same time. So it was this move. Yuuji nodded. Immediately after, he was attacked by 3 giant beasts and suffered a series of attacks. Without any hesitation, Yuuji opened his mouth straight away and sprayed out several energy balls. Not good. Naruto, we are too close. Let's use our full strength to protect Boruto and the others. Sasuke's expression changed and he roared. Naruto didn't dare to hesitate. The two of them controlled their powerful Susanoo and immediately turned around to flee, protecting Boruto and the other 5. Then, a terrifying shock wave that was far beyond their imagination suddenly attacked, brewing the power to destroy everything. And what was more terrifying than the shock wave was the high and gentle radiation. Sasuke was sweating profusely, taking over control of Susanoo, and immediately swallowed Boruto and the 4 shadows into his stomach, firmly protecting them. If he didn't do this, and only blocked the frontal shockwave like how he blocked Bijuudama, then it would be almost meaningless. Not to mention the high temperature, just the radiation alone, people who had never come into contact with this kind of attack simply could not imagine how tragic the end would be. Boom 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 boom. Several deafening explosions rang out, and an unending stream of attacks bombarded the mighty Susanoo. Boruto and the others were shocked by this destructive power. Fortunately, Boruto managed to maintain his calm. The other 4-Kage turned pale. After the violent impact gradually dissipated. Don't go out. There is still a large amount of radiation in the air. If you touch it directly with your body, it will be worse than death. This is more terrible than any poison. Sasuke reminded. The few people looked at each other and did not dare to move. Interesting. Kyuubi suddenly muttered. What is it, Kurama? Naruto asked. I am very interested in the technique that the little brat used. It seems to have something to do with my technique. Kyuubi pondered. It seemed like they were all hitting microscopic particles to obtain a powerful burst of power. Oh? Why didn't I know that you had this technique? Naruto was startled. Kyuubi sneered, but did not respond. The particle mode was used to fight desperately, and the principle was to control the chakra particles to collide with each other to achieve an instant burst. But Kyuubi was a creature condensed from chakra, and using this method to consume chakra was essentially consuming its life. Back then, even when facing Rikuta Sennin, Obito, Rikuta Sennin, Madara, and Kagaya, Kyuubi was not forced to the extreme, so naturally, he would not have the opportunity to activate the particle mode. This little brat from the past, what exactly is going on? His transformation gave this old man a feeling of danger. This method of using microscopic particles is also different from this old man's particle mode. It seemed that it was not just controlling the chakra particles to collide with each other, but the main support effect of the chakra was other particles. How did he do it? QB was very interested. There were actually people in this world who thought the same as it, and the secret arts they developed were also very similar. When the terrifying mushroom clouds scattered one after another, the vast land was devastated, and it looked as if it had been gnawed by a wolf. Just this kind of destructive power, as well as the radiation clouds that had not dispersed for a long time, was enough to make people terrified. Oh! It seems that you are indeed much stronger than Yuuji, to actually be able to stand up. Yuuji's huge body took a step forward, stretched out his claws, grabbed Momoshiki, and lifted him up. To be able to eat a complete Otsutsuki, his trip here was not in vain. Chapter 422, I'll cross the universe sooner or later. The terrifying mushroom cloud slowly dispersed. The terrifying high temperature that was everywhere was also slowly cooling down. But everyone still didn't dare to go out, instead hiding in the body of Susanoo, looking at the outside world in fear. This is Bijuudama, who is no less than J-Bai. If what Suzuki said was true, the place where the explosion was filled with radiation, then in a sense, it was much more terrifying than J-Bai's Bijuudama. The few of them looked cautiously at the outside world. They were all cages, and they were not ignorant of things like radiation. After the 4 battles, Ninja World's scientific development had entered the fast lane, and the outstanding field of achievement was astronomy and ninja studies. Naturally, they had also gained some progress in physics and knew a bit about radiation. As far as I know, Yuuji's radiation is very terrifying. It will directly cause a destructive blow to the human genes. The genes will collapse and the body will fail. Even if you are forced to touch the air outside, you have to protect your bodies with chakra. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. Suzuki warned these people. Even if it was a cage, it would absolutely not be able to withstand the result of being eroded by nuclear radiation for a long time. How long will the radiation last? Gaara asked the key question. Suzuki hesitated for a moment and shook his head. I'm not sure. If the body is attacked by radiation, it will naturally be a lifelong poison. If you ask about the duration of the radiation in the natural world, the radiation itself will continue to spread and dilute. It's hard to say. Naruto frowned. Doesn't that mean that as long as he wants to, he can completely deal a devastating blow to the entire ninja world? If he was like the J-Bai who threw Bijuudama all over the world and randomly threw that big ball around, wouldn't the entire planet become unsuitable for human survival? In theory, that's the case, Suzuki said. Everyone, including Naruto, was horrified. Yuuji's destructive power was even more terrifying than Juhobi's. However, the power that could change the ecological environment of a planet was completely in the hands of one person. Interesting. QB muttered. It was not interested in the changes in the global ecosystem. Anyway, it is a fusion of chakra, it won't die. QB wanted to know how Yuuji could control microscopic particles. It could only control chakra particles. Godzilla. QB muttered. Look, Momoshiki has been defeated. Kojuro shouted. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that Yuuji had used his huge claws to pinch Momoshiki, who was like a dead dog, like he was grabbing an ant. Facing this kind of terrifying attack that was like a nuclear bomb washing the ground, Momoshiki was also unable to bear it. Kijigari, Saruiwa, and Inyakai Takaruna Mikato, the 3 war weapons that Momoshiki had created, were all destroyed by the concentrated nuclear bomb. You bastard, you actually... Momoshiki was not dead yet, in complete shock and disbelief. Why are you so surprised? Isn't this normal? Yuuji opened his ferocious mouth, revealing his dense teeth. Who are you? To be able to kill Yuuji and even defeat me, I don't know how this native planet to give birth to a guy like you. At least it is impossible to give birth to a monster like Godzilla. The face of Momoshiki, who was like a ghost, revealed a deep regret. He brought Kinshiki and Yuuji to Ninja World, naturally to clean up the mess of Kaguya and Ishiki. There must be something wrong with such an ordinary native planet that has not been taken down for 1,000 years and has not paid tribute to the main clan. This is just an ordinary planet. The reason why these natives can stand in front of me is also because of the chakra of my Otsutsuki clan. Momoshiki angrily said, such a planet is definitely not Godzilla's home planet. You guessed right, but what's the point? You are going to die soon. Yuuji opened his mouth wide and lifted Momoshiki up. You want to eat me? Otherwise, do you think that I will only gouge out your eyes like how I dealt with Urashiki? If I eat you, your eyes will be mine, and your Otsutsuki bloodline will also be mine. Yuuji released his claws, and Momoshiki fell into his giant mouth. Naruto, Sasuke, and the others were all dumbstruck. How did he eat people? Darui's scalp tingled as he shouted. He had never seen such a thing. Humph, make a fuss. Back then, when we, Bijuu, were hostile to humans, other than the Sanbai, Bijuu also ate people quite a bit. Kyuubi curled his lips in disdain. Of course, only Naruto heard his words. Kurama, this can't be compared. At that time, your main purpose was to kill people. Naruto was helpless and didn't know what to say. For 1,000 years, Bijuu and the human race had been fighting each other for at least 900 years. Bijuu would not die, nor did they need to eat. The so-called eating human was just a means of killing. Eating was not the purpose, killing was the goal. It was essentially the same as using claws to tear an Bijuudama to pieces. But now, what Yuuji wanted to do seemed to be more thorough. It is probably a way for him to increase his strength. On the contrary, Sasuke was more open-minded. In any case, he was eating aliens. Gulp. Momoshiki fell into Yuuji's mouth and swallowed along his throat. I won't die here. I still have a chance. As long as I take the opportunity to carve the karma on this guy, I can get everything from him, including Godzilla. Momoshiki still did not give up struggling. He was going to be eaten? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was the noble Otsutsuki. Moreover, he had eaten Kinshiki, the Otsutsuki who had increased his life level. Momoshiki went all the way into his stomach. He stretched out his palm full of sharp nails with difficulty, wanting to carve the karma onto Yuuji's body. But the moment he successfully carved it, he didn't have time to be happy. A terrifying will instantly attacked. This is the will of that Godzilla. Momoshiki was terrified. Then, something that terrified Momoshiki happened. The data sealed within karma, the massive data that recorded all of Momoshiki's memories, bloodline, and power, was actually being absorbed by an indescribable existence at a rapid speed. No. You can't do this. Momoshiki screamed. His body began to dissolve, and all his genes were absorbed by Planet Godzilla. Just like how Planet Godzilla absorbed J/S remains back then and seized J/S genes. Gene was the core of a living being. As for an existence like Momoshiki, whose genes had been replenished and perfected, it was even more precious. In the end, Momoshiki died tragically and was unable to escape. Facing the planet Godzilla, his gene chain was cracked and deprived, and it did not have any chance to escape. Is it solved? Next, as long as I eat a complete god tree, it should be enough. Yuuji noticed the disappearance of Momoshiki, and felt the changes in his body. Otsutsuki's bloodline, the close connection with god tree and chakra, at this time, he also had it. The highest genes in this universe are Otsutsuki and God Tree. Yuuji narrowed his eyes. In this way, this trip could be considered complete. My many clones have also begun to hide. When the time is right, I will try to control this time. Yuuji's figure slowly shrunk, finally returning to his original appearance, walking towards Naruto and the others. So powerful, you killed another Otsutsuki. Naruto didn't care about that much, only shouting excitedly. This is nothing, just a matter of convenience. Moreover, I also need the genes on this guy. Yuuji smiled. Under the gazes of the others, he casually closed his eyes and replaced them with his own. Are you not going to continue using them? Urashiki's eyes are more useful than your own eyes, right? Sasuke asked. You can't say that. Compared to strength, I am more interested in the power of time contained in these eyes. Yuuji said. Moreover, his own eyes were not necessarily weaker than Urashiki's. After this operation, he could almost activate Tensegan. Did you really eat that damn thing? Kuratsuki asked cautiously. Yeah, Otsutsuki's clan is very interesting. Sooner or later, I will cross the universe, kill their mother planet, and exterminate all of them. It is good to understand it sooner. Yuuji replied. The few people were shocked speechless by Yuuji's answer. Crossing the universe? Kill the base camp of Itsutsuki's clan? They didn't even dare to think about such a crazy thing and were momentarily speechless. Let's go. Let's go take a look at Konoha first. The villages of our era are very different from your era. Sasuke sent out an invitation. Naruto also nodded. It just so happens that I also want to know what happened to your era that changed. There were too many doubts in his heart. The few of them returned to Konoha together. Not long after, this world-shaking battle gradually began to ferment, becoming known to many people. The various villages sent their ninja troops to seal off the battlefield, preventing anyone from being corroded by the radiation, but there were still those who were seeking death. Yuuji was too lazy to care about this. This was a headache for Naruto and the others. In this era, it is very interesting to combine technology with chakra. Yuuji visited a lot of things and paid attention to the development of ninja tools. Our ninja tools, as long as we input chakra, we can use all kinds of escape techniques. These can be set in advance. We can even input chakra in advance to store. As long as the ninja I developed is popularized, it will definitely break the barrier of ninja and everyone can become a ninja. Konoha chief researcher, Kotosuke, was enthusiastically introducing his inventions. This fat guy really believed that his own inventions could change the entire ninja world. To a certain extent, it was indeed like this. But what has changed is the world as understood by most people, and it is the people whose strength is below the middle level. At Yuuji's level, no matter how strong his tolerance was, no matter how advanced his technology was, it still could not compare to the temptation of tens of thousands of profound powers added to his body. To be able to make himself a god and destroy stars with his bare hands, why did he have to climb the technology tree, this kind of collective power system? The technology side was the most friendly to the ordinary people who occupied most of the population. For people like Yuuji who had clear goals and stable and reliable means of growth, the significance was not that great. Moreover, Yuuji actually grasped two extraordinary systems, Godzilla's nuclear fusion ability and God Tree's chakra power. Your explanation is wonderful, not bad. Yuuji was not stingy with his praise. Kotosuke was in high spirits. He needed to be recognized too much. The people in the village who had power and status were all ninjas, and the ninjas who relied on constant cultivation to obtain power were extremely repulsed by his path of science ninja. Even the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, did not think much of it. He also strictly prohibited Boruto from coming into contact with these ninjas. He told Boruto to rely on his own bitter cultivation to obtain strength. He absolutely could not take advantage of the situation. Those Otsutsuki relied on medicinal pills to improve their cultivation. It is very likely that they do not need to improve their strength through cultivation. Then we can do the same. Kotosuke said confidently, elaborating on his ideals, hoping to get Yuuji's approval. He did not know Yuuji, but to be able to make Naruto and Sasuke pay so much attention to him, his status must be extremely noble. If he could take down Yuuji, he might be able to walk out of the predicament where no one recognized him. However, Yuuji disappointed him. He just kept praising him. Whenever he probed, Yuuji would always look at him with a smile. Kotosuke was very helpless and depressed. After leaving the laboratory. How is it? Is that guy still guiding you? Sasuke said. Yuuji nodded. He's just a pitiful person who has no talent. What he said makes sense. Science and ninja is a shortcut to improve human strength in a short period of time. But for people like you and me, our own strength is far more reliable than science. Sasuke also thought so. If he really wanted to wait until the scientific ninja tools developed completely and reached the point where they could cut space and teleport, who would know how long it would take? He could do something that Rinnegan could do in minutes, so there was no reason for him to have expectations for the ninja tools. I'm going back. Yuuji said. Oh? You're going back so soon? Sasuke raised his eyebrows. Yuuji said, the main reason I came here was Otsutsuki. Now that I have Momoshiki and know about the future development, I have no reason to continue staying here. In my era, there are still many things to deal with. Well, thank you for your help. I will inform Naruto and the others and we will send you off together. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Yuuji waved his hand and reminded, but after I leave, you need to face Ishiki alone. Compared to before, Ishiki is far stronger than Momoshiki. The only difference is that he hasn't eaten the chakra fruit. Otherwise, he will only be stronger than Kaguya. Sasuke became serious. He and Naruto were able to defeat Kaguya in the past because of Rikuta Sennin's help and a little luck. If this Hiki is extremely powerful, even stronger than Momoshiki. He really had to fight with Naruto to the death. The two of you, together with a bit of luck, might be able to succeed, Yuuji said. Looking at the price that Naruto and Sasuke had paid to kill Hiki, he said. Naruto relied on Kyuubi's heavy particle mode to sacrifice Kyuubi's life, exhausting Hiki's few lifespans. Sasuke was covered in wounds, and in a moment of carelessness, his Rinnegan was stabbed blind by Boruto, who was controlled by Momoshiki. In addition, Hiki was too hasty to see the difference between the shadow clone and the real body. He couldn't wait to give up Jujin's body, which had little life left, to complete the reincarnation. In the end, he reincarnated into a shadow clone and died. As long as there is a little bit of twists and turns, Naruto and Sasuke will fall. You defeated Hiki in your world. Please tell me Hiki's ability. What is his strongest aspect? Sasuke asked in a serious tone. Body technique, the kind that can destroy your full body Susanoo with one kick. Moreover, this level of other body technique is not necessarily his true peak. If he is given a powerful and healthy body that can be used at will, there is no problem in crushing you and Naruto. Yuuji said. Chapter 423, Madara's Revival. Can a single kick cripple the complete body technique of his Susanoo? Sasuke was shocked. There was actually such a level of other body technique? Even if it is Kaguya's, there is no such level of body technique. Sasuke said in a low voice. 8 Gods Airstrike indeed had the ability to destroy all of Susanoo, but that was a physical attack of many punches in an instant, not a single punch. That is Hiki, could destroy all of Susanoo with a single kick. This was somewhat terrifying. Could it be that he was comparable to Might Guy who had opened the 8 doors? Remember my words. No matter what happens, no matter how confident you are, you must not let your guard down. Hiki will only be much more terrifying than you think. Yuuji warned. As for how much Sasuke could listen to and how much Naruto and the others could understand, it was not something he needed to care about. Anyway, even if this timeline was wiped out by Otsutsuki's clan, it had nothing to do with Yuuji in principle. When Yuuji descended upon this future again, that was when he began to conquer the universe and control time. At that moment, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others were already meaningless. Hiki's Hitomi technique is mainly 2, Sukuna Hakona and Daikokyuden, their abilities are respectively. After Yuuji told Sasuke the detailed information, he patted the turtle. Are we going back? Alright then. The turtle quickly agreed. A white halo appeared on his body and covered Yuuji. Soon, Yuuji disappeared from where he was and returned to the world he came from. Sasuke went to see Naruto worriedly, planning to have a good talk with Naruto about Hiki. When Hiki appeared, he was shocked to find that all his information had been leaked. When he was targeted by Naruto and Sasuke, he was no longer what Yuuji cared about. Konoha. A few months passed in a flash. Naruto defected. The impact on the entire ninja world was slowly calming down as time passed. But everyone knew that the temporary peace was destined to accumulate strength for the future outbreak of power. The 12-year-old cage level, with Mokuton and Kyuubi, as long as Naruto did not die midway, he would definitely become a powerful ninja that shocked ninja world. Everyone was certain. At that time, what would Naruto do? Would he retaliate against Konoha? Or perhaps, in order to maintain his dignity and status, Konoha would send out a powerful ninja to kill Naruto? Other than Konoha, the other forces originally had the idea of watching the show and gloating, hoping that Konoha would have more problems. But after thinking about it, they felt uneasy. The place where Naruto fled was Akatsuki. The purpose of this organization was unknown. The leader, Nagato, was also a very cold and extreme guy. He might do something. Akatsuki's Kakuzu was killed by Uchiha Kazue, Zabuza was killed by Naruto, so there are 9 core members in this organization? 3 super cage level and 5 cage level. It can't be so simple. That woman called Konan seems to have mastered an extremely terrifying forbidden technique. If she had set up a trap ahead of time, the damage she caused would definitely not be something that ordinary cage level could match. Not only Konan, there is also Might Do. This fellow only opened 6 gates, yet he forced Might Guy to be unable to move. Isn't this terrifying? Then what if the 8 gates were all opened? Do, who opened the 8 gates during the Third War, could only defeat 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. Then now. So, the worst case scenario is that Akatsuki actually has 5 super kage level and 3 kage level. When Naruto grows up in a few years, maybe there will be 6 super kage level. The higher-ups of the various villages analyzed and felt their heads swell. Of course, the truth wasn't that exaggerated. Konan and Might-Do's overall strength wasn't at the level where they could destroy the heavens and the earth like kage level. They were greatly restricted, but they had to be on guard. The ninjutsu system of these two people had been decided. Once they had prepared a trap beforehand, it would be enough to kill most of kage level. Not to mention that there was now an additional Kyuubi Jinchuriki with unlimited potential. In the eyes of the living, Akatsuki was definitely a colossus. Only Konoha and the Eye Organization, these two transcendent powers, could fight against Akatsuki. Konoha has Shiranui Yuuji, which is why they are so stable and calm. Some people sighed with regret, wondering why such a strong person could not be born in their village. With this background, Yuuji quietly returned. No one even knew that he went to the future world and killed another Otsutsuki clansman. On this day, Minato came to look for Yuuji. Oh, Sir Yandere wants to call for 5 kage summit. Yuuji raised his eyebrows in surprise. Minato nodded. That's right. I think it's time. It has been a long time since a conflict and war broke out in the village. This is an opportunity for peace. We can get closer to each other through 5 kage summit. Just to get closer? I just need to go to the kage office of each village, and the relationship will naturally get closer. Yuuji suggested. And it was a very feasible suggestion. After killing all those who did not agree, the rest would naturally be those who were willing to be close to Konoha. Minato was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly. You can't do this. Although you are strong, we still have Akatsuki and the Eye Organization, these two unfathomable opponents. There is also the mysterious Otsutsuki clan that needs to be on guard. If we forcefully attack, it may not necessarily solve the problem, but we will definitely force them to our enemy. Understood. Do you think it is not the time to attack? Yuuji agreed. Minato said, in fact, the main reason is to be wary of Otsutsuki's clan. Over the years, the clansmen of this clan have appeared one after another. I suspect that this might also be some dangerous occurrence. Perhaps in the next few years, the people of this clan will send even more powerful clansmen to attack Ninja World. 5 Kage Summit was mainly to deal with Akatsuki, the Eye Organization, and the mysterious Otsutsuki clan. Obviously, the matter of Naruto defecting had stimulated Minato, causing the sense of crisis in Minato's heart to intensify. Even the appearance of Ishiki, Tonari, and Urashiki did not make Minato feel so uneasy. Until Naruto defected, so many incidents piled up together, making Minato unable to sit still. So it's like this, I have no objections. Since you have decided, then go ahead and do it. Yuuji replied. Minato heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he was the Hokage, when executing this operation that involved the situation of Ninja World, he would have to ask for Yuuji's opinion first in private. As the stabilizing pillar of the sea, Yuuji's ability to intimidate Ninja World was one aspect. On the other hand, most of the top experts in the village were more willing to listen to Yuuji than him. For example, Uchiha's clans Fugaku, Kazue, Suzuki, and the others, as well as Might Guy and the others. Naruto defected, and most of Konohagakure's top experts moved out to fight against Akatsuki's 9 core members. This allowed Minato to see how terrifying Akatsuki was. Then I will issue the diplomatic order and send messengers to contact the other 4 villages. By the way, send a copy to the Eye Organization and invite their leader to the meeting. Minato said. Yuuji nodded, and Minato left. 5 Kage Summit, including the head of the Eye Organization and the warrior group of the Iron Country. The meeting of the 7 leaders? It was indeed a major event that could affect the situation of Ninja World. Soon, teams of messengers set off one after another and went to various places of Ninja World to submit Konoha's invitation letter. We're holding 5 Kage Summit in the Iron Country? If the Lord wants to discuss the matter of combining forces to deal with the threat. Humph, the Hokage actually invited the members of the Eye Organization to participate. I have reason to doubt the purpose of this conference. Who doesn't know that Konohagakure is close to the Eye Organization? There are so many pairs of Mangekyou and Uchiha's clan. Maybe they are members of the Eye Organization. What if your United Eye Organization attacks the cages of our other villages at the conference? In the face of the invitation, the cages of the 4 great ninja village naturally had a trace of doubt. Because of the 7 forces that participated, the 2 strongest forces obviously had a connection, which made them very worried. However, while they complained, their bodies were very honest. They all gave the order to go to the Iron Country to participate. If they participated, they might get a chance. If they did not participate, they would be attacked by other villages and organizations after the meeting. Just as the various villages were preparing to participate in the gathering, some of Ninja World's fellows were also taking action. Black Zetsu once again went to find Orochimaru. It's about time to start our plan. Black Zetsu stared using Rinnegan at Orochimaru. Even if he did not use Rinnegan's pressure, just the natural release of Hitomi's power made Orochimaru narrow his eyes, and he had no choice but to look straight at him. Ah, are you anxious? Because Naruto has sided with Akatsuki, and his strength is constantly increasing. Are you anxious? Orochimaru had a strange expression. Black Zetsu said coldly, a mere Naruto is not enough to make me worry. What you are more worried about is that the situation is out of control, and Akatsuki is growing stronger. Konoha and the I organization are not bad, and Atsutsuki's people have appeared one after another. I don't know how many people will come in the future, but you are standing still and being rejected by all parties. Only I will accept you and cooperate with you. Orochimaru mocked. Black Zetsu said, therefore, we have to seize the time to start the ceremony. As long as we have the power in our hands, we can solve any problem. That's true. Since you are in a hurry, let's start. I haven't been idle during this period of time. I have been perfecting the Edo Tensei every day and night, causing my body's lifespan to be reduced a little. Orochimaru smiled darkly. Are you still short of life? You can't say that. The body is not a cheap consumable. A good body also needs maintenance. Don't talk nonsense. You want a better body as a vessel for your next reincarnation, right? You want white Zetsu. Ha, I can't hide it from you. But not only do I need white Zetsu, the body I plan to prepare for Madara is also white Zetsu. This way, I can try my best to let Madara display his strength when he was alive. Orochimaru said. Black Zetsu agreed immediately. Edo Tensei was a forbidden technique to control the dead, so there was no reason for it to allow the dead to possess the strength they had when they were alive. Using white Zetsu as a sacrifice for Edo Tensei could not be more appropriate. Black Zetsu was worried that Madara was not strong enough. If he was resurrected and released, he would be beaten by the bosses of various forces in a matter of minutes. That would be too shameful. He was thinking about how to increase Madara's strength. Immediately, Black Zetsu sold white Zetsu without hesitation and summoned 2 innocent white Zetsu. What's the matter? Hey, Orochimaru, Black Zetsu, are you still in contact with Orochimaru? The 2 white Zetsu didn't know what was going on, so they asked one by one. I'll leave these 2 white Zetsu to you. Use them as you please. Black Zetsu said. Orochimaru looked at them greedily, and immediately rushed up. 2 sealing spells knocked down the 2 white Zetsu. Haha, as expected, you have the special ability to control all of white Zetsu. I'm afraid Nagato and the others are kept in the dark. Orochimaru looked at Black Zetsu as if he was looking at a treasure. A white Zetsu called out, Black Zetsu, the number of white Zetsu has been decreasing. You know, we can't produce more of the same kind now. Black Zetsu said coldly, the more it is like this, the more I have to spend your greatest value. A white Zetsu was sent into a secret room and sealed up. As for the other white Zetsu, Orochimaru used it to cast spells. Then let's begin. In fact, I can't wait to see that person. I really want to see that Madara more. If I meet the real Madara, how wonderful will his expression be? Orochimaru licked his lips, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. He was also looking forward to it. Black Zetsu was also looking forward to it. Soon, Orochimaru carved a tactic on the ground, pressed white Zetsu in the middle of the ceremony, and put Madara's DNA into the ceremony. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru made a hand seal. It's starting. Come on, Madara. The situation has already collapsed to the point where I can't handle it. You can handle it yourself. Black Zetsu's Rinnegan also surged with a strange luster. White Zetsu issued a mournful cry. Endless fragments rose from the ritual, carrying a great corrosive power that gradually covered the poor white Zetsu. The power of this ritual penetrated the world of the sun and directly extended the tentacles into the Pure Land. Soon, White Zetsu's body was completely covered, and his body was changed into a different appearance. A black-haired man covered in cracks, wearing Warring States period's armor, stood in place. Even with his eyes closed, there was a powerful force coming out. In the next second, the man regained consciousness. In just an instant, he knew that he was alive. Humph, not bad. It seems that Nagato is very capable. He did not disappoint me and completed his mission very well. The moment the man regained his consciousness, the first thing he said was to praise Nagato greatly. It seems that the little brat who bore his eyes has already grown up. Using the reincarnation heavenly technique, he, an old man who died of old age, returned to this wonderful world of life. Madara slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 424, Play Music and Dance. Rikudo Sennin was the first to notice that something was wrong. He opened his eyes. Someone actually summoned the undead from the Pure Land. Rikudo Sennin glanced at it. As the leader of the Pure Land, he naturally monitored any movement in the Pure Land. If something happened to the Yang world, the Pure Land would be the last chance to make a comeback. Is it Uchiha Madara? Sure enough, it seems that this guy left a lot of money to come to the Pure Land. However, even Madara would never have thought that Ninja World would become like this. Rikudo Sennin did not stop him and quietly watched as Madara's soul was summoned away. This Ninja World, not to mention that Madara would not know him, he, Rikudo Sennin, almost did not know him. Experts came in large numbers, geniuses gathered, Atsutsuki's clan also appeared one after another, and also died in battle one after another. They were continuously killed by Ninja World's top experts. How should he put it? Rikudo Sennin had a complicated expression. It was good to be able to kill Atsutsuki's clansmen one after another. Wasn't the enemy his mother was wary of and feared the most the one he was wary of in the Pure Land the same as Atsutsuki's clan? The matter of Ninja World ultimately has to be solved by living people. Rikudo Sennin closed his eyes again and decided not to interfere in this matter. It was just summoning an undead. Even if it was because of Indra's reincarnation, it was not enough for him to personally take action. Rikudo Sennin felt that it was nothing. However, as the person involved, Madara immediately felt that something was wrong. As soon as his consciousness woke up, he immediately praised Nagato. When he opened his eyes, Madara looked at the two people in front of him and felt bad. Black Zetsu, why is it you? Why is Rinnegan with you now? Madara directly ignored Orochimaru, the caster, and frowned, looking at Black Zetsu with dissatisfaction. This simple action and tone made Orochimaru's forehead sweat. The pressure was too great. This person was able to deal with Ninja World with Senju Hashirama. Moreover, his temperament was cruel, and he killed people like flies. He would not be like Senju Hashirama who would bear a psychological burden. If this guy breaks free, I will die a terrible death. Orochimaru took a deep breath and maintained the posture of forming seals, trying to strengthen his control over Madara as much as possible. However, Madara did not even bother to look at him. He only stared at Black Zetsu with a dangerous gaze. Things have changed. The entire ninja world has already changed beyond recognition. Using this method to resurrect you is also a forced choice. Black Zetsu said. Madara was extremely dissatisfied, but he immediately accepted this explanation. In Madara's knowledge, Black Zetsu was his will clone. Black Zetsu making this kind of judgment was the same as making his own choice. Humph, this is really interesting. It has only been a few decades at most. What changes will there be? It seems that those two guys did not execute my orders well, resulting in such a big mistake. Madara snorted coldly. Hehe, it sounds very complicated. Can you tell me about it? In your era of life, there is no reason for you to know Nagato. Why did you mention that Nagato did a good job just now? Do you think that it was Nagato who resurrected you? Orochimaru interrupted and looked at Madara cautiously, his eyes flashing with a strange light. There's just too much information in this. What was the relationship between Madara and Nagato? What did it have to do with Black Zetsu? Why was Madara not surprised to see Rinnegan, but surprised that Black Zetsu got Rinnegan? Those two. Who was it that was executing Madara's plan? This, Orochimaru wanted to know. Orochimaru was very interested in everything unknown. You are the caster, right? This technique has a strong binding force on me. You are also a genius who can improve the forbidden technique to this extent. Madara moved his eyes, even if it was just ordinary eyes, Orochimaru felt tremendous pressure. He is Orochimaru, the disciple of Sarutobi and Hiruzen. He has defected from the village. I see. He is one of Ninja World's Sunin. I didn't expect that in the end, it was you, a little brat, who controlled me. Madara's voice was cold, and there was no joy or anger in it. It was more like calmly describing a fact that was not worth mentioning. For the reality that he was controlled by a junior, Madara was not angry at all. This kind of strong self-confidence that rushed to the face, as if he could break free from the shackles of Edo Tensei in an instant and obtain an immortal free body, made Orochimaru even more surprised. Tell me, what kind of change has happened to Ninja World? You have no choice but to do such a clumsy thing and let me resurrect in the way of Edo Tensei. Madara sat cross-legged on the ground, showing his might without anger. Black Zetsu told him about the history of the past 20 years after Madara died. They did not avoid Orochimaru the entire time, as if he did not exist. As Black Zetsu spoke, Orochimaru also knew more information. He knew more about Akatsuki, and his face showed a shocked and happy expression. Madara's eyebrows unconsciously became tighter, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. What the hell? Counting the time, it had only been 16 years since he had given his identity to Obito, then pulled out the tubes of Gedo statue and died. So many things had actually happened in just 16 years. Nagato had increased his strength many times, reaching a level that even Madara had to pay attention to. An eye organization that appeared out of nowhere, the true identity of the leader was still a mystery, but he had Rinnegan. He had truly seen a ghost. Madara clearly knew how much pain he had suffered in order to obtain Rinnegan, and how many risks he had taken. Just like this, he had only advanced Eternal Mangekyo to Rinnegan when he was on the verge of death. But why had another expert Rinnegan suddenly appeared out of nowhere? If these were to be said, it would at most add some variables and opponents, and it would be fine. The appearance of Itsutsuki's clan left Madara completely dumbfounded. You said that the ancient ninja clan in Ninja World are actually descendants of Itsutsuki's clan? Does Itsutsuki's bloodline flow in their bodies? Madara's expression was strange. That's right. According to the information that I had obtained, as well as information that he obtained from Otsutsuki, they all pointed to this result. Black Zetsu said. Madara was silent. So he and Hashirama were from the same family, and they were the same ancestor as Hyuga? Even though Madara had an extraordinary temperament, he was still a little confused. It was because this Otsutsuki clan had suddenly jumped out and claimed to be his ancestor. This made Madara feel very confused. What nonsense! There is Byakugan on this clan. What? There is also Rinnegan. Madara asked in succession. Black Zetsu was like a machine that spoke without emotion. That's right. The Otsutsuki clansmen who were killed by Yuuji not long ago, the guy named Otsutsuki Urashiki, has Rinnegan. Madara was silent. Orochimaru laughed excitedly, times have changed. Senior Madara, it's unrealistic to look at this world from the perspective of your era, but this is also the opportunity for us to work together. He knew so many secrets and was very excited. Orochimaru also knew that Black Zetsu and Madara must be hiding something. The most basic relationship between the two was a mystery. However, all of this was enough to make Orochimaru ecstatic. Damn, the legendary Uchiha Madara, he had not died after the battle with the Valley of the End, but was hiding in the dark and observing Ninja World? It seems that he died completely in the Third World War? You? Although you can revive me with Edo Tensei, you are not qualified to cooperate with me with this alone. Madara said coldly. But I can control you and make you work for me. That's enough. Orochimaru licked his lips. What do you want from me? You hid in the dark and schemed so much. Even Nagato with Rinnegan knows this very well. He must know this. You even know this. Madara looked at Orochimaru in surprise. Black Zetsu explained, Nagato is already able to skillfully use Rinnegan. He can also change Rinnegan into Mangekyo Sharingan form and display the full-body Susanoo. Madara immediately understood, this kid Nagato is indeed not bad, but it seems that he still does not know anything about me. Black Zetsu, you do not have a good support for those two fellows, and you are unable to properly guide Nagato. Who are those two people? The one in Akatsuki pretending to be you and Hashirama. Orochimaru asked. If you don't want to die, then shut up. In this aspect, you don't have the qualifications to speak. Madara coldly berated. Orochimaru smiled darkly, and no longer spoke. Madara fell into deep thought. The change in Ninja World was too great, exceeding his expectations. Looks like I have to find a way to meet those two fellows. I want to ask them how they managed to do things like this. Madara snorted coldly. There was no need to talk about the matters of Otsutsuki's clan. These people seemed to be from the outer world, and there was no way to deal with them in advance. However, could it be that the I organization was unable to deal with them? Taking advantage of the moment this organization appeared, they decisively used all their strength to kill or recruit them. These two fellows could not do such a simple thing? The plan to capture Bijuu was even more impossible to talk about. Kyuubi has not been caught, and the operation to capture Bijuu has not been completed. Madara pressed a hand to the ground, sensing the spirit contract he had signed with Kyuubi back then. Other than Kyuubi, we have not caught a single Bijuu. There are too many strong enemies, and Nagato is not strong enough to do anything, Black Zetsu replied. It was equivalent to saying that up until now, he had only obtained a useless Kyuubi. As everyone knew, stuffing Bijuu into the Gedo statue's stomach would require Ichibai to start. There is one thing that we need to pay more attention to now. Konoha Gakure intends to convene a new batch of 5-Cage Summit and even invited the I organization to participate. They want to discuss together and formulate a method to resist Akatsuki and Otsutsuki's clan, said Black Zetsu. Madara said, 5-Cage Summit? Back then, Hashirama had also done this kind of thing. In reality, it proved that this was completely useless. The trash from other villages were only forced to lower their heads because of me and Hashirama's strength. They did not really want to achieve peace. Madara waved his fist, and Hashirama knelt and kowtowed while waving his fist, successfully making the other 4 great ninja villages kneel down. However, once he and Hashirama died, the first great battle between Ninja World immediately erupted. Madara could be considered to have seen through that. Only by possessing unparalleled strength would they be able to achieve initial peace and use absolute force to kill all restless fellows. However, the lifespan of a living being was limited. Sooner or later, they would die. Even if they did not die, their spirit would become exhausted. Sure enough, Infinite Tsukuyomi was more reliable when it came to reading. Let's go. Then let's go to 5-Cage Summit first and kill all the members of the association. Let's begin the plan to capture Bijuu immediately. Madara said coldly. Orochimaru said, I'm controlling you now. Are you sure it's okay for you to make a decision without my permission? Hey? Do you want to dance too? Madara's eyes turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan. In the end, Orochimaru still chose to compromise and promised to take Madara to 5-Cage Summit. Where is 5-Cage Summit? Permanent neutral country, the country of iron. The kingdom of warriors, these guys who should have been eliminated by the era have not yet gone extinct, so I'll go. After Madara finished speaking, Orochimaru immediately cast a spell and locked Madara in the coffin. Don't treat me as your insignificant subordinate. Orochimaru looked at the coffin in front of him and sneered. Then, let's move quickly, Black Zetsu said. Shouldn't you tell me what you are first? What does it have to do with Madara? I am the embodiment of Madara's will. You can understand me as Madara himself. Black Zetsu replied. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat, and he fell into silence. For the first time, he seriously sized up Black Zetsu. This strange black thing was actually an incarnation created by Madara? Who would have thought? 2 days later, Orochimaru and Black Zetsu left the borders of Iron Country and looked at the conference building in the distance. A large number of warriors were patrolling, and it was heavily guarded. The leaders of the 6 forces were already in position, sitting in front of the negotiation table. What? The people from the I organization haven't arrived yet? Are they coming or not? Should we wait for them? The 4th Raikage said angrily. Be patient. Don't you see that the Hokage is not in a hurry? Yandere Kazekage calmly said. Humph, who doesn't know that Konoha is connected to the I organization? What if they secretly join forces? Oniki began to apply opinions to everyone. Why isn't Mizukage talking? Is Kirigakure also very dissatisfied with us? Minato looked at Mizukage, who had not spoken a word since the beginning. Yagura pulled the bamboo hat on his head. All of his clothes were engraved with a simple sealing spell, blocking Sharingan and Byakugan's spying. At this moment, he said dryly, what I lack the least is patience. Minato looked at Yagura suspiciously. Just as the intelligence said, Yandere Mizukage, Yagura, who led Kirigakure to a more crazy and bloody path, was a very strange guy. Minato hinted. Kazue used Sharingan to glance at Yagura and slightly shook his head. She could not see through the sealing technique on Yagura, so she could not confirm that there was no other person's chakra in Yagura's body. If one looked more closely, it would be too obvious, and it would be too rude in this sensitive occasion. Although Kazue did not care about provoking all the people present, it did not matter even if they fought. However, Minato obviously did not want to mess up the alliance meeting. Sister. Izumi looked at Kazue. Hokage, the guards you chose are actually 2 Uchiha clansmen. You have to be careful. Who doesn't know how powerful this clan is now? Maybe they will use Mangekyo Sharingan to control you and then control Konohagakure. Oniki said in a strange tone. They chose the guards and chose 2 elite jonin. It was already very impressive. Good fellow, when it came to Konoha, directly choosing 2 cage level, and it was Mangekyo Sharingan's cage level, it was ridiculous. This kind of arrogance made people envious and jealous. Raza cursed himself for being an idiot. He closed his eyes and did not plan to participate. In the eyes of other villages, their Suna ninja village had become Konohagakure's vassal village. You don't have to worry about this. Uchiha is an indispensable member of the village. I will take care of my companions. Minato smiled. It was at this moment. Hello, there is a guest. Guess who he is? A white Zetsu came out of the ground. White Zetsu. What's going on? How did this damn thing get in here? Guest, who could it be? Is Akatsuki going to intervene? The people present were all experts. They did not immediately act, but coldly stared at White Zetsu. No matter what kind of enemy attacked, with the strength of the people present, they could definitely fight. Chapter 425, What the hell happened after I die? Aya, you guys actually didn't kill me immediately. It looks like you've returned with your lives. White Zetsu said in a strange tone as he looked at the people in front of him. Minato said, Speak, who is going to make a move? Could it be that Nagato personally made a move? Humph, I knew that Akatsuki wouldn't be indifferent. The 4th Raikage grabbed White Zetsu by the neck and shouted, Hurry up and tell me. What a fast speed. The person who wants to come also has Sharingan. Just as White Zetsu finished speaking, he was strangled to death by the 4th Raikage. Minato, who originally wanted to get some information about Naruto from White Zetsu, could only sigh. Sharingan, is it Uchiha Madara? Raza thought for a moment and said. It seems that it can only be him. If the person really has Sharingan, prepare to fight. It would be great if we can kill Madara here. The 4th Raikage said. The samurai leader, Mifune, who had been silent for a long time, calmly said, Don't be careless, after all, the other party is Uchiha Madara, and we don't know the purpose of the other party's actions, and the people who want to organize are nowhere to be seen. At this time, a warrior rushed in. Lord Mifune, an enemy attacked our venue and killed many warriors. You're here? Who's the enemy? Orochimaru. All the cage looked surprised. Orochimaru? Why is it this guy? The people from the Akatsuki organization are really untrustworthy. Hokage, this is the S-rank rebellious ninja in your village. Do you still want to watch? 4th Raikage roared. Kazue casually pulled out her Kusanagi sword and looked at the 4th Raikage with dangerous eyes. A defeated opponent like Orochimaru can be easily killed. But you, pay attention to your attitude. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you before killing Orochimaru. The 4th Raikage sneered, Well, I've always wanted to compete with you, an undead ninja. Let's see who can kill who first. Don't quarrel, now is not the time to quarrel, Minato stood up. Let's deal with the enemy first. Whether it's Orochimaru or Akatsuki, we can't mess around ourselves. The group of people walked out of the conference building and went outside. Orochimaru was wantonly slaughtering the warriors. When he saw the many cage walk out, he immediately smiled evilly, Humph, I saw a lot of familiar faces. Orochimaru, are you here to die? Mifune pulled out his katana and shouted. To die? No, if you choose to come out, you'll probably die. Orochimaru laughed deeply. He couldn't wait to see the scene of these people being beaten to death. Moreover, it seemed that the people from the I organization had not appeared. Summoning technique. Orochimaru made a seal and summoned a coffin. Another Edo Tensei? Orochimaru, besides relying on the dead to fight, what else do you have? Kazue sneered, ready to make a move. Orochimaru smiled, "Don't worry, Kazue. I will definitely not let you down this time. Maybe you will be surprised." Bang! The coffin suddenly split open and was smashed to pieces by the person inside the coffin. Just this appearance alone stunned everyone. Who could it be? Until the man in the coffin slowly walked out. "Are we here? Orochimaru, right? If you don't get my permission next time to lock me up, I'll kill you," the man said coldly. Orochimaru didn't respond, but with a cruel smile on his face, he took a few steps back. "Since that's the case, then let me first experience the strength of a legendary ninja." Everyone stared at Uchiha Madara warily and did not speak for a while. Because, most of them, did not know Madara. What a strong evil aura! Who is this person? Raza frowned. "Sorry for the trouble. I didn't expect to meet this guy here." Onaki's breathing was rapid and his head was covered with sweat. Minato was also a little surprised. This kind of image, this kind of face, and considering the Sharingan ninja that White Zetsu mentioned before, he already had a guess. "Your Excellency Tsuchikage, I heard that you met that person back then. Could this be?" "That's right, I definitely can't forget the humiliation this guy brought me back then. It's been a long time." Onaki gritted his teeth. When he was young, he had followed second-generation Tsuchikage to Konoha. Clearly, Senju Hashirama had already signed a peace contract, but Uchiha Madara refused to admit it. With an absolutely domineering attitude, he seriously injured Onaki, who was young and vigorous at that time. That kind of arrogance made Onaki remember it for decades. It really is the same posture. Onaki gritted his teeth. Madara indifferently looked at these people, and stayed on Onaki for a moment. "It seems that you are Onaki, still alive. How could I die before I found what I lost from you? On the contrary, the powerful you had died a long time ago, and I didn't expect to meet you in this kind of situation." Uchiha Madara. Onaki gritted his teeth. "What? Uchiha Madara? You're saying that this guy who was reincarnated from Edo Tensei is the legendary Uchiha Madara? Wait, if this guy is Madara, it means that Madara is already dead. What happened to Akatsuki and the Madara in the I organization?" Everyone's expressions changed. At the same time, a look of realization appeared on Minato's face. It seemed that he had not guessed wrong. It was indeed this guy. As for the so-called Madara of the two organizations, Minato had long known the true identity of the two people. One was Obito, the other was Shin. "You just said that there were two of me? What is going on?" Madara was unhappy and said. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice, "Akatsuki has Madara, and there is one in the I organization. I also heard that not long ago, when Kyuubi and Jinchuriki defected to Akatsuki, these two Madara fought fiercely in the territory of Fire Country, and there was no winner." Madara was silent. The one that Akatsuki was referring to was definitely that brat Obito. However, what was going on with the I organization? They actually dared to act in his name. They were simply bold. This ninja world has really changed a lot. Ever since I died, everyone has dared to call themselves Madara. Madara snorted coldly, feeling rather dissatisfied. That brat Obito, why didn't he kill the fake from the I organization and let the other party live? With Obito's strength, he was actually evenly matched with the fake. Was Obito too useless, or was the fake too strong? I am very dissatisfied with the actions of those two people. I really don't know what the two of them were busy with in the past 10 years, making the good plan beyond recognition. Madara said coldly. Orochimaru said, "If you want to see them, I can help." Wait until I kill these guys. Then I'll talk to those two guys." Madara said in a deep voice. The conversation between Madara and Orochimaru contains too much information for everyone to react. Was he dissatisfied with the actions of those two? More than 10 years? What kind of joke was this? Didn't Madara die a long time ago? Why did he mention it for more than 10 years? Izanagi, fake death. Kazue slowly opened his mouth and spat out a few words. Everyone understood. This kind of dangerous guy, actually was not killed by Shoude Hokage in the first place. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed Ninja World's changes. Mifune's expression changed. The fourth Raikage's expression was ugly. More than 10 years ago, wasn't that the third time Ninja World fought? Did Madara secretly intervene in the war between us at that time? Everyone felt a chill rise in their hearts. This kind of super powerful old yin had secretly watched them for decades. Who knew how many things were secretly guided by Madara? Who wasn't worried? Moreover, those two fellows were obviously arranged by Madara. In other words, those two people did not act according to your plan. Even you, Orochimaru, used Edo Tensei to revive, it was beyond your expectations. Minato's eyes moved slightly, searching for the flaws on Madara. Many things, Minato immediately thought of. His son, Naruto, had acknowledged the Su who was recognized by the world as Senju Hashirama. Now that he thought about it, Naruto had defected, and there must be that Su who was guiding him. Minato was extremely regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have decisively gone to Yuuji and asked him to help kill Su. Don't misunderstand. I expected that I would return to the world of the living, and I did not expect to return in this way. But there is one thing that cannot be wrong. I will kill all of you. You guys, please me with your lives, Madara said coldly. Be careful, he's going to make a move. Mifune reminded. Madara slowly walked over, his demeanor calm. When he raised his head again, his eyes had already turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan. This body can't display my strength when I was alive, but killing all of you is definitely enough. Madara moved. Shua. The speed was astonishing. Only Minato and the 4th Raikage were the first to react. The two of them had a tacit understanding and attacked at the same time, taking the lead to block Madara. The 3 of them engaged in a physical battle. Minato brandished kunao, continuously slashing towards Madara's body. Moreover, the instant Madara dodged Raikage's attack, Minato threw kunao out, seemingly about to pierce through Madara's neck. Madara tilted his head slightly. Minato's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood, appearing above kunao. Flying Rage in rank 2. He opened his hand, and Ray's Nan immediately condensed it. It looked like he was about to press down on Madara. If this hit, it would be enough to shatter Madara's body, allowing this battle to gain the initiative. However, Madara only rolled his eyes, and with a backhand kick, in the time it took for a spark to fly, he ruthlessly kicked Minato's body. Forget about the thunder escape body art. The technique you used made me feel disgusted. Madara quickly retreated. Looking at Minato who was sent flying, his face darkened. Flying Thunder God, this was the technique of that vicious fellow that killed his younger brother. Shasha. Raza controlled his sand gold to catch Minato who was kicked away. Are you alright, Hokage? Ah, you still won't die? This guy's physical skills are terrifying. Minato stood up and felt a tightness in his chest. Was this Uchiha Madara's strength? Many experts attacked together. Since the opponent was the real Madara, there was no reason to be reserved. They just rushed up and beat him up. Madara did not stand on ceremony and immediately used Eternal Mangekyo. So many people are attacking me. Madara said. Humph, to deal with you, of course we have to rely on the advantage of numbers. Raza shouted. Madara said, then it is reasonable for me to bully you with numbers. But before that, I have to clean up the trash around me, such as these meaningless warriors. Mifune was shocked and shouted, everyone, retreat quickly. Do not get close. This is not a battle you can participate in. Mokuton, Flower Tree World, descend. A sea of trees suddenly appeared, and a large number of trees were blooming with beautiful flowers, spraying out pollen without restraint. Everyone's expressions changed. It really is Mokuton. This kind of vibrant Mokuton is different from that Su. Be careful of these pollen, they are poisonous. No matter how poisonous it can't be that it can poison the radiation. Although the expressions of many experts were grave, they were still relatively calm. Madara felt that something was wrong. Seeing me use Mokuton, shouldn't this group of people be shocked and then shout with awe? Why do they all look like they are used to it? Do you often see Mokuton? Yes, yes. Many experts agreed and began to destroy the surrounding sea of trees. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Shuriken shadow cloning technique. Under the bombardment of numerous experts, this sea of trees was continuously being destroyed. They even spat out wind release, scattering the pollen. Some unlucky warriors were killed by the sea of trees. Madara felt that it was very boring. There was no point in continuing to create more trees, so he used another technique. Mokuton, wood clone technique. Madara split out a wood clone with the same number of people. It really is a wood clone. Everyone, Be careful! The fourth Raikage shouted. The others also had an expression of anticipation. Although I don't know where you saw Mokuton, it doesn't matter. I will use the same number to fight you. Madara slowly opened his eyes wide. Susanoo. Each of Madara's clones had a blue Susanoo on their bodies. Wood clones can also use Susanoo. It can still be like this? I have never seen it before. This time, these people finally couldn't hold on any longer. Moreover, it is the fourth stage of Susanoo, it is only one step away from complete form. When these words came out, Madara couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What did those two bastards do in the past 10 years? Why did these people seem to be extremely familiar with the ability he displayed? What was with that attitude of "I knew you would do this"? Madara knew that he was not angry when his plan was disrupted, but he was really angry now. He, Uchiha Madara, used Mokuton's big move, was it really so disagreeable? He even combined Mokuton with Sharingan, allowing Wood Clone to use Susanoo. In the end, this group of people seemed to be very familiar with the various stages of Susanoo. Just by looking at it, one would know that the Susanoo controlled by Wood Clone was at the fourth stage. Ah, growing legs, complete human form, it is definitely the fourth stage. It seems that other than Nagato, no one else can use this stage of Susanoo, right? Uchiha Setsuna can also do it. I remember the time when he was beaten by Shiranui Yuuji a few years ago, he let Susanoo grow legs, but that Susanoo cannot even stand stably.